Chapter 691. From Feng Qing's expression, it could be determined that what she said was true. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He lightly said, "I agree to this request. In addition, if your performance satisfies me and the situation is within my control, I will provide you with an additional guarantee of safety." Feng Qing was overjoyed. "Thank you." This was originally an additional request that she was planning to make in the future after she provided him with some help. For Qin Yu to agree on his own initiative was naturally for the best. Qin Yu said, "There's no hurry to thank me. Tell me your plan first." Feng Qing's tone became even more respectful. "Although I am the manager of Sky Declaring Pavilion on the surface, the various branches have stewards and there are also elders patrolling everywhere. I cannot do things as I please. So, the best method is for you to become a member of Sky Declaring Pavilion so that I can make arrangements for you." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "If your worries aren't false, then there should be people secretly monitoring you. Everything you do will be watched by others." Feng Qing nodded. "You are right. In order to avoid being discovered by others, you will need to find a suitable turning point." She paused. "Please forgive my daughter for being presumptuous, but in a situation where your cultivation is temporarily inconvenient, do you have any other abilities?" Qin Yu rubbed his chin. "What is the easiest way to enter Sky Declaring Pavilion?" "Alchemists and beast trainers. There has always been a shortage of masters in these aspects." Feng Qing revealed an awkward expression. "But, Sky Declaring Pavilion has extremely high requirements. You must be sufficiently outstanding." For better or worse, Qin Yu had stayed in this world for some time and had learned some things. There wasn't much to say about alchemists, but beast trainers were a profession that specialized in raising powerful monster beasts. His cultivation hadn't been restored yet, so he temporarily couldn't walk the path of alchemy. But, he could disguise himself as a beast trainer, but he still had to make sure. "Give me Sky Declaring Pavilion's criteria for recruiting beast trainers." Feng Qing didn't doubt him. She took out a jade slip and respectfully placed it on the table. Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Just tell me." Feng Qing revealed a look of surprise. She paused for a moment and then said, "Reporting to you, beast trainers that enter Sky Declaring Pavilion must be able to raise spirit food by themselves. They must control the method of raising it and ensure that the strength of the spirit beast can steadily increase. Moreover, they must complete the tasks assigned to them at each time period. If you can enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer, that would be for the best. This is because there are many times that materials needed to raise spirit beasts can also be used by cultivators. In terms of reporting losses and replenishing losses, I can relax the boundaries." But, before she finished speaking, Qin Yu understood what she meant. The stronger a spirit beast was, the more precious the materials they could come into contact with would be, and vice versa. If one's level was ordinary, even if one could obtain materials from it, it would probably be of little value to divine Tao existences. Qin Yu had a general idea of what to do. "All right. I will enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer." It was impossible to see her depths from her expression. Feng Qing nodded and said, "Soon, Sky Declaring Pavilion will be holding a large-scale beast trainer recruitment event. Please give me your personal information and beast trainer rank and I will help you complete the registration." She nodded. Before long, Sky Declaring Pavilion will be holding a large-scale beast trainer recruitment event. Please give me your personal information and beast trainer rank and I will help you complete the registration. Like this, you will be entering Sky Declaring Pavilion through normal procedures and won't arouse suspicion. Feng Qing looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. Beast trainers were divided into 3 ranks: Starry Sky, Silver Moon, and Great Sunday. Each rank was divided into low, middle, and high ranks. A high Silver Moon beast trainer could be respectfully called a Grandmaster. With the strength of a divine realm existence and their long lives, it wasn't impossible for them to become a high Silver Moon beast trainer. But, what did that final probably mean? Could it be that Ning Qin was still holding back and was even stronger? But she could only bury these doubts in her heart. Feng Qing was smart enough not to ask. There are still over a dozen days until the beast trainer recruitment event begins. Do you need me to make arrangements for you during this time? Qin Yu said, "No need. Just give me the address and I will go there myself." Feng Qing mentioned several places where the beast trainer recruitment event would be held at the same time. Qin Yu remembered them and stood up. "Miss Feng Qing, let's part ways here." He stepped out, not looking back as he said, "Don't let Julie know about my matters. I don't want there to be any complications." Feng Qing respectfully nodded. By the time she looked up, Qin Yu had already left. "Is your soul damaged so you can't use your divine sense?" If this was really the case, then his injuries were far more serious than she had imagined. By the time Julie learned that Qin Yu had left, it was already the evening of the next day. Was it because of her previous attitude? For such a minor matter, she had actually missed out on Miss Feng Qing. This was a person who could change her destiny. She was simply too stupid. With such a narrow mind and shrewdness, she was destined to be mediocre for the rest of her life, unable to achieve anything at all. Across from him, Feng Qing's eyes flashed. She couldn't suppress the puzzlement in her heart. "Julie, is he really your fiancé?" Her puzzled tone had a completely different meaning in Julie's ears. Her face flushed red and she flatly denied, "No, I only received his kindness in the past. Under the pressure of my family elders, I had no choice but to temporarily agree, but I absolutely will not be together with him. She didn't like such a worthless man." "Ah, so that's how it is," Feng Qing said in a low voice. As she looked at Julie, a strange light appeared in her eyes. With her intelligence, she soon guessed the relationship between Qin Yu and Julie. It should be that the Ju family had given him a great deal of help when he was injured, thus he was especially taken care of. As Feng Qing thought about how a divine Tao existence was so unbearable in Julie's eyes, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. She really didn't know how lucky she was. If in the future Julie were to learn the truth, just what sort of expression would she have? With the speed of the purple-back blue-wing ants, even if Qin Yu carefully hid his tracks, he would still be able to smoothly return to Depression Village in 2 days. Without accident, this would be the last time he would come here. First, he would bid farewell to the 2 old men, and second, he would have to take away the unconscious chicken overlord. Ah. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. The old granny had an anxious expression. After Qin Yu left, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Although the old man was also anxious, he still managed to maintain his calm demeanor. He nodded to Qin Yu and said, "You've worked hard to make this trip." He was increasingly satisfied with Qin Yu. He didn't know what had happened, but he was still willing to follow an immortal. This matter was enough to test Qin Yu's character. If Ali could really be together with this boy Qin, that would be her good fortune. Qin Yu smiled. "Old man, Granny, you don't need to worry. The immortal called me over because Ali's performance was outstanding and she was chosen by an even more formidable influence. She became the personal attendant of one of the young misses. Rest assured, this is a good thing. Ali will definitely have good prospects in the future and she will be filial to you." The old granny let out a long breath. She pressed her palms together and every wrinkle on her joyful face was filled with sincerity. In this world, true Buddhist Tao existed. There was once an ascetic monk who passed through Depression Village and gave the villagers the love and care of spring. From that moment on, the old granny had become a Buddhist believer. The old man was stubborn. He humphed and said, "It's not good for a girl to be too strong. It's fine if she just obediently follows the immortal and learns some skills." "What are you doing?" He waved his hand. "Let's not talk about her. Old granny, go and kill a chicken. I will go to the village entrance and get some wine. Little boy Qin, you must have worked hard. Tonight, the 2 of us will have a good drink." The old granny chuckled and turned to grab a chicken. Qin Yu held down the old man and picked up the bamboo wine barrel. "You wait here, I will go and get some wine." When he returned with the barrel, the old granny hadn't even started killing the chicken. As she saw Qin Yu, she hurriedly gestured. The old man coughed and helplessly said, "Old granny said that the chicken in your room hasn't woken up for several days. It's most likely dying, so it's better to kill it while it's still alive. If it's dead, it won't taste good." Qin Yu nearly laughed out loud. If the chicken overlord knew that it had almost been killed and stewed, its expression would surely be wonderful. He held back his laughter and made up a story. He said that the chicken had grown up together with him and that they had a deep relationship. The old granny patted Chin Yu's shoulder in praise. The old man said with a straight face, "It's just a feathered animal. Even if you have feelings for it, you shouldn't be so stubborn." The dinner was sumptuous. The old man made an exception and drank several cups of wine. His face was flushed red as he pulled Chin Yu over and said many things. He even said that he wanted to start a family with Ali earlier and have more children. As Chin Yu heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly helped the old man back to his room to rest. For the next several days, Chin Yu stayed at home. After the black-horned sheep were transferred out, there was less work to do. He began to learn carpentry from the old man. Although the old man didn't say anything, one could tell from his smug smile that he was quite satisfied with Chin Yu's learning speed. Later, Chin Yu became the main force. The old man would occasionally give him pointers. He leaned back in his recliner and drank tea in satisfaction. "Little boy Chin, this table and chair is very well made. In terms of carving patterns, it has already surpassed mine. It's all thanks to your good teaching, old man." Even though he knew that Chin Yu was talking nonsense, the old man still laughed happily. Chin Yu came over and picked up a cup of herbal tea. He finished it in one gulp. "Old man, this is the last set of carpentry you have, right?" The old man nodded. "Yes. I can rest for a few days." Chin Yu smiled and put down the cup. He thought about how to speak, but he underestimated the old man's insight. The old man's sudden silence made the old man frown. He moved his lips and said in a low voice, "Little boy Chin, you're leaving?" Chin Yu was startled. He nodded calmly. "Yes." He thought for a moment and was about to explain when he was interrupted by the old man. "Say no more. Since you want to leave, you must have your own reasons." Elder Jew exhaled. "Youth is capital. It's not a bad idea to go out and explore the world while you're still young. However, you must remember that the world out there is full of sinister people. Don't put yourself in danger so easily. After all, good luck won't always be with you." Chin Yu respectfully bowed. "Thank you for the reminder, old man. I will be careful. Remember, if you feel tired one day, come back to Wally Village. Whether this old woman and I are here or not, this will always be your home. There will always be a bowl of rice and a bed for you." Chin Yu's heart warmed. "Old man, I will remember your words." He didn't want to be haunted by the feeling of parting, so he joked, "I will leave behind a pill. Remember to take one every month. Who knows, you might be able to live younger and give Ali another relative. You little bastard. Hurry up and scram." The next day, as the sky began to brighten, Chin Yu walked out of the Jew residence. He glanced at the small courtyard and then walked away without looking back. The ordinary and warm life of a mortal was a luxury to him. It was time to end it. Mr. Rong sat behind a desk, a faint smile on his face. He accepted the congratulations of his disciples, his demeanor radiant and radiant. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's sudden breakthrough had left the sect's high-level figures overjoyed. They immediately blocked off news of this and prepared to give their opponents a pleasant surprise in the Beast King War 2 months from now. At the same time, Mr. Rong had been given a massive number of incomparably precious and priceless rewards. As Mr. Rong's disciples, the several youths felt honored. Moreover, the higher their teacher's status in the sect was, the more benefits they would obtain. The envious looks of the other Grandmaster Beast Trainer disciples had left them feeling proud for a long time. Mr. Rong had a calm personality. He soon calmed his mind and lifted a hand. "That's enough. Now that teacher's lineage is attracting attention, you should be even more cautious in your actions. Don't get carried away and be laughed at by others. Teacher's teachings are fine. Teacher is right. We disciples will remember. We will not allow teacher's face to be damaged." Looking at his respectful disciples, Mr. Rong revealed a gratified look. They were all youths with outstanding talent. As long as they worked hard and diligently, they would surely have great achievements in the future. But at this time, he revealed a bit of surprise. "Ziyue, your eyebrows are slightly furrowed. Is there something on your mind?" Xiong Ziyue respectfully said, "Teacher, this disciple is just puzzled. Why did the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? According to the statistical data and its recent performance, even if everything goes smoothly, it will take at least half a year before it can complete the accumulation of strength to advance. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent advanced, although its strength has greatly increased and all aspects of its data are within the normal range, its mind is actually quite listless and it is currently in a deep slumber." Mr. Rong revealed a look of praise. "Very good. Ziyue, you can use realistic data as a starting point and not be overwhelmed by joy. This is very rare. To tell the truth, although teacher is confident that I can help the dark star ice serpent advance, as you said, it will take time. As for this sudden advancement, there are also some areas that teacher doesn't understand. If you have the energy, you can try unraveling it and see if you can obtain any harvests." Xiong Ziyue put away the jade slip that recorded the data in her hands. She nodded and said, "Very well, teacher. I will divide some of my energy into this aspect. If I obtain any harvests, I will report to you at any time." The Upper Prime Mountain Range stretched for nearly 1,000,000 miles. Although the terrain was dangerous and monster beasts frequently appeared, it was also because of this that it was rich in materials and attracted a massive number of cultivators. After a long time, hundreds of cities of different sizes rose from the ground in the mountains and forests, becoming shining pearls that decorated the dark mountains in the darkness of the night. Mid-Morning City was the largest and most dazzling of these several hundred pearls. As one of the publicly recognized strongest influences in the Upper Prime Mountain Range, Sky Declaring Pavilion would naturally set up their chess pieces in the city. Hum-a-hum, the low and deep humming sound quickly faded away. Not too far away from Mid-Morning City, Qin Yu calmly stepped out from a mountain. He calmly looked at the city that never slept. One of the locations that Feng Qing had left him for the beast trainer recruitment was in Mid-Morning City. But this wasn't the closest place to Depression Village. He had deliberately taken a detour to come here in order to avoid any future disasters that might occur to the Ju family. With a thought, the flesh and blood on his face twisted, turning into a completely strange and ordinary face. Besides a pair of deep and serene eyes, this face didn't stand out at all in the crowd. After tidying himself up a bit, Qin Yu walked towards Mid-Morning City. There were only 2 days left until the date that Feng Qing had given him. After the dark star ice serpent advanced, it slept more than it woke up, and its spirit was dispirited. Luckily, this only lasted for 3 days before it returned to normal. The high-level figures of the sect let out a long breath of relief. Xiong Ziyue could almost hear the disappointed sighs of the other beast trainer grandmasters. For these past 3 days, he had been at his teacher's side, busying himself with checking on the dark star ice serpent's condition. He had been so busy that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Only now did he have some free time. After cleaning himself up and about to rest, Xiong Ziyue suddenly remembered that he had mentioned to his teacher 3 days ago that the dark star ice serpent had suddenly advanced. Should I go check it out after I wake up? After hesitating for several breaths of time, Xiong Ziyue let out a deep breath. He gathered himself and went to the study, taking out the jade slip that recorded the dark star ice serpent's data. He was well aware that his talent could only be considered above average. The reason he was able to become one of the more outstanding disciples of his teacher was because he worked harder than others. After carefully examining the data, Xiong Ziyue soon immersed himself in it, as if he didn't feel tired at all. He waited until the moon was high in the sky before he looked up from the massive amount of data. He subconsciously frowned. There wasn't anything different. Everything seemed normal, but this normalcy made Xiong Ziyue feel that something was wrong. If there wasn't any external interference, how could the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? Although it was possible for a bloodline mutation to occur, the chances were far too small. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent reached adulthood, it had already opened a bloodline promotion ritual. The chances of another mutation were nearly zero. Just what is wrong? Xiong Ziyue took a deep breath. He buried his head back into the data, trying to find the crux of the vast and complex records. After an unknown period of time, a simple and informal record fell into his eyes. This was a record made by the apprentice beast trainer that took care of the Dark Star Ice Serpent. This record contained information on the changes in the Dark Star Ice Serpent's blood vitality fluctuations. This record itself wasn't too valuable. In addition, another disciple of his teacher had already reviewed it and placed it into a file. Xiongziue had only skimmed through it before. If it weren't for the Dark Star Ice Serpent's sudden advancement arousing suspicion, he feared it would never be looked through again. But now, this set of data was like a spark in the dark night, illuminating the darkness and confusion in Xiongziue's heart. He immediately found other similar data records. After carefully extracting them, he was finally able to mark a simple diagram of the changes in the Dark Star Ice Serpent's blood vitality fluctuations before it advanced. This slightly raised curve caused Xiongziue's breathing to become heavier. But this alone wasn't enough. He needed more evidence. Xiongziue hurriedly gathered up the extracted data and pushed open the door. In the hazy darkness of the early morning, he stepped into the sect's treasury department. Here was the detailed data on the Dark Star Ice Serpent's meals. Xiongziue was well aware that no one else had approached the Dark Star Ice Serpent during this period of time. If so, then its advancement must be related to something it ate. With the data diagram, he quickly found the items the Dark Star Ice Serpent ate. In order to avoid any accidents and also to record the data, the sect's high-level spirit beasts 8 records were extremely important and they were kept in an extremely complete state. Some of the more important items would be kept as samples. Only after the spirit beasts had eaten them would they be used again. This was to prevent the spirit beasts that the sect raised with great effort from being poisoned by hostile influences. Similar incidents had occurred many times in these past years. Xiongziue arrived just in time. The preserved items hadn't been taken away yet. After comparing them to the ordinary materials and not finding anything, he turned his attention to this. 2 hours later, Xiongziue looked at a light grey leaf in his hand. Its surface was covered with some sort of silver-white lines. Xiongziue's eyes widened in disbelief. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up and knocked over a table. But he didn't seem to notice anything as he rushed out of the Treasury Department. TSK, did you see? These Lord Beast trainers are usually a bit crazy. From now on, be good and stay far away from them. The old cultivator guarding the door had an experienced look on his face. The several young cultivators around him nodded. Qin Yu asked around and soon found where Sky Declaring Pavilion was located. The recruitment of a beast trainer was a major event and there were special personnel to receive them. Mister, may I ask if you have already signed up? If you have, please inform us of your personal information. The female cultivator behind the counter smiled sweetly. Ning Qin. The female cultivator quickly looked up the information. Her mouth fell open as she hurriedly stood up. She respectfully said, "So it is Grandmaster Ning Qin. Your initial examination has passed and you may directly enter the final examination." The surroundings fell silent. Many people looked at him in astonishment before revealing awe. No one dared to tamper with their information. Sky Declaring Pavilion would also make a simple judgment, so there was no way to hide it. Without a doubt, this common-looking youth in front of them was a genuine beast trainer grandmaster. He hadn't thought of this, but with Feng Qing's status, it wasn't difficult for her to accomplish this. Qin Yu calmly nodded. The female cultivator handed over a black jade card. Grandmaster Ning Qin, your final examination time, location, and requirements are all written within. If you have any questions, you may come and ask them at any time. Then, she handed over a card. Because of your honored status, Sky Declaring Pavilion has already booked the best guest room in the city's beckoning moon court for you. This is the room card, please accept it. All expenses incurred during the examination may be recorded on this card. Thank you. After receiving the final examination jade card and letting go, Qin Yu left in front of everyone. Grandmaster Rong looked down at the recorded data, his fingers trembling. After a long time, he closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Ziue, if your data isn't wrong, we should be able to find key material evidence in the treasury. Xiongziue glanced at her teacher. She clenched her teeth and took out a blade of grass. Teacher, I have already gone to the treasury and found the leaf of this ash thread grass. Ash thread grass? Grandmaster Roang took the leaf in his hand. By relying on his sharp senses as a beast trainer, he immediately sensed that this seemingly ordinary ash thread grass leaf contained some sort of unusual strength. He stood up and brought the ash thread grass leaf to the research room. After a moment, he looked at the data he obtained and shock filled his face. In order to ensure that the data was accurate, he immediately carried out 2 more identical experiments. The data he obtained was nearly the same. To think that such an amazingly effective ash thread grass exists in this world. The one who cultivated it must be a true Grandmaster-level existence. Grandmaster Roang looked up, his voice resolute and decisive. Report to the sect. We must find this Grandmaster no matter the cost. Chapter 691. The discovered ash thread grass. From Feng Qing's expression, it could be determined that what she said was true. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He lightly said, I agree to this request. In addition, if your performance satisfies me and the situation is within my control, I will provide you with an additional guarantee of safety. Feng Qing was overjoyed. Thank you. This was originally an additional request that she was planning to make in the future after she provided him with some help. For Qin Yu to agree on his own initiative was naturally for the best. Qin Yu said, There's no hurry to thank me. Tell me your plan first. Feng Qing's tone became even more respectful. Although I am the manager of Sky Declaring Pavilion on the surface, the various branches have stewards and there are also elders patrolling everywhere. I cannot do things as I please. So, the best method is for you to become a member of Sky Declaring Pavilion so that I can make arrangements for you. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. If your worries aren't wrong, then there should be people secretly monitoring you. Everything you do will be watched by others. Feng Qing nodded. What you say is correct. In order to avoid being discovered by others, we will need to find a suitable turning point. She paused for a moment. Please forgive my daughter for being presumptuous. In a situation where your cultivation is temporarily inconvenient, do you have any other abilities? Qin Yu rubbed his chin. What is the easiest way to enter Sky Declaring Pavilion? Alchemists and beast trainers. There has always been a shortage of masters in these aspects. Feng Qing revealed an awkward expression. But, Sky Declaring Pavilion has extremely high requirements. You must be sufficiently outstanding. For better or worse, Qin Yu had stayed in this world for some time and had learned some things. There wasn't much to say about alchemists, but beast trainers were a profession that specialized in raising powerful monster beasts. His cultivation hadn't been restored yet, so he couldn't walk down the path of alchemy for the time being. But, he could disguise himself as a beast trainer, but he still had to make sure. Give me Sky Declaring Pavilion's criteria for recruiting beast trainers. Feng Qing didn't doubt him. She took out a jade slip and respectfully placed it on the table. Qin Yu's lips twitched. Just tell me. Feng Qing revealed a look of surprise. She paused for a moment and then said, Reporting to you, beast trainers that enter Sky Declaring Pavilion must be able to raise spirit food by themselves. They must control the method of raising them and ensure that the strength of the spirit beasts can steadily increase. Moreover, they must complete the tasks assigned to them at each time. If you can enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer, that would be for the best. This is because many times the materials needed to raise spirit beasts can also be used by cultivators. In terms of reporting losses and replenishing losses, I can relax the boundaries. It's just that, before she finished speaking, Qin Yu already understood what she meant. The stronger the spirit beast was, the more precious the materials they could come into contact with would be, and vice versa. If one's level was average, then even if they could obtain materials, they might still be of little value to a divine Tao existence. Qin Yu had a general idea of what to do. All right. I will enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer. It was impossible to see how deep his thoughts were from his expression. Feng Qing nodded. Soon, Sky Declaring Pavilion will be holding a large-scale beast trainer recruitment event. Please give me your personal information and beast trainer rank and I will help you complete the registration. Like this, you will be entering Sky Declaring Pavilion through the normal procedures and won't arouse any suspicion. My name is Ning Qin. Blue Sea Realm Cultivation. Beast Trainer Rank, High Silver Moon. Feng Qing looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. Beast trainers were divided into 3 ranks: Starry Sky, Silver Moon, and Great Sunday. Each rank was divided into low, middle, and high ranks. A high Silver Moon beast trainer could be respectfully called a Grandmaster. With the formidable strength of a divine Tao existence and their long lifespans, it wasn't impossible for them to become a high Silver Moon beast trainer. But what did that final probably mean? Could it be that Ning Qin was still holding back? Could he be even stronger? But she could only bury these doubts in her heart. Feng Qing was smart enough not to ask. There are still over a dozen days until the beast trainer recruitment event begins. Do you need me to make arrangements for you during this time? Qin Yu said, no need. Just give me the address and I will go there myself. Feng Qing mentioned several places where the beast trainer recruitment event would be held at the same time. Qin Yu memorized them and stood up. Miss Feng Qing, let's part ways here. He stepped out, not looking back as he said, do not let Julie know about my matters. I don't want any side issues to crop up. Feng Qing respectfully nodded. When she looked up, Qin Yu had already left. Is your soul damaged so you can't use your divine sense? If this was really the case, then his injuries were far more serious than she had imagined. By the time Julie learned that Qin Yu had left, it was already the evening of the next day. Was it because of his previous attitude? For such a minor matter, he had actually missed out on Miss Feng Qing. This was a person who could change his destiny, a person who was so incredibly stupid. With such a narrow mind and shrewdness, he was destined to live a mediocre life. It would be difficult for him to achieve anything. Across from him, Feng Qing's eyes flashed. In the end, she wasn't able to suppress the puzzlement in her heart. Julie, is he really your fiancé? Her puzzled tone had a completely different meaning in Julie's ears. Her face flushed red and she flatly denied, he isn't. I only received his graciousness in the past. Under the pressure of my family's elders, I had no choice but to temporarily agree, but I absolutely will not be together with him. She didn't like such a worthless man. Ah, so that's how it is. Feng Qing whispered. She looked at Julie, a strange light in her eyes. With her intelligence, she soon guessed the relationship between Qin Yu and Julie. It should be because the Ju family had given him a great deal of help when he was injured, so this was the reason he was especially taken care of. As Feng Qing thought about how a divine Tao existence was so unbearable in Julie's eyes, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. She really didn't know how lucky she was. If in the future Julie learned the truth, just what sort of expression would he have? With the speed of the purple-back blue-wing ants, even if Qin Yu carefully hid his tracks, he would still be able to smoothly return to Depression Village in 2 days. Without accident, this would be the last time he would come here. First, he would bid farewell to the 2 old men, and second, he would have to take away the unconscious chicken overlord. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. The granny had an anxious expression. After Qin Yu left, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Although the old man was anxious, he still managed to maintain his calm demeanor. He nodded at Qin Yu and said, "It's been hard on you to make this trip." He was increasingly satisfied with Qin Yu. He didn't know what had happened, but he was still willing to follow an immortal. This matter was enough to test Qin Yu's character. If Ali could really be together with this boy Qin, that would be her good fortune. Qin Yu smiled. "Old man, Granny, you don't need to worry. The reason the immortal called me over is because Ali's performance was outstanding and she was chosen by an even more formidable influence. She became the personal attendant of one of the young misses. Rest assured, this is a good thing. Ali will definitely have good prospects in the future and she will be filial to you." The granny let out a long breath and clasped her hands together. On her joyful face, every wrinkle was filled with sincerity. There was true Buddhism in this world. There was once an ascetic who passed by Wali village and gave the villagers the care and help of spring. From then on, the granny became a Buddhist believer. The old man was stubborn. He snorted and said, "It's not good for a girl to be too headstrong. She should just obediently follow the immortal and learn some skills. What's the point of messing around?" He waved his hand. Let's not talk about her. Old woman, go and kill a chicken. I'll go to the village entrance to get some wine. Little Chin, you've worked hard. Let's have a good drink tonight. The granny agreed with a smile and turned to grab the chicken. Chin pressed down on the old man and picked up the bamboo wine tube. Wait here, I'll go get some wine. When he returned with the bamboo barrel, the granny hadn't even started killing the chicken. When she saw Chin, she quickly gestured with her hands. The old man coughed. He helplessly said, Old woman said that the chicken in your room hasn't woken up for several days. It's most likely on the verge of death. You might as well kill it while it's still alive and eat its meat. If it's dead, it won't taste good. Chin nearly laughed out loud. If the chicken overlord knew that it had almost been killed and stewed, its expression would surely be wonderful. He held back his laughter and made up a story. He said that the chicken had grown up together with him and that they had a deep relationship. The granny patted Chin's shoulder in praise. The old man said with a straight face, It's just a feathered animal. Even if you have feelings, you shouldn't be so stubborn. The dinner was very sumptuous. The old man made an exception and drank several cups. His face was flushed red as he pulled Chin over and said many things. He even said that he wanted to start a family with Ali and have a few more children. Hearing this, Chin broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly helped the old man back to his room to rest. For the next few days, Chin stayed at home. After the black-horned sheep were transferred out, there was less work to do. He learned carpentry from the old man. Although Old Man Jew didn't say anything, one could tell from his smug smile that he was quite satisfied with Chin's learning speed. Afterwards, Chin became the main force. Old Man Jew would occasionally give him pointers. He reclined in his chair and drank tea, feeling quite content. Brat Chin, these tables and chairs are very well made. In terms of carving patterns, they have already surpassed me. This is all because of the good teachings of the old man. Even though Old Man Jew knew that Chin was speaking nonsense, he still laughed heartily. Chin walked over and picked up a cup of herbal tea, drinking it in one gulp. Old man, is this the last set of carpentry that you have? The old man nodded. Yes. I can rest for several days. Chin smiled as he laid down the teacup. He thought about how to speak, but he had underestimated this old man's insight. His sudden silence caused Old Man Jew to frown. His lips moved and he said in a low voice, Brat Chin, you want to leave? Chin was startled. He immediately nodded. Yes. He thought for a moment and was about to explain when he was interrupted by the old man. There's no need to say more. Since you want to leave, you must have your own reasons. Old Man Jew sighed. Youth is capital. Taking advantage of your youth, it's not a bad idea to go out and explore the world. But you must remember that the outside world is full of evil people. Don't put yourself in danger easily. After all, good luck won't always be by your side. Chin bowed respectfully. Thank you for the reminder, old man. I will definitely be more careful. Remember, if you feel tired one day, come back to Wally Village. Whether this old woman and I are here or not, this will always be your home. There will always be a bowl of rice and a bed for you. Chin's heart warmed. Old man, I will remember your words. Not wanting to be haunted by the emotions of parting, he joked. I will leave behind a pill. Remember to take one every month. Who knows, you might become younger and give Ali another relative. You brat. Scram. The next day, as the skies began to brighten, Chin left the Jew family. He glanced at the small courtyard and then left without looking back. To him, the simple and warm life of a mortal was a luxury. It was time to end it. Mr. Rong sat behind a desk, a faint smile on his face. He accepted the congratulations of his disciples, his demeanor radiant and radiant. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's sudden breakthrough had left the sect's high-level figures overjoyed. They immediately blocked off news of this and prepared to give their opponents a pleasant surprise in the Beast King War 2 months from now. At the same time, Mr. Rong had been given a massive number of incomparably precious and priceless rewards. As Mr. Rong's disciples, the several youths felt honored. Moreover, the higher their teacher's status in the sect was, the more benefits they would obtain. Today, the other Grandmaster Beast Trainer disciples had envious looks on their faces, causing them to feel proud for a long time. Mr. Roang had a calm personality. He quickly composed himself and lifted a hand. That's enough. Now that my lineage is attracting attention, you should be even more cautious in your actions. Don't forget yourself and be laughed at by others. It doesn't matter if I teach you. Teacher is right. We disciples will remember. We will not allow teacher's face to be damaged. Looking at his respectful disciples, Mr. Roang revealed a gratified look. They were all youths with outstanding talent. As long as they worked hard and diligently, they would surely have great achievements in the future. But at this time, he revealed a bit of surprise. Ziyue, your eyebrows are slightly furrowed. Is there something on your mind? Xiong Ziyue respectfully said, Teacher, this disciple is just puzzled. Why did the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? According to the statistical data and its recent performance, even if everything goes smoothly, it will still take at least half a year before it can complete the accumulation of strength to advance. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent advanced, although its strength has greatly increased and all aspects of its data are within the normal range, its spirit is actually a bit sluggish and it is still in a deep slumber. Mr. Roang revealed a look of praise. Very good. Ziyue, you were able to use realistic data as a starting point and not be overwhelmed by joy. This is very rare. To tell the truth, although I am confident that I can help the dark star ice serpent advance, as you said, it will take time. As for this sudden advancement, there are also some areas that I don't understand. If you have the energy, you can try to unravel it and see if you can obtain any harvests. Xiong Ziyue put away the jade slip that recorded the data in her hands. She nodded and said, Very well, teacher. I will divert some of my energy into this aspect. If I have any harvests, I will report to you at any time. The Upper Prime Mountain Range stretched for nearly 1,000,000 miles. Although the terrain was dangerous and monster beasts frequently appeared, it was also because of this that it contained rich resources that a massive number of cultivators were attracted to it. After a long time, hundreds of cities of different sizes rose from the ground in the mountains and forests, becoming shining pearls that decorated the dark mountains in the darkness of the night. Amongst these several hundred pearls, Mid-Morning City was the largest and most dazzling one. As one of the publicly recognized strongest influences in the Upper Prime Mountain Range, Sky Declaring Pavilion naturally placed their chess pieces in the city. Hum, the low and deep humming sound quickly faded away. In a mountain not too far away from Mid-Morning City, Qin Yu walked out with steady steps. He calmly looked at the city that never slept. One of the locations that Feng Qing had given him for the beast trainer recruitment was in Mid-Morning City. But this wasn't the closest place to Depression Village. He had deliberately taken a long detour to come here in order to avoid any future disasters that might occur to the Ju family. With a thought, the flesh and blood on his face twisted, turning into a completely strange and ordinary face. Besides a pair of deep and serene eyes, this face didn't stand out at all in the crowd. After tidying himself up a bit, Qin Yu walked towards Mid-Morning City. There were only 2 days left until the date that Feng Qing had given him for the recruitment. After the dark star ice serpent advanced, it slept more than it woke up, and its spirit was dispirited. Luckily, this only lasted for 3 days before it returned to normal. The high-level figures of the sect let out a long sigh of relief. Xiong Ziyue could almost hear the disappointed sighs of the other beast trainer grandmasters. For these past 3 days, he had been at his teacher's side, busying himself with checking on the dark star ice serpent's condition. He had been so busy that he had lost his mind. It was only now that he had some free time. After cleaning himself up and about to rest, Xiong Ziyue suddenly remembered that he had mentioned to his teacher 3 days ago that the dark star ice serpent had suddenly advanced. Should I go check it out after I wake up? After hesitating for several breaths of time, Xiong Ziyue let out a deep breath. He gathered himself and went to the study, taking out the jade slip that recorded the dark star ice serpent's data. He was well aware that his martial talent was only above average. The reason he was able to become one of the more outstanding disciples of his teacher was because he worked harder than others. After carefully examining the data, Xiong Ziyue soon immersed himself in it, as if he didn't feel tired at all. It was only when the moon hung high in the sky that he looked up from the massive amount of data. He subconsciously frowned. There wasn't anything different. Everything seemed normal. But this normalcy made Xiongzhiwe feel that something was wrong. If there wasn't any external interference, how could the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? Although it was possible for a bloodline mutation to occur, the chances were far too small. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent reached adulthood, it had already opened a bloodline promotion ritual. The chances of another mutation were nearly zero. Just what is wrong? Xiongzhiwe took a deep breath and immersed himself in the data once more. He tried to find the crux of the vast and complex records. After an unknown period of time, a simple and informal record fell into his eyes. This was a record made by the apprentice beast trainer that took care of the dark star ice serpent. This record contained information on the changes in the dark star ice serpent's blood vitality fluctuations. This record itself wasn't too valuable. In addition, it had already been reviewed by another disciple of his teacher and placed into a file. Xiongzhiwe had only skimmed through it before. If it weren't for the dark star ice serpent's sudden advancement arousing suspicions, this record might never have been looked through again. But now, this set of data was like a spark in the dark night, illuminating the darkness and confusion in Xiongzhiwe's heart. He immediately found other similar data records. After carefully extracting them, he was finally able to mark a simple diagram of the changes in the dark star ice serpent's blood vitality fluctuations before it advanced. This slight curve caused Xiongzhiwe's breath to quicken. But this alone wasn't enough. He needed more evidence. Xiongzhiwe hurriedly gathered up the extracted data and pushed open the door. Against the hazy darkness of the early morning, he stepped into the sect's treasury department. Here was the detailed data on what the dark star ice serpent had eaten. Xiongzhiwe was well aware that no one else had approached the dark star ice serpent during this time. If so, then its advancement must be related to something it had eaten. With the data diagram, he quickly found the items that the dark star ice serpent had eaten. In order to avoid any accidents and also to record the data, the sect's high-level spirit beasts feeding records were extremely important and they were kept in an extremely complete state. Some of the more important items would be kept as samples. Only after it was determined that the spirit beasts hadn't eaten anything wrong would they be used again. This was to prevent the spirit beasts that the sect had painstakingly raised from being poisoned and murdered by hostile influences. Similar incidents had occurred many times in these past years. Xiongzhiwe arrived just in time. The items that had been kept as samples hadn't been taken away yet. After comparing them to the ordinary materials and not finding anything, he turned his attention to this place. 2 hours later, Xiongzhiwe looked at a light grey leaf in his hand. Its surface was covered with some sort of silver-white lines. Xiongzhiwe's eyes widened in disbelief. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up and knocked over a table. But he didn't seem to notice this at all. He rushed out of the warehouse. TSK, did you see? These Lord Beast trainers are usually a bit crazy. From now on, be good and stay far away from them. The old cultivator guarding the door had an experienced look on his face. The several young cultivators around him nodded. Qin Yu asked around and found where Sky Declaring Pavilion was located. The recruitment of a beast trainer was a major event and there were specialized personnel there to receive them. Mister, may I ask if you have already registered? If you have, please inform us of your personal information. The female cultivator behind the counter smiled sweetly. Ning Qin. The female cultivator quickly looked up the information. Her mouth fell open and she quickly stood up. She respectfully said, "So it is Grandmaster Ning Qin. Your initial examination has passed and you may directly enter the final examination." The surroundings fell silent. Many people looked at him in astonishment before revealing awe. No one dared to tamper with their information. Sky Declaring Pavilion would also make a simple judgment, so there was no way to hide it. Without a doubt, this common-looking youth in front of them was a genuine beast trainer grandmaster. He hadn't thought of this, but with Feng Qing's status, it wasn't difficult for her to accomplish this. Qin Yu calmly nodded. The female cultivator handed over a black jade card. Grandmaster Ning Qin, your final examination time, location, and requirements are all written within. If you have any questions, you can come and ask them at any time. Then, she handed over a card. Because of your honored status, Sky Declaring Pavilion has already booked the best guest room in the city's beckoning moon court for you. This is the room card, please accept it. All expenses incurred during the examination may be recorded on this card. Thank you. After receiving the final examination jade card and letting go, Qin Yu left in front of everyone. Grandmaster Rong looked down at the recorded data. His fingers trembled. After a long time, he closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Ziyue, if your data isn't wrong, we should be able to find key material evidence in the warehouse. Xiong Ziyue glanced at her teacher. She clenched her teeth and took out a blade of grass. Teacher, I have already gone to the warehouse and found the leaf of this ash thread grass. Ash thread grass? Grandmaster Rong took the leaf in his hand. By relying on his sharp senses as a beast trainer, he immediately sensed that this seemingly ordinary ash thread grass leaf contained some sort of unusual strength. He stood up and brought the ash thread grass leaf to the research room. After a moment, he looked at the data he obtained and his face filled with shock. In order to ensure that the data was accurate, he immediately carried out 2 more identical experiments. The data he obtained was nearly the same. To think that such an astonishing ash thread grass exists in this world. The one who cultivated it must be a true Grandmaster level existence. Chapter 692. Teacher. Xiong Ziyue had a complex expression. Master Rong smiled. What? Did you think that teacher would conceal this matter and keep the reward from the sect? No, this disciple wouldn't dare. Teacher has received the sect's offerings, so I will do my best. You should have already realized how important this ash thread grass is to the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Master Rong's tone was solemn. You are the disciple I value the most. In the future, you must remember that there are things in this world that you cannot do. Even if you face greater temptations, you must uphold the integrity and bottom line of a beast trainer. Xiong Ziyue had an excited expression. She respectfully bowed. Teacher, you will always be my role model. You will always illuminate the road ahead for me. She took several steps back and hurried away. The high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect were shaken. They summoned several beast trainer grandmasters to verify the data Xiong Ziyue provided and the effects of the ash thread grass. Their eyes filled with excitement. According to the conclusion of the several beast trainer grandmasters, this ash thread grass contained a strange strength that could stimulate the Dark Star Ice Serpent's bloodline. Once it accumulated enough strength, it could naturally make a breakthrough. This time, the reason that the Dark Star Ice Serpent seemed dispirited after its advancement was because it had accumulated insufficient strength. It had used up its flesh and blood essence energy to make a breakthrough. In theory, as long as it obtained enough of the same ash thread grass, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's future advancements would be smooth. Even if it developed resistance towards medicinal properties and the effects decreased, that would only happen after 2 or even 3 more advancements. The high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect could already see themselves surpassing their ancestors and raising the strongest guardian spirit beast of the sect. If they could smoothly accomplish this, then with the Dark Star Ice Serpent's protection, the Hidden Fog sect's tens of thousands of years of foundation would be preserved. This was the greatest event that allowed the inheritance of the sect to continue its teachings. The various factions within the Hidden Fog sect had reached an unprecedented unity. Hurry! Find the source of this ash thread grass. This matter concerns the tens of thousands of years of our sect's foundation. This matter must be kept secret and not known by outsiders. No matter the price, we must ask that Grandmaster to help us and provide a batch of precious ash thread grass to our Hidden Fog sect. Thanks to the foresight of the sect's ancestors, they had detailed records of materials used by high-level spirit beasts. They soon locked onto its source, Upper Prime Mountain Range, Descendant City. The Greenwood Hall was a shop that Zhenmu had stationed in Kuan City. It mainly sold all kinds of precious spiritual items cultivated by the Zhenmu sect. At the same time, it also had the function of gathering information. The original shopkeeper of this place was an early divine soul realm cultivator. After waiting for nearly 100 years, a replacement finally arrived. He didn't even have time to pack up his things before he happily departed on the same day. For the cultivators of the Truewood faction, cultivating in the outside world was not as comfortable as cultivating in their own sect. With the sect's grand array gathering the world's verdant wood aura, it was enough to increase their cultivation speed by several folds. The new shopkeeper was a young cultivator. It was said that he was a disciple of the very powerful Elder Yu Qing. But not long ago, after a storm, Elder Yu Qing lost a great deal of face and became the laughingstock of the sect. The sect master's faction took advantage of this opportunity to expel him and take away a lot of his power. This new shopkeeper was clearly one of the sacrifices. Otherwise, how could an elder's disciple with extraordinary potential be sent to such a place that was akin to being exiled? Sensing the cold and gloomy aura of the new innkeeper in the inner hall, the subordinates sensibly stayed far away from him. They greeted their customers separately, afraid that they would be blamed if they were not careful. But when would such days come to an end? As everyone was groaning inwardly, the light at the entrance flickered and 3 figures walked in. At the front was a thin old man. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a scholarly aura and a tall and sturdy red-skinned man with his eyes closed. "What do the 3 of you need?" A verdant wood sect cultivator hurried forwards. This was an immortal shop and there was an enchantment placed outside. Only cultivators could enter. The thin old man's voice was hoarse. "About 2 months ago, you sold a mutated ash thread grass here. The buyer was Pengcheng's Chizzy Chamber of Commerce. I am the final user of this ash thread grass and there are some matters I need to inquire of you." The verdant wood sect cultivator's complexion changed. He still remembered this matter. After all, the reason Zhu Li was able to enter the Truewood faction was because of this ash thread grass. Afterwards, it had caused a storm and left a deep impression on him. Now, someone had come knocking on his door. Was there something wrong with that ash thread grass? This was truly a great problem. Cough. 3 guests, please wait a moment. This matter is not something I can handle. Please allow me to ask the shopkeeper to come out. The thin old man nodded. The manservant hurried into the hall. A few breaths later, with an angry snort, the new shopkeeper walked out with a sullen expression. 3 guests, so much time has passed. No one knows if there were any accidents during the delivery process. Are you going to cause trouble for my Truewood sect just because of a mere ash thread grass? Several guests in the hall turned their heads and looked at him with puzzled eyes. The mutated ash thread grass was extremely precious to ordinary mortals, but to cultivators, it was just a relatively rare spirit herb. Even if it had some value, it was not worth it. Furthermore, this shop was opened by the Truewood sect. It was not a wise decision to become enemies with them over a spirit herb. Several Truewood sect disciples widened their eyes. They did not expect the new shopkeeper to be such an idiot. If he could not say such words out loud, wouldn't he be giving himself away? He was confessing without being pressed. The thin old man furrowed his eyebrows and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "I have no intention of causing trouble. You only need to tell me the source of this ash thread grass." The new shopkeeper sneered. "Since there is no problem with the ash thread grass sold in this shop, I have nothing else to say. If there is nothing else, please leave." How insolent. The thin old man lifted his hand and grasped it. A terrifying strength gushed out from the void. Before anyone could clearly see his movements, the new shopkeeper had already been grabbed by the throat. "Old Wei, please calm your anger," the white-faced middle-aged man hurriedly said. Old Wei's eyes flashed with a scarlet-red light. His tone was icy cold, every word filled with a ruthlessness that left one despairing. "Answer my questions honestly. This is your last chance." The new shopkeeper loosened his grip. He gasped for breath, his face deathly pale. "This person dared to kill me. He actually dared to kill me." When the manservant reported, the new shopkeeper was sure that this was his chance for revenge. The reason why he had fallen to such a state was all because of Zhu Li, and these people had come for her. His thoughts raced. He decided to deliberately provoke these people so that they wouldn't hesitate to pursue the matter because of Julie's current status. But he never imagined that he would nearly lose his life because of this. The new shopkeeper didn't doubt that if it weren't for the middle-aged man speaking up just now, he would already be dead. Just where did these people come from? They acted so overbearingly and didn't place the true Wood sect in their eyes at all. But there was one thing he was sure of: they absolutely had extraordinary backgrounds and didn't fear Sky declaring Pavilion. Julie, you caused me to fall to such a state. This is your retribution. Senior, please calm your anger. I will immediately go check the files. Hurry, hurry, what are you waiting for? A moment later, Old Wei obtained all the information. He turned and left with the other two. Sky declaring Pavilion. He frowned, a dignified expression on his face. Grandmaster Rong, what do you think about this matter? The white-faced and scholarly man was one of the Hidden Fog sect's beast trainer grandmasters, Rong Wei. He thought for a moment and said, it should just be a coincidence. If Sky declaring Pavilion really knew that this female cultivator named Julie might know a Grandmaster-level existence that cultivates spiritual objects, they would never have allowed her to become Fengqing's maid. Rong Wei's eyes flashed. He continued to say, moreover, that true Wood sect cultivator just now should have deliberately provoked Old Wei in order to use you to continue investigating the matter of the ashline grass. There must be some sort of grudge between this person and Julie. If Julie's relationship with that Grandmaster is exposed, this person absolutely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Old Wei revealed a faint smile. Grandmaster Rong's words coincide with mine. But, as for the specifics, I will need to verify them. Because the recent events that occurred in the True Wood sect had taken place during the Great Sect meeting, it was impossible to keep it a secret. It had already spread far and wide. It didn't take too much time for the Hidden Fog sect's group of 3 to determine that no one had discovered the relationship between Julie and that mysterious Grandmaster. Sky declaring Pavilion is tyrannically strong. Although my Hidden Fog sect doesn't fear them, it isn't good for us to casually offend them. It would be best if we could think of a way to have them hand Julie over to us on their own initiative. Old Wei muttered to himself. Then, his eyes brightened. I've got it. Rong Wei frowned. Old Wei wants to use the ashline grass as an excuse. Old Wei knew that Qin Yu was a righteous person. He smiled and explained, it's just a stopgap measure. As long as Julie reveals information about that Grandmaster, not only will I not make things difficult for her, but I will even reward her handsomely. Rong Wei thought for a moment and slowly nodded. For now, that's all I can do. Beckoning Moon Court. Qin Yu was carefully reading through the detailed information on beast trainers in order to have a good grasp of the situation so that he wouldn't be exposed. The spiritual objects needed to raise monster beasts weren't difficult for him. The little blue lamp had always been successful in every endeavor. The only difficulty was how to make a spirit beast recognize him as a beast trainer. It had to be known that an official beast trainer had to have a formidable affinity and be able to obtain the monster beast's approval. Otherwise, it would be impossible to collect all sorts of detailed data on it. He laid down the book and rubbed his temples. This is the best choice. Although it isn't perfect, I can only take it one step at a time. In the worst-case scenario, even if he couldn't obtain the monster beast's approval, as long as he could raise high-quality spiritual objects, Sky declaring Pavilion would tacitly allow him to stay. Fengqing withdrew her divine sense from the jade slip. She frowned, a dignified expression on her face. Standing at the side, Julie was surprised. During this period of time she had been at the young Miss's side, she had never seen her with such an expression. Miss, is there something wrong? Fengqing took a deep breath, her complexion relaxing a little. It's just an accident, it's fine. She thought for a moment and then stood up. I will go and deal with it. You stay here and cultivate. Yes, miss. As she left, there were already Sky declaring Pavilion cultivators waiting outside. They looked behind Fengqing and respectfully said, Miss, are you prepared to protect her? The Hidden Fog sect was tyrannically strong and there were countless masters in their ranks. They weren't a force to be trifled with. Fengqing said, don't make this matter public for the time being. I will handle it appropriately. Yes. The person turned and left, a puzzled expression on his face. Although the young miss had a good heart, after all these years of experience, she was able to control her emotions. So, why was she treating Ju Li differently? Feng Qing certainly wouldn't tell him that there was someone standing behind Ju Li, someone she didn't even know was a divine realm expert. Even if she had to tear apart all pretense of cordiality with the hidden fog sect, she would never hand over Ju Li. Moreover, she faintly guessed that the ash-line grass that Ju Li had used to change her destiny should have been Qin Yu's handiwork. If it really was Qin Yu's creation, how could there have been a problem? Or, could it be that the hidden fog sect had discovered that there was something different about the ash-line grass? This was simply an excuse for them to approach Qin Yu. Feng Qing certainly didn't want others to discover Qin Yu's existence. But, this matter involved Ju Li, so she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Her thoughts raced. Feng Qing summoned a cultivator and had him look up the beast trainer recruitment procedures. Soon, she found Ning Qin's registration information. He was currently in Mid-Morning City. Feng Qing didn't dare to contact him through Sky Declaring Pavilion's intelligence network in order to avoid ruining her plans. She quickly wrote a letter and placed it in a bamboo tube. She tied it to the leg of a small black bird and whispered some words into its ear. Then, she let go and the small black bird shot into the air like an arrow, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This small black bird didn't seem remarkable, but it possessed the bloodline of an ancient monster beast. It was skilled at hiding its tracks and its speed was even more astonishing. It only needed a day to cross mountains and rivers to reach Mid-Morning City. As for what to do, that will be up to you to decide. Sky Declaring Pavilion's reply was that they needed to consider it and that the hidden fog sect should wait for a moment. Old Wei's complexion sank. He sneered, "These past years, Sky Declaring Pavilion has become increasingly domineering. Even for such a minor matter, they want to throw away my hidden fog sect's face. I want to see just what they want to do." This matter concerned the Dark Star Ice Serpent's future advancement, so the sect attached great importance to it. They couldn't allow any mistakes to occur. As long as they could ultimately achieve their goal, even falling out with Sky Declaring Pavilion was worth it. Old Wei suspects that Sky Declaring Pavilion has already sensed something. Rong Wei furrowed his eyebrows. "I don't think so, otherwise Sky Declaring Pavilion's reply would be much more reliable." Old Wei's expression relaxed. "Grandmaster Rong, what do you mean?" Rong Wei said, "I actually think that this is a good thing. It is impossible for Sky Declaring Pavilion to make us wait for a maid, unless the authority to deal with this maid isn't in their hands. Old Wei, we might as well wait patiently. Perhaps we will soon have an unexpected harvest." Qin Yu looked at the small black bird outside the window. The bamboo tube that held the letter on its leg was particularly eye-catching. At this time, the only one who had the ability to communicate with him like this should be Feng Qing. Could there be a change in the situation? He took the small bird in his hand and took off the bamboo tube. He quickly looked over the contents and subconsciously frowned. The ash thread grass for Ju Li? This was indeed unexpected. So much time had passed, yet it was still noticed. Was it because after the little blue lamp shined on the ash thread grass, something unusual had happened? This was the only possibility that could explain the current situation. This caused Qin Yu to be secretly vigilant. The beast trainers of this world seemed to have some sort of keen sense that they could actually sense this. If someone discovered the secret of the little blue lamp because of this, then that would be a big joke. He warned himself that he had to be more cautious in the future. Then, he had to consider what he should do next. The Hidden Fog sect clearly wanted Sky Declaring Pavilion to hand over Ju Li. If he didn't appear, then the Hidden Fog sect likely wouldn't give up. But, if they made excessive demands, what should he do? After a long time, Qin Yu let out a light breath, a firm expression on his face. Since it was because of him that something had happened, he naturally couldn't stay out of it. Now that he had restored a portion of his strength and had the help of the ant colony, even if there was a problem, he might be able to protect himself. Now, he had to see just what the Hidden Fog sect wanted. She put down Qin Yu's letter. "Sure enough, the ash thread grass was something that was produced by your hands. Then, it was clear that the hidden fog sect's so-called criticism of the ash thread grass was just an excuse. Her eyes flashed and a trace of envy appeared on Feng Qing's face. It seemed that Julie's status in your heart was even higher than she expected. In this situation, he didn't hesitate to risk being discovered and agree to contact the hidden fog sect. Or, even if you couldn't use your divine sense, you still had a way to protect yourself and wouldn't place yourself in a truly dangerous situation. Feng Qing didn't dare to underestimate the strength and mysteriousness of a divine realm existence. She shook her head and suppressed these thoughts. Since he had already made his decision, she would do as he said. She picked up a jade slip and wrote an official reply, ordering her subordinates to send it out. Mid-morning city. Old Wei stood up. Let's go now. That mysterious Grandmaster had actually shown himself. Rong Wei's face was also filled with excitement. This was because the strange energy contained within the ash thread grass allowed him to see a brand new and vast world. Behind the two of them, the red-skinned big fellow who had his eyes closed suddenly lay down on the ground. With a deep roar, a monstrous light flashed and a 70 to 80-foot long tiger appeared on the ground. A pair of wings spread out from its back and it was hundreds of feet long. Old Wei and Rong Wei flew onto the tiger's back and sat down. The tiger flapped its wings and howled into the skies. In a short half a day, the two of them arrived outside Mid-Morning City. The tiger landed on the ground and turned back into a big fellow. The three of them quickly entered the city. And today just happened to be the day that Sky Declaring Pavilion would be hiring beast trainers. When Old Wei learned from Feng Qing that the mysterious Grandmaster was present at the final hearing, his complexion immediately darkened. This was completely different from his original plans. A Grandmaster that could cultivate such precious ash thread grass should certainly be brought back to the hidden fog sect, otherwise how could they be willing? Miss Feng Qing, why didn't you tell us about this ahead of time? Feng Qing had an innocent expression. Old Mr. Wei, Grandmaster Ning Qin signed up a long time ago to participate in this hiring event. Today is only a coincidence. Her eyes flashed. I wonder, why are you so anxious to see Grandmaster Ning Qin? What is it for? Old Wei's face stiffened. Rong Wei smiled. The ash thread grass that Grandmaster Ning Qin cultivated is extremely outstanding, so he must be a true Grandmaster level character. The hidden fog sect has always been thirsty for talent, so I naturally wanted to make contact with him after discovering him. But, I never thought that Miss Feng Qing would be one step ahead of me. What a pity. I wonder if Miss Feng Qing can arrange for us to meet with Grandmaster Ning Qin as soon as possible after the final hearing ends. I hope that I can have an exchange with Grandmaster Ning Qin in the area of beast raising. Feng Qing smiled. Of course. Grandmaster Ning Qin has already agreed to come see you too after the final hearing ends. ###. Chapter 693. Mid-Morning City, Sky Declaring Pavilion Branch. The final beast trainer recruitment examination had already begun. Looking at the silver-white door that was tightly shut, groups of youths spread out, their faces filled with envy. Those that could enter the final examination were all outstanding beast trainers. Although they all had talent in this aspect, it was unknown just how much time they had to spend in order to reach this step. Perhaps they might never be able to reach this step in their entire lives. Therefore, it was very important to find a good teacher. This was also the greatest hope that they had harbored in their hearts after racking their brains to come here. I heard that our Mid-Morning City branch division has received a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster. If you can be chosen by this person, becoming an official beast trainer is just around the corner. In a small team, the young man who spoke had a head of rare long grey hair. It lay softly on his forehead and had a look of longing on his face. Advanced Silver Moon, this was a legendary creature that they had never seen before. The petite female cultivator next to him sneered, "Stop daydreaming. The final trial has already begun, and I heard that the Grandmaster hasn't arrived yet. I'm afraid that he has already been identified in secret and won't go through the ordinary procedures." Although she was mocking him, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. If she could really become an in-name disciple of a master, it would be a chance to change her fate, but it was a pity. A slightly hoarse voice came into everyone's ears, calm but firm. The status of an advanced master of the Silver Moon is very noble. It's normal for him to arrive late. Even if we really miss the opportunity, as long as we work hard enough, we can still achieve something. Under her light purple bangs, her long eyelashes fluttered, adding a touch of gentleness to her coquettish face. The young female cultivator's mocking expression changed. She respectfully bowed. Big sister Yundai is right. Several young cultivators nodded in agreement. It was clear that she had a high status in this small group. At this moment, a creaking sound rang out. Everyone was trying their best to keep their voices down, but the sound was exceptionally clear. The other end of the passageway was opened, and apart from a pair of eyes, a young man with an ordinary appearance and clothes walked in. When he saw the scene before him, he frowned and seemed a little surprised. And at this moment, there were also many people who were looking at him with a frown. Everyone knew what day it was. Perhaps it could change their lives in the future. One more person meant one more variable, further diluting the already frighteningly low probability. More importantly, everyone had received the notice and had been waiting here for a long time. How could this person join in midway? They couldn't help but wonder if this kid had gone through the back door, or if he had some connections. Thus, the gazes that gathered on him were filled with coldness, envy, and disdain, jealousy. Qin Yu frowned. He thought that if Sky Declaring Pavilion's final trial were to be presided over by these youths, it would be far too childish. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forwards. "Excuse me, is this the final trial of the beast trainers?" There was a sneer. "Of course. Otherwise, why would we come here so early in the morning?" The one who spoke was a slightly fat cultivator. His small eyes stared at Qin Yu with ill intent. But at this moment, he could feel the gazes of many beautiful sisters landing on him. Little Fatty was even more spirited now. Damn it, had he reached the peak of his life? "I've never had the honor of being noticed by so many beautiful ladies," Qin Yu said. "You came to participate in the final trial?" There was a hint of hesitation in his voice, but as it fell into the ears of everyone present, it was simply ridicule. "Bastard, even if you have a background and connections, you still dare to be so arrogant. Of those that could come here today, who didn't have some skill? Be careful that you don't end up with a bloody face. Let alone participating in the final trial of the beast trainers right now. Even if they could do this 30 years from now, they would still be grinning from ear to ear." Thinking of this, they found Qin Yu even more displeasing to the eye. "This little brat, it's like you are participating in the final trial. Why don't you stay here with us and pray that you'll be chosen by some beast trainer after the final trial?" After an awkward silence, the little fatty grinned. He really felt embarrassed. "This isn't the final trial. It is behind this door." Yundai didn't know why she was explaining this. She met Qin Yu's puzzled gaze and continued to say, "This isn't the entrance. The Lord Beast trainers will enter from the front door." So she had gone the wrong way. Qin Yu glanced at her and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder." He turned and walked back. He pulled open the door and vanished from everyone's sight. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Many people's eyes widened. The little fatty's lips twitched. "Is this fellow retarded?" There was a burst of light laughter before it was immediately tossed to the back of everyone's minds. In such a tense moment, no one wanted to be distracted by this strange brat. Yundai could sense the confusion in her companion's eyes. She lowered her head, covering her beautiful eyes. This was because there really wasn't anything she could explain about this matter. Just as Qin Yu pushed open the door, he saw two Sky Declaring Pavilion cultivators running towards him, sweating profusely. As they saw him, their eyes brightened and they repeatedly apologized. "Grandmaster Ning Qin, we are truly sorry. We didn't make proper preparations and wasted your precious time. I ask for Grandmaster's forgiveness." The middle-aged man beside them fell to his knees, his face pale and sweat streaming down his face. The final trial had already begun. This person had arrived a bit late to begin with. If he was delayed and something happened, would he still be able to live? "It's fine. I was the one who went the wrong way. Lead the way." "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster." After passing through an arched door, a spacious courtyard appeared in front of them. This was the final trial location. The three beast trainers revealed looks of impatience. If someone was responsible for presiding over the final trial, they definitely had some skill. After being left hanging here for such a long time, their mood could be imagined. If it weren't for the fact that they were high-level Silver Moon Masters, they would have already stormed off in a huff. Even now, they were only suppressing their anger. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the three beast trainers sucked in a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. Before determining the depths of this Grandmaster Ning Qin, it would be best if they didn't offend him. But as they saw Qin Yu standing behind the two sky-declaring pavilion cultivators, their faces stiffened. Although there were indeed geniuses in this world that could accomplish things that ordinary people couldn't, for them to believe that this boy in front of them was a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster was simply a joke. Just how had the preliminary trial been conducted? They had actually allowed a young junior to take advantage of a loophole. It was fine if he was tired of living and wanted to seek death, but he actually wanted to waste their time. In particular, of the three beast trainers, the younger one had a pale complexion. When he learned that a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster had come to apply, he had spent a great deal of effort to obtain the qualifications for today's final trial. He wanted to establish a good relationship with the Grandmaster ahead of time so that he could ask for guidance in the future. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would have been riddled with holes by now. Mr. Shu, Mr. Ju, Mr. Sun, Grandmaster Ning Qin has arrived. Sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, the two of them quickly drew back to the side. Sun Xiangzhang took a deep breath. You are Ning Qin? Good, very good. As he thought about the price he had paid in order to obtain today's position, as well as the ridicule he would inevitably receive from everyone, his complexion paled even further. Today's final trial topic is to use the materials prepared by Sky Declaring Pavilion to restore a sick Skylark to health in 4 hours. With a flick of his sleeves, the ground rumbled and cracked open, revealing stone steps leading underground. The Skylark is here, but the final trial has already begun an hour ago. In other words, you only have 3 hours to complete it. Begin. Shu and Ju sat down. They shook their heads and closed their eyes to rest. Today's topic wasn't easy to begin with. Only someone with the strength of a high-level Silver Moon would be able to cure a Skylark in 4 hours. Now, the time had been reduced by an hour and it was also this unreliable boy. Today's matter had to be reported to the pavilion and they would be given the compensation they deserved. It had to be known that a beast trainer's time was extremely precious. Qin Yu didn't care about the attitudes of the 3 final trial examiners. Since he came here, he had already expected this. He nodded to indicate that he understood the topic. Then, he walked up the stone steps. There was a loud rumbling above his head, but it wasn't dark in front of him. The beads embedded into the stone walls emitted a warm and bright light. Chapter 694. Mr. Ju suddenly opened his eyes. The baby in the Skylark's egg is no longer safe and its bloodthirsty nature has erupted. Will there be an accident if this boy enters? Before figuring out his identity, if something were to happen to him, it was likely to attract unnecessary trouble. Mr. Shu lightly said, "Don't worry. Before the examination began, I inspected the Skylark's condition. Its inner core has been damaged and it won't wake up for some time. That's good. This junior will find it hard to escape punishment. As long as nothing happens to him in our hands." Mr. Ju faintly smiled. Sun Xiangzhang suddenly said, "Two sirs, if there is an accident in the Skylark's egg, is its inner core damaged and not sick?" His face paled. Mr. Shu paused for a moment, a trace of annoyance in his eyes. He said, "Xiangzhang, I know that you were the one who took care of this Skylark before it gave birth, but this has nothing to do with you. When the Skylark laid the egg, its bloodline changed, causing the egg to be damaged. If it was just a simple illness, how could it become the topic of the examination for a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster?" Mr. Ju glared at his old friend and continued to console him. "Indeed, we concealed it from you because we didn't want you to think too much about it." Sun Xiangzhang was absent-minded. After a long time, he squeezed out a bitter smile. "I understand. Thank you for your consolation." The reason he had passed the initial Silver Moon examination was because he had stimulated the thin bloodline of a low-level stone sparrow, allowing it to smoothly transform into a Skylark. Thus, this skylark held an extraordinary significance to him. Now that its fetus was in danger and its inner core was damaged, did this really have nothing to do with him? If he had been more careful and cautious when he took care of it, he might have been able to discover ahead of time that the skylark's bloodline was about to mutate. Looking at Sun Xiangzhang's pale face, Mr. Ju and Mr. Sun glanced at each other and sighed at the same time. The entire hall fell silent. The moment the skylark opened its eyes that were overflowing with magma, it cried out and spread out its wings. Every feather flowed with flames and a terrifying aura erupted. The surrounding temperature rose at an astonishing speed. Runes of array formations lit up on the walls and floor of the basement, releasing a powerful sealing aura that isolated the inside from the outside. This was a condition that had to be met in order to place a high-level spirit beast. Otherwise, if an accident were to occur, for instance, this mutated skylark in front of them, the destructive strength it released was enough to turn the majority of Sky-declaring Pavilion into a pool of lava. The skylark's blood-red eyes locked onto Qin Yu. Its wild and savage will didn't allow the skylark to hesitate at all. It flapped its wings and flames erupted. Its long beak that seemed like fire crystals shot straight towards Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, thinking that pretending to be a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster really wasn't easy. If his strength was a bit weaker, he feared that in the next moment he would have been roasted and swallowed by the skylark. Fortunately, his physical strength had recovered a bit and he was able to deal with this skylark. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped forwards. He shouted out loud and clenched his fists. His heart wildly beat and billowing blood energy erupted. Pitter-patter with the crackling of his bones, Qin Yu's eyes became increasingly deep. The aura of endless years filled his eyes, as if he were filled with endless vicissitudes of time. Strength erupted and the ground groaned in pain. Then, cracks began to appear. Just as Qin Yu was about to strike out with his full strength, he saw the cruel and bloodshot skylark suddenly cry out in pain. Its aura rapidly dissipated and it slumped to the ground, shivering. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. His first thought was that this skylark was so smart that it knew how to play tricks. But he soon overturned this thought. The skylark shivering on the ground was indeed expressing its fear and submission to him. Was it because of the ancient race bloodline? Besides that, there was no other explanation. Now wasn't the time to think about this. It was naturally best if this skylark admitted defeat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to waste his efforts. The reason I came here is to save you. If you understand, then nod. The flames around the skylark restrained themselves and its eyes became clear once more. It kowtowed again and again to show that it understood. Very good. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He looked at the experimental platform not too far away. Luckily, he had protected it when the array formation lit up, otherwise the materials on it would have been destroyed by the high temperatures just now. He lifted a hand and pointed. You should be the clearest about your situation. Go take a look at the experimental platform and see if there is anything you need. Seeing the skylark try several times to stand up, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before withdrawing his blood energy fluctuations. The skylark struggled to stand up, but its eyes were still filled with awe as it looked at Qin Yu. Arriving in front of the experimental platform, the skylark's eyes brightened. Its long beak was separated by the array formation's barrier of light and it pointed at several different materials. Qin Yu fumbled around for a moment before grasping the switch of the array formation. He took out the materials that the skylark had chosen. There was a white fruit, 7 or 8 purple petals, and a common-looking grass. Can they cure you with just these? The question shouldn't be so simple. And sure enough, the skylark shook its head. It flapped its wings as if it wanted to express something. Qin Yu looked at it for a long time and rubbed his chin. You want to say that these things are useful to you, but not enough to cure you. The skylark nodded. Qin Yu smiled. If this was the case, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem. He drew back his smile and expressionlessly looked at the skylark. His voice was deep and dignified. Now, turn around and face the stone wall. Close your eyes. If I don't tell you to come back, then maintain this posture. Do you understand? The skylark quickly nodded and walked over. It was so obedient that it was hard to believe. Qin Yu looked at it several times and determined that the skylark wouldn't disobey his orders. As he marveled in his heart, he raised his hand and spread open his fingers. The phantom of a small sun appeared between his fingers. It sprinkled down a deep blue light that covered the fruit, flower petals, and grass. The silence of the final trial was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps. Several cold and stern cultivators strode into the field. Mr. Shu furrowed his eyebrows. What happened? The leader bowed. Mr. Shu, the central control detected the opening of the underground array formation just now and the energy fluctuations were extremely fierce. I fear that an accident has occurred. Mr. Shu's complexion changed. Impossible. If there really was an accident, then even if there was an array formation isolating the aura, we would still be able to sense it. Mr. Ju said, "That's right. Everything is normal." Sun Xiangzhang regained his composure. He took a deep breath and said to this person, "Brother Zhai, there really isn't anything wrong." Zhai Shan and Sun Xiangzhang had a close relationship, so he naturally believed in his friend's words. His cold expression relaxed. If there isn't any movement, then it should be a false alarm from the central control. There have been similar situations during this period of time, but we haven't found the cause yet. Wait. Mr. Ju's expression was dignified. Fellow Daoist Zhai, you should check to see whether or not the underground array formation has been opened. Mr. Shu and Sun Xiangzhang's complexions changed. They understood Mr. Ju's meaning. With that boy's age and cultivation, if there really was something wrong with the skylark, he could be killed in a single move. They were outside, so they naturally wouldn't be able to sense any movement. Damn it, if someone really died inside, then although they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility, it would still be troublesome. Zhai Shan frowned. He didn't have time to ask about the change in their attitudes. He took out a ring and placed it on the ground. The ring trembled and a pale white light spread out. Zhai Shan let out a breath of relief. Luckily, the array formation hasn't been activated. However, the light from the ring seemed to be brighter than usual. Could the underground array formation really have been opened just now? That shouldn't be the case. If that skylark had really woken up, it would have already caused a great uproar. How could it be as calm as it was now? Moreover, this was the final examination. If they wanted to test it, they had to consider the attitudes of the beast trainers participating in the examination. Well, since the ring indicated that nothing was wrong, then there was no need to cause trouble. Zhai Shan's thoughts raced through. He cupped his hands together and said, "Since there are no problems, then I won't disturb the final examination any further. Farewell." He turned and led his people away. Mr. Ju smiled. Zhai Shan's talent is outstanding and his cultivation has been progressing at a rapid pace these past years. Not long ago, he broke through his bottleneck and smoothly reached the Calamity Immortal Realm. In the future, his great Tao is within reach. He looked at Sun Xiangzhang. Xiangzhang and Zhai Shan's friendship started at a young age. If they can advance together in the future, it will surely become a legend. Mr. Shu nodded in agreement. The two of them were both middle silver moon beasts and feared that they would never be able to take another step forwards in their lives. Thus, they held Sun Xiangzhang in high regard. If it weren't for the two of them jointly guaranteeing him, how could a beast trainer who had just entered the Silver Moon realm obtain such a precious position in such an important occasion? Zhai Shan is indeed outstanding. Sun Xiangzhang had no intention of speaking further. His eyes were filled with worry as he looked at the sealed entrance to the basement. After learning of the skylark's true condition, he began to worry even more. That junior Ning Qin shouldn't recklessly try anything and cause its condition to worsen even further. Mr. Shu said in a low voice, "Xiangzhang, no matter what the result is today, I do not wish for you to interfere with the skylark's treatment." "That's right." Mr. Ju continued, "We know your feelings towards this skylark, but a damaged inner core is no minor matter. Only a Grandmaster-level character can possibly save it. If you recklessly act and aren't careful, your reputation will be damaged and that will be detrimental to your future development." Sun Xiangzhang's lips moved. Finally, he nodded with difficulty. "I will listen to you two misters. I will not interfere with the treatment. Within his sleeves, he tightly clenched his fists together. For the first time, he felt disappointment in himself. His entire body was filled with powerlessness. The bitterness of wanting to save the skylark but being unable to do so constantly gnawed at Sun Xiangzhang's proud heart. An hour and a half passed. Qin Yu silently calculated the world. With a thought, the great sun phantom vanished and the deep blue light converged to reveal the white fruit, flower petals, and green grass below. Compared to before, they didn't seem to have changed much. But there seemed to be a faint flow of light on their surface. He hoped it was useful. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "All right, come over." The skylark obediently turned around. When Qin Yu saw it, it cautiously opened its eyes. It silently walked over. Although its body was massive, in front of Qin Yu, it seemed particularly small and insignificant. "Eat what you chose. Let's see if it can cure you." The skylark's eyes brightened. Its long beak tapped the ground, directly swallowing the fruit, flower petals, and grass. In the next moment, it let out a cry that seemed both pained and happy. The surface of its feathers uncontrollably ignited with raging flames. The underground array formation lit up once more. But this time, the temperature in the air soon surpassed its limit. Even with the support of the array formation, the ground and walls began to melt. After Zhai Shanyu returned to the control center and confirmed that the alarm had disappeared, he gloomily ordered his subordinates to find the source of the false alarm as soon as possible. Then, he flicked his sleeves and returned to the rest room. Today was his turn to be on duty. An accident could occur at any time and he wouldn't be able to cultivate. But to someone like Zhai Shanyu who cherished every moment, he certainly couldn't waste a single day. He took out the body transformation art he was practicing and began to perceive the obscure parts within. This body transformation art was a reward he had obtained from the Tower Master for his outstanding performance. After Zhai Shanyu touched it, it was like he had obtained a supreme treasure. But this body transformation art was extremely difficult to perceive. Besides perseverance and willpower, one also needed sufficient talent to cultivate it. Soon, he immersed himself in it. But just as Zhai Shanyue's mind began to light up and he began to understand some obscure parts, there was a loud ringing in the rest room. Zhai Shanyue's eyes flashed open, blazing with anger. The inspiration he had grasped with great difficulty had been interrupted like this. Bang! He fiercely pushed open the door and roared out, "You had best give me a satisfactory explanation." The cultivator outside shivered as he endured the roar. He said with a panicked expression, "My lord, the control center has issued a level 1 alert, level 1 alert, level 1 alert." Important things had to be repeated 3 times. But Zhai Shanyu didn't have the time to listen to everything. The first time he heard it, his complexion changed and he rushed out. To hell with his comprehension being interrupted. The control center had issued a level 1 alert, indicating that an array formation had been struck by a strength that surpassed its limits and was on the verge of collapse. Something similar had happened before. At the time, a small portion of Sky Declaring Pavilion had been torn to shreds by a berserk energy. Even though the aftermath had been quickly dealt with and it hadn't caused too much of a commotion, Zhai Shanyu's predecessor, who had once been in the limelight, had been banished to the Cold Palace ever since. Zhai Shanyu didn't want to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor. His eyes locked onto the area where the warning had been issued and he rushed out. "Don't let anything happen, please don't let anything happen. Time's up." Sun Xiangzhang didn't waste even a moment. But before he could open the array, a sudden roar came from the ground. Then, the ground shook incessantly, causing the doors and windows to make catcher sounds and dust to soar into the sky. Mr. Zhu cried out, "This is bad, it's that skylark underground." His complexion paled. The skylark's inner core had been damaged, so it was impossible for it to erupt with such a formidable strength. The only exception was if it had completely gone berserk, disregarding everything else. Just what had that bastard brat done? Sun Xiangzhang clenched his teeth. "If anything happens to the skylark, I won't forgive you." He was about to open the array formation when he was interrupted by Mr. Shu. "You cannot open the array formation, otherwise neither you nor I will be able to escape. Everyone here will die." Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, Zhai Shanyu appeared in midair. He lifted his hand and 4 rings shot out, occupying the 4 corners of the ground. He shouted, "Suppress." Each ring erupted with radiant light. Then, they condensed into pillars of light that smashed into the earth. They were like 4 pillars that supported the heavens, carrying with them an irresistible strength that imprisoned all. After completing this, Zhai Shanyu relaxed a little. It was only then that he discovered that his back was drenched in a cold sweat. Luckily, he had arrived a step earlier, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. His eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at Sun Xiangzhang and the others. Zhai Shanyu asked, "What happened?" "We can't answer this question." After a second of silence, Sun Xiangzhang roared out, "It was Ning Qin. He must have done something that caused the Skylark's strength to go out of control. Damn it, if he had known earlier that the Skylark's inner core was damaged, he would never have allowed that bastard to go in." Strength went out of control? Zhai Shanyu shook. He looked at Mr. Shu and Mr. Ju in horror. The 2 misters had bitter expressions. "It should be like this. Hurry and evacuate everyone nearby. Once the Skylark's inner core explodes, the destructive power isn't something that the array formation can resist. It's over. Even if I came a step faster, I still wouldn't have been able to prevent this tragic end." Zhai Shanyu paled. But at this time, the shaking earth rapidly weakened. In just several breaths of time, everything calmed down, as if everything that had just occurred had been nothing but an illusion. Was the Skylark supposed to lose control of its strength and explode its inner core? Was it going to end like this? Just as Zhai Shanyu thought of this, he lifted his hand, wanting to slap himself in the face. What the hell was he thinking? If he didn't court death, he would suffer. His complexion darkened. He clenched his teeth and flicked his sleeves. The 4 pillars of light suppressing the ground scattered and the entrance opened. With a clear cry, Sun Xiangzhang's eyes widened. In the next moment, blazing flames flashed in front of him. The Skylark spread its wings and flew out, its massive body covering the courtyard. Even though it had restrained its strength, the air still became hot and dry. The leaves of the bamboo in the corner of the courtyard rapidly withered and fell off. "Fire Phoenix!" Mr. Ju cried out in alarm, his face filled with disbelief. Beside him, Mr. Shu and Sun Xiangzhang were also dumbfounded. The rock sparrow was an ordinary low-level monster beast. But it had an extremely thin Skylark bloodline within it. In theory, there was a chance that it could transform into a Skylark, and it was loved by many beast trainers. As for the Skylark, the legends said that it was a descendant of the ancient god-beast True Phoenix. It was an incomparably powerful vicious beast that could compare with divine Tao existences. The ancient texts recorded that tens of thousands of years ago, there was indeed a Skylark that activated the True Phoenix bloodline within its body. It was able to control the thunder of the heavens and become one of the most powerful spirit beasts in the world at that time. As for this Skylark in front of him, it had a majestic aura and luxurious feathers. Its entire body was bathed in crimson flames. It was clearly the manifestation of an evolution. Although its aura hadn't risen too much, the transformation of its bloodline meant infinite possibilities. Perhaps in the future, this Skylark, no, it should be said that this Fire Phoenix could become a peerless spirit beast that could control all flames in the world, possessing a portion of the might of a true phoenix. Why would this Skylark suddenly advance? Had it already broken free from the spells laid down by Sky Declaring Pavilion? What if it wanted to escape? No, it absolutely could not be allowed to leave. This Fire Phoenix was the most valuable experimental subject. Perhaps they could find the key to awakening a monster beast's bloodline from it. Mr. Ju took a deep breath. Just as he was about to order Zhai Shanyu to keep it here no matter the cost, he saw the Fire Phoenix obediently lie down on the ground. Then, he saw the black-robed youth covered in burning wings. His eyes widened and his mind went blank. "Everyone, I should have passed the final trial, right?" This voice seemed to ring out from the distant horizon, spreading into everyone's ears and awakening them from their shocked silence. He was the one who had cured the Skylark and helped it smoothly advance. How was this possible? Suddenly, the Skylark cried out and a flame phantom flew out, falling onto the back of Qin Yu's hand where it turned into the phantom of a lifelike fire phoenix. A spirit beast has recognized a master. Zhai Shanyu cried out in alarm. Her eyes were filled with shock as if she had seen something unbelievable. In the next moment, a woman's voice sounded out in his mind. Master, I beg you to save my child. It hasn't been born yet, it shouldn't die like this. When a spirit beast recognized a master, that meant that it would pass all risks to its master. With just a thought, its life or death could be decided. Qin Yu understood that the fire phoenix hadn't recognized him as its master because he had saved it, but because it hoped to use this as a price to beg him to save its child. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Where is the fire phoenix egg? Perhaps I can give it a try." The fire phoenix reared its head back and cried out. It flapped its wings and soared into the skies. It arrived outside a grand hall and flew straight towards the entrance. A collision didn't appear. Rather, space twisted in front of him and a vast space appeared. There were mountain ranges and long rivers, and there was even a great sun shining overhead. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. The feeling this sun gave him was actually the same as a true great sun. Was this some sort of supernatural ability? The fire phoenix landed atop a steep mountain peak. Several ancient trees wove together, forming a massive natural bird's nest. The egg was over a meter in diameter and was covered with cloud patterns. It lay peacefully within. But at this time, over half of the cloud patterns on the egg were burning red, like burning clouds. The life force fluctuations within were extremely weak, as if they could dissipate at any moment. The fire phoenix cried out in sorrow. As it looked at its child, tears flowed out from its eyes. But before they could flow down, they were evaporated by the high temperature. As if sensing its mother's aura, the egg suddenly trembled. The little fellow inside wanted to come out, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't open the egg. Zhi, a small sound sounded like it was crying. Master, please save it. As long as it can live, I am willing to do anything. The fire phoenix's voice sounded out in his mind. Whoosh whoosh, there was the sound of breaking air. Besides Zhai Shanyu, Sun Xiangzhang, and the others, there were also several other cultivators with extraordinary bearings. The one leading them cupped his hands together and said, Grandmaster Ning Qin, I am Jiang Yiyun, the current steward of the Mid-Morning City Branch Division. If Grandmaster can save the fire phoenix egg, Sky Declaring Pavilion will surely repay you. Qin Yu said in a low voice, there isn't enough time. Tell me the specifics. In truth, he really didn't know where to start investigating. Jiang Yiyun turned around. Mr. Zhu, I'll have to trouble you to relay my words to the Grandmaster. Zhu Xinhong deeply looked at the young man in front of him. He blushed at his previous actions and his tone became increasingly respectful. Grandmaster Ning Qin, during the process of the fire phoenix laying the egg, a mutation occurred in its bloodline. Its strength eroded into the embryo egg, causing the unborn little skylark to suffer a calamity. If we want to save it, we must resolve the conflict between the two different bloodlines and have them fuse together. He bitterly smiled. This sort of matter is far too rare. Although Sky Declaring Pavilion urgently transferred over a blood-fusing pill, the rank of the pill is too low. It isn't enough to neutralize the two powerful bloodlines. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. If the medicinal efficacy is enough, then the blood-fusing pill can save it. Zhu Xinhong nodded. That is indeed the case. But, the blood-fusing pill is incomparably difficult to refine and only one will be born by chance. Even with the strength of Sky Declaring Pavilion, we were only able to find a single one. If it weren't for this, how could they have given up on this embryo egg? It had to be known that although it had been corroded, it still possessed two different bloodlines. Once it hatched and fused together, its potential would inevitably be astonishing. In particular, now that the skylark had transformed into the fire phoenix, this embryo egg was even more valuable. But, saving it wasn't a simple matter. Even though Qin Yu had cured the fire phoenix and even helped it activate its bloodline to complete its advancement, and even though there was no doubt that he was a grandmaster, no one held much hope in his heart. Master, I beg you, you must save it. The fire phoenix's tears began to evaporate. Qin Yu, are you sure it's that simple? This was an unsolvable problem that had stumped the entire sky-declaring pavilion. In his opinion, it was far too simple. If the blood-fusing pill wasn't effective enough, then purifying and strengthening it would be enough. Of course, he absolutely wouldn't speak of this matter. He had a dignified expression. As the fire phoenix's eyes filled with despair, he slowly nodded and said, "Bring the blood-fusing pill over. I might have a way to strengthen its effects." Everyone fell silent. Jiang Yiyun's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. The blood-fusing pill was extremely precious. Even with his status, he didn't dare to casually deal with it. He looked at Qin Yu, wanting to see how deep he was from his expression. But all he saw was indifference. Sun Xiangzhang had an anxious expression. "Steward Jiang, we absolutely cannot give up on this fire phoenix embryo. Even if the chances are slim, we still have to try." He took a step forwards. "If someone investigates this matter afterwards, Steward can push the blame onto me. I am willing to bear the consequences." Jiang Yiyun's eyes relaxed. "Mr. Sun is too serious. I am duty-bound to save this fire phoenix embryo. Men, hurry and bring the blood-fusing pill." With Sun Xiangzhang's words, if there really was an accident, he could at least say a few words to evade responsibility. Zhu Xinhong and Xu Yuanbai looked at Sun Xiangzhang with worry in their eyes. Once these words left his mouth, he wouldn't be able to escape this matter cleanly. Qin Yu didn't have the time to care about their thoughts. Strengthening the blood-fusing pill requires time. "How long can you keep the embryo egg alive?" Sun Xiangzhang respectfully said, "Grandmaster Ning Qin, I guarantee you that it will be fine for 2 hours." Zhu Xinhong and Xu Yuanbai sighed inwardly. They stepped forwards at the same time. "With us 2 old fellows helping out, we should be able to keep it alive for another hour." An hour was the same amount of time as before. Qin Yu wasn't sure if that was enough. He directly said, "Then don't delay any further. Give me a quiet place." Jiang Yiyun said, "Grandmaster Ning Qin, please follow me." Sun Xiangzhang quickly walked in front of the embryo egg. He said to the fire phoenix, "It was my negligence that led to today's situation. Don't worry, I will do my best." Zhu Xinhong and Xu Yuanbai revealed helpless expressions. In the current situation, no matter how hard the 3 of them tried, it was useless. They could only look at Grandmaster Ning Qin. Although it was possible to strengthen a finished pill a second time, it was far more difficult than refining a new one. The chances of success were minuscule. "Teacher, once the blood-fusing pill is damaged, you will surely be held accountable. Why take such a risk?" A sky-declaring pavilion cultivator bitterly smiled. Since this fire phoenix embryo egg had already been sentenced to death, there was no need to complicate matters in order to protect himself. Jiang Yiyun shook his head. "Although I like to play some tricks and embezzle money from public funds, you must firmly remember the principles of your position. I am the person with the highest authority in Mid-Morning City's branch division. I have the duty and obligation to help the pavilion master recover his losses. If I couldn't even do this, I would have been kicked out of my position long ago." He looked towards the chamber. Another reason was that Jiang Yiyun wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded, that would be a great merit to him. Even if he failed, he would still be able to form a closer relationship with a beast trainer grandmaster. Chapter 695. An hour and a half later, beneath the golden light, the blood-red color rapidly spread across the surface of the fire phoenix egg, dyeing all of the cloud patterns. "The bloodline has fused," Sun Xiangzhang whispered. Although he was happy to see this, he still had a blank look on his face. The second strengthening of the blood-fusing pill had been completed. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhu Xinhong and Xu Yuanbai's eyes widened. They stared at Qin Yu. If it weren't for the fact that they still had a trace of reason left in them, they really would have thrown themselves at him and hugged his thigh. High Silver Moon Realm. This was absolutely impossible. Grandmaster Ning Qin was likely a peak Great Sun Realm beast trainer existence. Only such a legendary grand character would be able to accomplish such an inconceivable feat. Catcher. A crack appeared on the surface of the fire phoenix egg. A small wet head poked out, looking at Qin Yu and emitting a tender cry. It seemed to know who had saved it. Jiang Yiyun's face was flushed red and he walked with the wind. In front of his trusted disciple, he didn't need to hide his inner emotions. Congratulations, teacher. Congratulations, teacher. Feng Jun smiled. He knew that his teacher's days hadn't been too good recently, but with today's merit, all accusations would vanish like smoke in the wind. Jiang Yiyun laughed. I never thought that I would have such an unexpected harvest today. Grandmaster Ning Qin is the person of my life. A beast trainer that was highly suspected to be at the Great Sun Realm had a revered status. If he could obtain his approval, he would be able to sleep in peace in the future. Feng Jun was one with his teacher, so he was naturally excited. The only thing he didn't understand was that Grandmaster Ning Qin was far too low-key. Teacher, why did Grandmaster Ning Qin ask us to keep his matters a secret? Could there be some other reason? Jiang Yiyun waved his hand. With Grandmaster Ning Qin's status, it is enough for Sky Declaring Pavilion to go all out against him. Even if he causes trouble in the future, we won't be blamed. Since it is the Grandmaster's request, we will naturally comply. But, you must understand that you must give Grandmaster Ning Qin sufficient respect. There cannot be any accidents. Feng Jun bowed. Teacher, rest assured that I will do my best and not arouse any suspicions. Waving his hand for him to leave, Jiang Yiyun respectfully began to record everything related to Ning Qin. He crushed the jade slip in his hands. Even though he had promised the Grandmaster that he would keep his existence a secret, this didn't include the Master of Sky Declaring Pavilion. As for the others, humph, it wouldn't be long before the Beast Trainer Grand Competition of the Eastern Territory was held. The mid-morning City Branch Division would surely shock everyone. They obeyed Grandmaster Ning Qin's will and chose to conceal his existence. Zhu Xinhong and Xu Yuanbai could only watch with envy as Sun Xiangzhang and Zhai Shan led Qin Yu away. Grandmaster, I, Sun Xiangzhang, did not know your identity before and was arrogant enough to offend you. I hope that Grandmaster can be magnanimous and forgive me. Sun Xiangzhang bowed respectfully. Zhai Shan had a worried look on his face. When Grandmaster Ning Qin had chosen Sun Xiangzhang to lead the way for him, he had felt apprehensive. A true Grandmaster-level character was a pivotal figure in Sky Declaring Pavilion. If they wanted to make things difficult for Sun Xiangzhang, then even if he were a Silver Moon-level beast trainer, it would still be difficult for him to proceed. Qin Yu had a calm expression. There is no need to mention the past. Right now, he only wanted to borrow the Grandmaster's identity to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Naturally, he wouldn't waste time on such a trivial matter. But in the eyes of Sun Xiangzhang and Zhai Shan, this was the demeanor of a Grandmaster. As expected, his heart was as broad as the sea, and not something ordinary people could compare to. The two of them became even more respectful. Grandmaster Ning Qin, after you pass the final trial, you may establish your own laboratory. This will require a certain number of assistants to help you with some miscellaneous matters. According to convention, we have prepared some outstanding youths ahead of time. You may freely choose from them. Sun Xiangzhang paused, an apologetic expression on his face. Because of the matter with the Fire Phoenix egg, I have delayed Grandmaster's precious time. Thus, the other beast trainers that have passed the final trial have likely already completed their selection. If you are not satisfied with the remaining people, Sky Declaring Pavilion will prepare some new ones for you. Qin Yu waved his hand. There is no need to trouble yourself. Let's deal with some trivial matters today. Outside the silver-white doors, there were fewer young cultivators standing apart. Those that remained were a bit crestfallen. There were many apprentices that thought highly of themselves but weren't chosen. They clenched their fists in their sleeves and gnashed their teeth. They clearly weren't any worse than them, so why weren't they chosen? Bang! The silver-white doors were pushed open and a Sky Declaring Pavilion cultivator appeared. Looking at the badge on his chest, he was an apprentice of an official beast trainer. He swept his eyes over the crowd and said, "The beast trainers have finished their selection. You may all leave." There was a sudden silence. Then, there was the sound of stifled sobs. Several female cultivators with poor mental states had tears streaming down their faces. If they missed out on today's chance, they would be doomed to a life of mediocrity. Big Sister Yun Dai. The petite female cultivator paled. Although she told herself not to hold out too much hope, when the end arrived, she still felt a heavy feeling in her chest that made it hard for her to breathe. Yang Jiao thought of her mother's eager eyes when she left. She could read the anticipation in them. She didn't know how to face her mother's sad expression. Don't be sad. Even if you miss out on today's chance, that doesn't mean you can't become a true beast trainer in the future. Although a good teacher can help us avoid detours, we still have to rely on ourselves. Beneath her light purple hair, she had a light expression. She chose to ignore the puzzled and mocking gazes around her. Indeed, she had refused that beast trainer's selection. In their eyes, this was a very stupid thing to do. But from that person's eyes, Yoon Dai was well aware just what sort of fate awaited her if she agreed to become a secret disciple. Yoon Dai didn't want to sell herself, so she refused. Just like all these years, she had given up one opportunity after another. But in the end, there was always a trace of disappointment in her heart. Yoon Dai pursed her lips. Let's go. She bowed to the sky-declaring pavilion cultivator and left. Just as the several people were about to push open the door, there was the sound of hurried footsteps behind them. There were several whispers, and then the sky-declaring pavilion cultivator who announced the end shouted out, "Everyone, come back. There is still a beast trainer who hasn't chosen yet." Yoon Dai fiercely turned around. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she seemed to see a trace of envy in this person's eyes. Envy? How was that possible? An official apprentice that had a teacher guiding them was far, far stronger than them. It should be an illusion. Yoon Dai took a deep breath and suppressed her thoughts. She turned and said, "There is still one last chance. Perhaps good luck will arrive. Even if there is good luck, there are so many people here. It might not fall on our heads." The grey-haired youth muttered. Yang Jiao ruthlessly glared at him. "Shut up. No one will think you are a mute if you don't speak." She looked at the open silver door, her bright eyes filled with stubbornness. She was like a drowning person who had grasped onto the last straw of hope. Everyone lined up according to their number plates. They lowered their heads, excitement and/or filling their hearts as they walked through the silver door. This was a spacious corridor. At the end of it was a grand hall. At the entrance of the grand hall stood two calm figures. "Zhai Shanyu!" A shout suddenly sounded out. But even more eyes were focused on another figure. No, the young girl's eyes were filled with infatuated little stars. Is that Mr. Sun Xiangzhang?" Yang Jiao's voice trembled. No one answered her question. Even the usually calm Yoon Dai blushed at this time. Sun Xiangzhang was an extremely famous figure in Mid-Morning City. He was a rising star of the beast trainers and had hopes of reaching the Grandmaster realm in the future. Moreover, he wasn't even 100 years old. His talent was so outstanding that it left one amazed. In particular, the key point was that Sun Xiangzhang came from an ordinary background. For him to have his current achievements, he had relied on himself to reach them step by step, without any tricks at all. Because of this, he became the idol of countless low-level beast trainers and was regarded as a beacon of hope on the road of life. Could it be that Mr. Sun Xiangzhang was choosing apprentices today? "Greetings, Mr. Sun." All the apprentices respectfully bowed. Sun Xiangzhang was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "I am truly envious of everyone here today. You were actually able to obtain such a lucky chance. I hope that you can grasp it well and not waste this chance to change your destiny." He didn't say anything else and drew back to the side. Yoon Dai was stunned. This time, she was sure that she wasn't mistaken. Mr. Sun really was expressing his envy towards them. Could it be that with Mr. Sun's status, he also believed that entering this grand hall and being chosen was a lucky chance that left others envious? Then, just who was in this grand hall? Yoon Dai's heartbeat quickened. She subconsciously clenched her fists. She swept her eyes around and discovered that everyone had excited expressions. Since they were able to come here, no one needed to top up their intelligence. They naturally grasped the crux of the matter. The group became increasingly quiet. Even the sound of breathing was restrained. Everyone lowered their heads even more, putting forth all of their awe and respect in the hopes that they would be chosen by the person in the hall. Zhai Shan lowered his voice. "Xiangzhang, who do you think the Grandmaster will choose?" He knew most of the youths here. They all had decent backgrounds and decent talent. Sun Xiangzhang shook his head. How can I know what the Grandmaster is thinking? But if he really chooses, he might be able to do as he pleases. With the Grandmaster's strength, he could even carve a piece of rotten wood into something brilliant. He really envied these juniors. He wondered if he would have a chance to enter the Grandmaster's tutelage in the future, and the status of a Silver Moon level beast trainer? In his opinion, that was worthless. Zhai Shan looked at his good friend's disappointed expression and easily guessed what he was thinking. His lips twitched. He thought that he really needed to work harder, otherwise sooner or later he would be left behind by this fellow. However, the body transformation method that the Pavilion Master had bestowed upon him was truly difficult. It had already been several years and he still hadn't been able to peek through it. Just thinking about it left him sad. The grand hall was quiet. But everyone could clearly feel the corporeal gaze coming from above. It was calm and full of oppression. Choose me. Choose me. Hurry up and choose me. Several short breaths of time passed by, but to everyone it felt like an eternity. Their bodies grew increasingly tense and beads of sweat dripped down their foreheads. Yoon Dai's breath caught in her throat. This was because her intuition told her that that gaze had fallen on her. Was it because of that? Chapter 696. Ever since he was a child, Tsai Yuan's appetite had always been delicious. His body was so round that it didn't conform to the aesthetic standards of most female cultivators. Thus, even now he was still a single man. This time, his family had spent a great deal of effort in exchange for a chance for him to turn things around. As long as he could become an official beast trainer, what did it matter if he was a little fat? There were countless beautiful women willing to throw themselves at him. For this great dream, Tsai Yuan came to Sky Declaring Pavilion filled with anticipation. But reality was always cruel. Of the 6 beast trainers that chose him, he wasn't even on the list. What left Tsai Yuan especially sad was that a woman he had loved for many years had already been chosen. Although she was lucky and had only entered the list as a substitute because a girl called Yoon Dai had given up her qualifications. But this wasn't important. What was important was that without accident, she would likely become a true beast trainer in several years and the distance between them would only grow wider and wider. This was his last chance. Reason told Tsai Yuan that he had to show enough respect in order to be chosen. But every time he showed less respect, he had already failed 6 times. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. He had to find a way to obtain attention. Only like this would he have a chance. A chance. Little by little, Tsai Yuan struggled to look up. A figure appeared in his peripheral vision, but he was just a bit away from seeing it clearly. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and into his eyes. A sour feeling blurred his vision. He blinked and that figure finally became clear. In the next moment, Tsai Yuan's eyes widened. He staggered and his fat body crashed to the ground, emitting a deep rumbling sound that was particularly clear in the quiet hall. The nervous crowd was startled. They subconsciously looked up and gasped. With so many people speaking together, there was a momentum that seemed as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was him. It was him. How could it be him? Everyone was dumbfounded. The one sitting high in the hall was the black-robed youth that they thought had cut in line not too long ago. It was still that ordinary face, without the least bit of brilliance. But now, in their eyes, there was a dignified air. After a moment of absent-mindedness, they finally regained their composure. As they looked at the twitching little fatty on the ground, their faces filled with pity. If it were them, they would have been so frightened that they couldn't even stand. It didn't matter if your mouth was cheap, but your luck was just too bad. Qin Yu lifted a finger. Are you willing to follow me and learn? Sure, all eyes gathered on Yoon Dai, filled with envy. Just now, it seemed that she was the one who answered this gentleman's question. Sure enough, kind-hearted people were more likely to be rewarded. Yoon Dai met Qin Yu's gaze. She didn't feel anything else from his eyes, but after all her experiences these past years, she didn't dare to easily believe this. Why me? Is it just because I answered his question? This didn't make sense at all. For some strange reason, Yoon Dai said, My lord, I hope that you can accept my companions as your secret disciples. The envious crowd stared with their eyes wide open. They thought to themselves, "Are you crazy? This kind of heavenly good thing, others can't even beg for it, and you actually dare to raise conditions. My lord, look, she's not qualified at all. Please choose me, I'm a very obedient person." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, he nodded. "Sure." Then, he raised his hand and pointed at a few more people. You, and the three of you, report to Sun Xiangzhang later." "Ah. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." The selected people were overjoyed. Qin Yu didn't delay any longer. He nodded and left. Sun Xiangzhang, who was waiting outside, had a strange expression. Most beast trainers would only choose 1 or 2 secret disciples, but this person had chosen 10 in a single breath. Could he even guide them all? "Grandmaster," he whispered in his heart, not daring to reveal any of this. Qin Yu nodded. "In the next 2 days, I will have a secret disciple coming. Prepare ahead of time." Sun Xiangzhang respectfully nodded. Healing the skylark, helping it evolve into a fire phoenix and even saving a dying fetus. Feng Qing looked at the strange face in front of her and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Indeed, a great figure that could reach the divine realm couldn't be speculated with common sense. Grandmaster, Hidden Fog Sect's old Mr. Wei and Grandmaster Rong have been waiting for a long time. The door to the box opened from the inside. Old Wei and Rong Wei walked out and cupped their hands across their chests. "We took the liberty to visit. I ask for Grandmaster's forgiveness." They didn't know the final results, but just the grey thread grass alone was enough to prove Grandmaster Ningqian's strength. And powerhouses, no matter where or when, would always obtain enough respect. Qin Yu nodded. "I already know why you two have come. Let's talk inside. Grandmaster, please." Food and wine were prepared in the box. With the door closed, it was isolated from the outside world and quiet. Old Wei smiled. "Grandmaster, this wine is part of my Hidden Fog Sect's precious collection. Drinking it can cleanse one's spirit and mind and make one's mind clear. There is no harm in tasting it first." Qin Yu lightly said, "I have already joined Sky Declaring Pavilion and there are still many trivial matters to attend to. Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point." Rong Wei said, "Grandmaster is a straightforward person. I will listen to your instructions." He took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. "Grandmaster Ningqian, may I ask if the grey thread grass in Miss Julie's hand was one of your masterpieces?" Qin Yu said, "That's right." Although he already knew this, hearing Qin Yu admit it still caused Rong Wei's eyes to brighten. There was a bit more respect in his eyes. "Grandmaster's method of cultivating that grey thread grass is something I have never seen before. It is truly breathtaking. Old Wei and I originally hoped that Grandmaster would join my Hidden Fog Sect. For this, my sect is willing to show sufficient sincerity." Feng Qing suddenly pouted. "Grandmaster Rong, are you trying to steal someone from Sky Declaring Pavilion right in front of me? Grandmaster Ningqian is already a member of my Sky Declaring Pavilion. I ask Grandmaster Rong to rest assured that even in the future I will not give you a chance." Rong Wei forced a smile. Miss Feng Qing is right. If my Hidden Fog Sect can recruit Grandmaster Ningqian, we will also treat him as an honored guest and not give others the slightest chance. He took a deep breath and continued to say, "So, my sect can only take a step back and hope that we can invite Grandmaster Ningqian to cultivate 10 grey thread grass of the same quality for us." Feng Qing relaxed a little. She smiled. "This sort of matter will depend on Grandmaster Ningqian's own opinion." Old Wei cupped his hands together. "Grandmaster Ningqian, I ask that you help us. The Hidden Fog Sect will surely give you sufficient compensation." Qin Yu tapped his fingers on the table. "So, in order to obtain the grey thread grass, you want Sky Declaring Pavilion to hand over Julie. Are you planning on using her as a bargaining chip to threaten me into lowering my head?" The room fell silent. Feng Qing's expression didn't change. She had already expected this. How could the dignity of a divine realm powerhouse tolerate such provocation? Although the Hidden Fog Sect was strong, in the eyes of this person, they weren't strong enough to make him swallow his anger. Old Wei's face stiffened. Rong Wei hurriedly said, I won't hide it from Grandmaster Ning Qin. The grey thread grass you cultivate is extremely important to my sect. It is because of this that I was anxious and made this decision. But, I ask Grandmaster Ning Qin to rest assured that my sect has absolutely no ill intentions towards Miss Ju Li, nor have we ever thought of using her to threaten you. I can swear on this. Qin Yu coldly sneered. Remember, this is the last time. Otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect can forget about obtaining anything from my hands. Although his attitude wasn't good, Old Wei's complexion eased a great deal. This meant that the previous conflict had temporarily passed. Of course, they had also received Qin Yu's warning. They absolutely couldn't use Ju Li in the future. The cultivation of grey thread grass is extremely complex, especially since you want 10 stalks. I will need some time and the cost will be great. Forgive me for my solemnity when I lie with my eyes wide open. But, the entire Hidden Fog sect was willing to believe him. What nonsense. That sort of astonishing transformation wasn't something that could be easily accomplished. Old Wei said in a low voice, Grandmaster, please state your price. From his appearance, it was clear he was prepared to suffer a saber strike. If he opened his mouth too small, he would be letting down the Hidden Fog sect's resolve. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Miss Feng Qing, what do you think I should ask for? Feng Qing covered her mouth and smiled. Grandmaster, do you really want me to say it? Her thoughts raced. Qin Yu nodded. Feng Qing had already made her decision. Then I won't decline. If there is anything I'm not satisfied with, Grandmaster can point it out. She looked at Old Wei and Rong Wei. You two should know that whether it is raising beasts or cultivating spiritual objects, both are extremely taxing on the soul. I heard that the Hidden Fog sect has a mystic realm where a strange flower called the blue orchid grows. It is greatly beneficial to the soul. I will exchange 1 grey thread grass for 1 blue orchid. What do you two think? Impossible. Old Wei stood up. Miss Feng Qing, you are far too insincere. This wasn't just a lion opening its mouth, it was even bigger than a dragon's head. Feng Qing smiled. I am only bidding for Grandmaster as a reference. If you don't agree, then Grandmaster can decide for himself. Qin Yu lightly said, 1 stalk for 1 stalk. Bartering is very fair. Old Wei's complexion paled. Rong Wei bitterly smiled. Grandmaster Ning Qin, it isn't that we don't want to agree, but the blue orchid grows very slowly. It takes 1,000 years for one to mature and it has many uses. Right now, our sect's entire stock is only 7 stalks. Feng Qing's eyes brightened. Grandmaster, the Hidden Fog sect is very sincere. If possible, you might as well take a step back. She didn't know what grey thread grass was, but the value of 7 blue orchid flowers was enough to make anyone's heart race. In the past, Sky Declaring Pavilion had auctioned off one, and the final price had been so high that it left one dumbfounded. Qin Yu frowned. After a long silence, he slowly said, then 7. Rong Wei said, deal. Old Wei opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to remain silent. Blue orchid flowers were indeed precious and could be called the Hidden Fog sect's ultimate treasure. But as long as the mystic realm existed, they could continuously produce them. Compared to that, the grey thread grass that could help the Dark Star Ice Serpent transform its bloodline was far more important. How long will Grandmaster Ning Qin need to deliver the grey thread grass? Qin Yu thought for a moment. 3 months. Rong Wei had a difficult expression on his face. Can you deliver 2 of them within a month? The rest can be made up after 3 months. Of course. Feng Qing said, according to the rules, the Hidden Fog sect will also need to pay 1/3 of the reward in advance. Old Wei took a deep breath. In 3 days, the Hidden Fog sect will deliver 2 blue orchid flowers to Grandmaster Ning Qin. But, I ask that Grandmaster and Miss Feng Qing keep this transaction a secret. Do not mention it to anyone else. Qin Yu smiled. Of course. Even if the Hidden Fog sect didn't mention this, he still had to explain this point. Otherwise, Ju Li would inevitably be noticed and a series of unpredictable consequences would occur. After discussing proper business, Rong Wei relaxed. Although he had paid a great price, he had still completed the sect's mission. Cough. Grandmaster Ning Qin, I have a personal request. I wonder if Grandmaster can make a trip to the Hidden Fog sect and teach us a lesson on cultivating spiritual objects. Of course, this doesn't involve Grandmaster's specific methods. I only need to point out a general direction. Feng Qing's eyes brightened. To be invited by the Hidden Fog sect to teach, there had never been a beast trainer in Sky Declaring Pavilion who had such an honor. This was a great honor. If there is time in the future, I will consider it. Sky Declaring Pavilion's reception and trading area only occupied a small portion of the overall layout. The larger area was allocated to the cultivators of the building according to their status. Although he had concealed his true strength according to Grandmaster Ning Qin's request, the mid-morning City Branch Division naturally wouldn't treat him on the same level as ordinary beast trainers. There were 3 independent wooden buildings and the surrounding courtyards that were around 3 to 4 acres in size. This was where he would live and work from now on. There was a small building near the lake that was covered in vines. Opening the door, one could see the beautiful scenery of the lake. This was where Qin Yu lived. Now, he was sitting on a soft sofa in the hall on the first floor. Standing in front of him were 10 respectful youths. They were the disciples he had chosen. Teacher. They knelt to the ground and bowed. The so-called secret disciple was only a relatively nice-sounding title. Their status was a bit higher than that of an apprentice. They helped beast trainers complete experiments, recorded all sorts of complex data on spirit beasts, and were also responsible for daily care. Only by truly obtaining recognition could they become a true disciple and receive the orthodox teachings of a beast trainer. Even so, as they knelt on the ground, the young disciples were still excited. Although they had already guessed that their teacher was strong, it was only after arriving here that they had a more direct understanding. The stronger one was, the larger their residence would be. This was one of the simplest rules in Sky Declaring Pavilion to judge one's strength. And, their teacher's manor was at the top of the entire Sky Declaring Pavilion. Just thinking about it left them excited. The only bad thing was that their teacher had chosen far too many secret disciples. If they wanted to stand out and become a true disciple, it wouldn't be simple at all. In particular, there was a difficult character to deal with. Several people looked at Yun Dai with worry in their eyes. Qin Yu's eyes swept over them. He smiled and said, "Rise. Starting from today, you will follow me and learn. The only thing you must remember is to speak less and do more. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, teacher," the disciples respectfully said. Suddenly, there was a loud cry. A burning heat rose up between the heavens and earth. Waves rose up on the surface of the calm lake. With the howling of the wind, a massive flaming bird flapped its wings as it flew over. There was a crown on its head and its eyes were like fire crystals, filled with a majestic aura. Each and every movement it made emitted a formidable pressure. This was the skylark that had evolved into a fire phoenix. Behind it was a small fireball that flapped its wings as hard as it could. After a cry of surprise, it suddenly accelerated and landed on Qin Yu's shoulder, happily humming against his neck. Seeing this, the eyes of the disciples were filled with deep envy. Was this the fire phoenix that had recognized their teacher as master? The feeling it gave off was even stronger than the rumors made it out to be. They had no idea when they would be able to reach their teacher's level and have such a formidable spirit beast recognize them as master on its own. Qin Yu didn't care about the disciples' expressions. He smiled and reached out a hand to stroke its feathers. His eyes fell on the rippling surface of the lake. Chapter 697. Sun Xiangzhang walked through the entrance of the External Affairs Division. He nodded at the smiling External Affairs Division Director and said, "I have come to take my reward for treating the moon-preying beast." The External Affairs Division Director was a thin man. He flattered, "If Mr. Sun was able to complete the mission in such a short period of time, I fear it won't be long before you rise to the Middle Silver Moon Realm." He handed over a sealed box with both hands. "Your reward is in here. Please inspect it." He had a sense of propriety. He was clearly flattering Qin Yu without causing others to feel disgusted. Sun Xiangzhang opened the box. He glanced over it and said, "There's no problem." He closed the box and prepared to leave. Another person entered through the entrance. Looking at his clothes, He was a secret disciple of a beast trainer. I am Mr. Ning Qin's secret disciple. This is the token. Sun Xiangzhang paused. He knew with a glance that the token was real. But in his memories, Grandmaster Ning Qin didn't have this young man among his disciples. You are Mr. Ning Qin's secret disciple? Facing Sun Xiangzhang's suspicious gaze, Qin Yu smiled and said, yes, I followed at teacher's side. It was only later that I came to Sky Declaring Pavilion. Sun Xiangzhang immediately remembered that Grandmaster Ning Qin had once said that he had another secret disciple who would come later. It seemed that it was this young man. If he could be chosen by Grandmaster Ning Qin and be kept by his side, his talent must be outstanding. Perhaps he had the chance to become the Grandmaster's true inner disciple. Sun Xiangzhang's eyes softened. If you study at the Grandmaster's side, as long as you work hard, you will have great achievements in the future. I am Sun Xiangzhang. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come find me. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Sunday. This secret disciple was something he had prepared for himself. It would be more convenient for him to act in the future. Sun Xiangzhang smiled. What are you doing here? Qin Yu said, teacher has a package for me to take. Although the External Affairs Division Director didn't understand why a little apprentice like him would be valued so highly by Mr. Sun, he had been in this position for over a decade. He naturally wasn't lacking in social connections. He turned and gave some orders. Soon, someone delivered a box. As he saw the sender's information, his eyes widened. Hidden Fog Sect. His smile became even brighter. Little brother, Mr. Ning's things are here. Would you like to take a look? Qin Yu shook his head. I have no right to look through teacher's things. He took the box and bowed to Sun Xiangzhang after thanking him. Mr. Sun, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After leaving the External Affairs Division, Qin Yu didn't stop. He directly returned to Rising Lake. Rising Lake was the name of the manor. It was unknown who had named it, but Qin Yu was too lazy to change it, so he kept the name. As he entered, he ran into several young cultivators who were walking out. As they saw Qin Yu and the box in his hands, their eyes widened. But very quickly, they regained their composure and cupped their hands. Eldest senior brother. Qin Yu nodded. Without speaking to them, he quickly vanished from sight. A young man coldly snorted, a gloomy expression on his face. I don't know where this brat came from, but he was lucky enough to be chosen by the Grandmaster first, yet he dares to be so arrogant. His name was Li Hao, and he was one of the registered disciples. A female disciple quietly said, it's not as simple as just good luck. Qin Yu followed teacher's orders just now and went to the External Affairs Division to collect the package. Moreover, he is the only one who can freely enter and exit teacher's residence. It was clear that this eldest senior apprentice brother was favored by teacher more than any of them. Li Hao clenched his teeth. Sooner or later I will find out just what he relied on to obtain teacher's trust. Only by figuring it out would he have a chance to replace him. In a small building by the lake, Qin Yu held the token in his hand and entered. With a thought, he activated the array formation, isolating himself from the outside world. He quickly entered the training room and placed the box on the stone platform. 2 flowers wrapped in transparent bubbles appeared in his line of sight. This was a way to preserve the efficacy of a spiritual object. As long as one gently touched it, it would shatter. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. With a light purr sound, a blue orchid appeared in his hand. An extremely rich fragrance rushed into his nose and mouth. A shiver rose up from the depths of his soul, turning into an irrepressible desire to swallow. His goal was the blue wonder flower in his hand. Subconsciously, he sucked in a deep breath. The flower petals fell off on their own, dissipating into gas that entered his body through his nose and mouth. In the blink of an eye, the entire blue wonder flower vanished from sight. Then, a feeling as warm as water wrapped around Qin Yu's soul. Faint traces of a gentle strength constantly seeped into his soul, repairing his soul that had yet to recover from its severe wounds and had also been ravaged by the ashes of ashes. An hour later, the soul-repairing strength disappeared. Qin Yu reached out a hand and took the second flower, sucking it into his body. After a long time, The training room opened from the inside and Qin Yu walked out with a smile on his face. The Blue Wonder Flower was truly worthy of being the hidden fog sect's most precious treasure. In terms of repairing the damaged soul, it had an amazing effect. The power of the chain of stars could suppress the speed at which his soul collapsed. After absorbing these 2 Blue Wonder Flowers, Qin Yu could extend his life for at least 2 years. Unfortunately, this heaven-defying treasure seemed to have an extremely high resistance. The effects of the second Blue Wonder Flower were far inferior to the first one. It was around a third worse. Even if Qin Yu didn't care about wasting it, he would only be able to use 5 Blue Wonder Flowers at most. After that, it wouldn't have any effect on him. Otherwise, if he absorbed dozens of them, he might be able to directly recover. However, there was no need to worry about wasting good things. If Qin Yu didn't need them, he could take them out to exchange for other soul-repairing treasures. After determining the effects of the Blue Wonder Flower, Qin Yu was even more attentive to the hidden fog sect's request. As for the special ash line grass, it was easy to produce. There was still a month left, so there was no need to worry too much. Zhu Li furrowed her eyebrows. She didn't know anyone from the hidden fog sect, and because of the Truewood sect, she instinctively loathed cultivation sects. But since Miss Fengqing had asked her to come see them, Zhu Li had no reason to refuse. Moreover, she was a bit curious about this inexplicable request. She wanted to know just what was going on. "May I ask if you are Miss Zhu Li?" The young cultivator gently smiled. Zhu Li wasn't a member of the Appearance Association, but as she looked at the smiling handsome cultivator in front of her, her complexion softened a little. "I am. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I have no connection with the hidden fog sect. May I ask why you have come today?" The young cultivator cupped his hands together. "Miss Zhu Li, rest assured that I am Xiong Ziyue. I have come here on the orders of the sect to express my thanks to you." Seeing Zhu Li's puzzled expression, he continued to explain, 2 months ago, Miss Zhu Li sold an ashline grass. As for the specifics, it is inconvenient for me to speak of them, but it has been of great help to the hidden fog sect. Zhu Li's mouth fell open. She never imagined things would be like this. Xiong Ziyue placed a storage bracelet on the table. "I heard that Miss Zhu Li has just stepped into the cultivation world, so the hidden fog sect has prepared some suitable pills as a thank you gift. They should be able to help Miss Zhu Li make a breakthrough as soon as possible." After completing the task given to him by the sect, Xiong Ziyue cupped his hands together. Without giving Zhu Li a chance to refuse, he turned and left. As he walked out of Sky Declaring Pavilion, he turned his head, his eyes bright. Xiong Ziyue certainly knew why the dignified hidden fog sect would value a little girl who had just entered the cultivation world. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see that mysterious Grandmaster Ning Qin. But luckily, the other party would deliver 2 ashline grass within a month. He hoped that he would be able to see the Grandmaster's elegant demeanor at that time. In the reception room, a trace of divine sense was taken back from the storage bracelet. Zhu Li's expression was shaken. After the excitement passed, there was a complex look in her eyes. After the Truewood sect incident, she believed she had already repaid Qin Yu's favor. But in the end, her harvests today were all thanks to him. Unknowingly, she owed him another favor. Biting her lips, Zhu Li suppressed these thoughts. She certainly wouldn't be pedantic and abandon these pills. With the help of these pills, she was confident her cultivation could rise by several levels in a short period of time. At worst, she would repay him more in the future. Sky Declaring Pavilion's mid-morning city branch division issued the first mission to the new beast trainers. Qin Yu was assigned to treat a severely injured strange beast. Its name was Strange. Strange's name is Greedy Moon. It is a spirit beast that worships the moon and absorbs the essence of the moon to cultivate. It has a gentle temperament and does not harm living beings. Only in extremely rare circumstances will there be a mutation in the bloodline of Greedy Moon. Its head will swell up several times and its eyes will turn silver white. It will transform into Strange. The strange beast's brain will mutate and its soul force will rise dramatically. It will possess an extremely powerful divine sense and can easily break through all sorts of soul-sealing methods. It is extremely useful in all aspects. But after the mutation, the strange beast will be affected by a powerful soul and its temperament will change. It will become bloodthirsty and you will need to be extra careful when approaching it. Yoon-Dai's voice was calm as she read the records of the strange beast in the jade slip. This strange beast suddenly went crazy after a battle. Although it was subdued, its soul suffered a backlash and its strength declined to less than half of its peak. What teacher needs to do is to restore the strange beast to its original state within half a month. Once this is achieved, the mission will be completed and there will be rewards. She laid down the jade slip. Teacher, the general contents are here. There is also a preliminary examination of the strange beast's injuries. The experimental building had a total of 5 floors. 3 were above ground and 2 were underground. The first floor was a public hall, the second floor was for secret disciples to use, and the third floor was Chinyu's laboratory. The 2 underground floors were used to temporarily place spirit beasts that needed to be dealt with. For instance, this strange beast was currently on the first floor. As Yoon-Dai's voice fell, the secret disciples subconsciously frowned, a dignified look on their faces. Although they were far from being true beast trainers, they had already accumulated a wealth of basic common sense. Repairing soul damage was one of the most difficult ways to heal a spirit beast. Moreover, after this strange beast suffered a backlash, its consciousness became muddled and it became even more violent. This made treatment even more difficult. Chin-Yu nodded. You all already know the details of the mission. According to the situation, each of you will design a treatment plan. You will be given 1 day to complete it. The most outstanding ones will be allowed to join me and participate in the treatment of this strange beast. The secret disciples' eyes widened. After a brief moment of shock, they were all pleasantly surprised. Yes, teacher. As secret disciples, they never imagined that they would be able to come into contact with the work of beast trainers from the very start. Teacher was giving them a chance, they absolutely could not miss it. As secret disciples, they also had the qualifications to read through the basic ancient texts of beast trainers. Thus, the secret disciples plunged in and crazily flipped through the materials. They soon attracted the attention of others. When the secret disciples of other beast trainers learned that they were preparing treatment plans and even had a chance to participate in the treatment process, they were all shocked and envious. Sun Xiangzhang had a look of praise. Grandmaster Ning Qin is truly extraordinary. He actually thought of such a method to train his disciples. He thought for a moment and then lifted a pen to draw on a piece of paper. Take 3 nether jade lotuses and use the lotus seeds as the main ingredient. Combine them with ardent sunflowers, hyacinths, and severing cold grass. Extract the essence and smelt it into a pill. After a long time, Sun Xiangzhang put down his pen. As he looked at the modified treatment plan, his eyes lit up with anticipation. He took out a jade slip and recorded the treatment method within. Then, Sun Xiangzhang called over a disciple and ordered, "Take this jade slip to Rising Lake and ask Mr. Ning Qin to comment on it." This was the compromise he came up with. Since he couldn't directly obtain Grandmaster Ning Qin's guidance, then he would make his own arrangements according to his mission. It wouldn't be too much to ask him to give some pointers, right? Yoon-Dai didn't follow Yang Jiao and the others to look through the ancient texts. Instead, she sat in her room, holding a jade slip in her hands. After a long time, she clenched her teeth. She placed the jade slip against her forehead and began to pour information into it. Soon, she finished. Yoon-Dai hesitated for a moment and then made several changes. Only then did she let out a long breath of relief. In a short period of time, her complexion was pale and her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, as if she had exhausted a great deal of her mind. In order to obtain teacher's approval, I can only take some risks. Otherwise, when will I ever have the chance to stand out? I hope I won't be discovered. As she muttered to herself, it was unknown what she was thinking. After a brief moment, Yoon-Dai revealed a pained expression. Chin-Yu walked out from Sky declaring Pavilion's ancient texts. As an official beast trainer, he had the qualifications to look through most precious ancient texts. If he wanted to become a true beast trainer with rich experience in a short period of time, it was impossible. But, if it was just memorizing some things, it was actually quite simple. For instance, right now, Qin Yu was constantly recalling and deepening his memory of the Rare Treasures Complete book. This was an ancient text with an unknown author. It recorded all sorts of rare and precious treasures, and there were 2 chapters that specifically recorded most of the known mortal body and soul-type treasures. There were many others, but for the time being, these were the 2 that Qin Yu urgently needed. After carefully recalling several times and making sure he hadn't missed anything, his eyes brightened. The mission to treat the Wonder Beast should have been arranged by Feng Qing. That woman was indeed smart, she might have already sensed something. Luckily, the time at Wutong Mountain had left a deep impression on her. For the time being, she wouldn't act rashly. He hoped that there would be some harvests from this treatment. 11 treatment plans were placed in front of him. After Yun Dai read them out, Qin Yu pointed to a jade slip without hesitation. This one is the best. This treatment plan required the use of the thunder cleansing willow. After being destroyed, the willow branch had been revitalized. It contained a boundless aura of life and was a precious treasure for repairing injuries. Chapter 698. Qin Yu's seemingly simple choice actually caused a great deal of trouble for Yun Dai. She had come up with this treatment plan in hopes of obtaining approval so that she could become a true beast trainer sooner. But Qin Yu's decision was too direct. There was no explanation at all. It inevitably caused people to form some dark associations. After becoming a secret disciple, Yun Dai had always been cautious. As for Qin Yu, he hadn't revealed any abnormalities. But she didn't relax her guard because of this. Could it be that the tranquility of these past days was a deliberate disguise? After figuring out her background, he finally couldn't help but make a move. But to give up this chance because of pure speculation. Yun Dai took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed her restlessness. But she had already decided that once she sensed something was wrong, she would immediately leave. After confirming the treatment plan for the Wonder Beast, it was quickly approved. Because this was a task assigned to them, everything needed during the process would be borne by Sky Declaring Pavilion. Of course, all costs would eventually be borne by the master of the Wonder Beast. The premise was that the treatment effects could meet expectations. Carrying the metal box needed to treat the Wonder Beast, Yun Dai followed behind Qin Yu. Beneath the envious gazes of the other secret disciples, she walked towards the entrance to the underground level. As the winner of the treatment plan, this was the reward she deserved. But as she looked at the entrance in front of her that was like the mouth of a monster, Yun Dai revealed a look of struggle. She finally couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, why did you choose me?" She stared closely at Qin Yu, trying to find some useful clues from his face. But unfortunately, that calm face didn't reveal the slightest bit of emotion. He swept his eyes over her and lightly said, "Because your plan was the most suitable." This explanation was no different from not saying anything. Looking at Qin Yu's back, Yun Dai bit her lips. After a breath of time, she lowered her head and followed. Sun Xiangzhang withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip. He frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. This treatment plan is indeed amazing. It fuses the boundless vitality of the thunder-cleansing willow with the soul-gathering wood. But it has obvious flaws. The overall treatment effect cannot compare with the seed of the nether jade lotus. Moreover, fusing the thunder-cleansing willow with the soul-gathering wood isn't easy. It increases the difficulty of the treatment by at least 40%. Even if I wanted to raise this disciple named Yun Dai, I should have made up for the flaws. I shouldn't have submitted an incomplete plan. The more Sun Xiangzhang thought about it, the more confused he became. He rubbed his temples. Why did Grandmaster Ning Qin choose it? Could it be that there was something in this treatment plan that he didn't understand? Sun Xiangzhang thought for a moment and contacted Zhu Xinhong through the internal communication method after carefully deliberating it again and still to no avail. "Hello, Xiongzhong?" A slightly tired voice came from the receiver. Sun Xiangzhang looked apologetic. "Did I disturb your rest, Mr. Zhu?" "I'm really sorry." Zhu Xinhong smiled. "It's nothing. I just finished an experiment and haven't rested yet. If you have anything to say, just say it." Sun Xiangzhang explained what he didn't know. "Mr. Zhu, you're the authority in healing spirit beast souls. I wonder if you can discover something else from this treatment plan. Ju Xinhong was silent for a moment. Xiongzhong, I've already looked over the treatment plan that Grandmaster Ning Qin submitted. But I am just as confused as you. However, I believe that since the Great Master is doing this, he must have his reasons. We might as well wait and see the results. No matter which treatment plan it was to achieve the desired effect, so the final result was the best way to test it. After hanging up the call, Sun Xiangzhang raised his head and looked in the direction of the rising lake. If he wasn't mistaken, the treatment of the exotic beast had already begun. Feng Qing stood up and saw Jiang Yiyun off. As the steward of the mid-morning city branch division, he had a high status in Sky Declaring Pavilion. She had to give him the respect he deserved. Of course, the shrewd and experienced Jiang Yiyun was even more respectful. He firmly declined her offer to see him off and turned to leave. Feng Qing turned around and sat back down. She picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Thinking back to Jiang Yiyun's probing just now, she didn't reveal any flaws. Others might not know why Grandmaster Ning Qin chose Yun Dai's treatment plan, but she could faintly guess what it was. Comparing the number of spiritual objects he needed, it wasn't difficult to filter out his true needs. Thus, when the materials were allocated, she took the initiative to cut out some other things and added 2 more thunder-cleansing willows. Although the value was still a bit high, it wouldn't arouse too much attention. Thinking about it, Grandmaster Ning Qin should be satisfied. Feng Qing hoped to obtain his help, so she naturally had to work hard to obtain his approval. Putting herself in his shoes was clearly the best way to do so. Miss, listening to Steward Jiang's words just now, it seems that the treatment plan that Grandmaster Ning Qin chose isn't appropriate. Ju Li hesitantly said. As a personal maid, after obtaining the young Miss's trust, she knew more than others. This Grandmaster Ning Qin had an extremely close relationship with the young Miss. If something were to happen to him, the young Miss might also be implicated. Feng Qing smiled. You don't need to worry. Since Grandmaster Ning Qin chose this treatment plan, he must be confident he can do it. Ju Li had followed Feng Qing for the past few days and had gained some understanding of her personality. Since she said this, she was confident in herself. It seems that Grandmaster Ning Qin is fiercer than I thought. She had an envious look. In the past, Father Ju had exhausted a great deal of time and effort in order to become a beast trainer. But, even when he died, he hadn't succeeded. Feng Qing's eyes flashed. Ju Li, if you are interested, then after you break through to the Golden Core realm, I can recommend you to Grandmaster Ning Qin. Perhaps he will accept you as a disciple and guide you in becoming a beast trainer. Ju Li was pleasantly surprised. Miss, is that really possible? Feng Qing nodded. Since I said it, I naturally wouldn't lie to you. With how much importance Ning Qin placed on the Ju family, if Ju Li really wanted to become a beast trainer, he shouldn't refuse her. But unexpectedly, after a brief silence, Ju Li slowly said, Miss, if possible, can I give this chance to someone else? A strange light flashed in Feng Qing's eyes. The person you speak of, is it your fiancé? Miss, I've already explained to you that it is impossible for me to like him. It was grandfather who forced me to agree. Ju Li stamped her feet. You also know that the Hidden Fog sect gifted me pills. I just don't want to owe him any favors. If possible, I ask Miss to help me. Feng Qing coughed. I see. I need to think about it. We can discuss this later. Seeing Ju Li's disappointed expression, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She thought that this really was a coincidence. Chapter 699. On the first floor of Rising Lake Laboratory Building, Yun Dai sat behind a test bench. She was recording all sorts of data related to the wonder beast that was calculated. Although the process was simple and boring, Yun Dai didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. This was because this data would become the basis for her subsequent treatment. As she waited for the calculation, she subconsciously looked at the tightly shut stone door. The surface of the door shined with light, isolating all prying eyes. After entering the first floor, what Yun Dai worried about didn't happen. The teacher didn't even glance at her. After instructing her to record the data, he entered his room and didn't come out again. Yun Dai let out a breath of relief and blushed. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Was this what the teacher meant by participating in the treatment process? She was clearly just helping out. However, this treatment plan clearly had flaws. If the teacher didn't have any other thoughts, then why did he choose her? Could it be that the teacher's strength had reached a level where he could ignore these flaws? Sky Declaring Pavilion's mid-morning city branch division had hired a total of 7 beast trainers. As new members, they hadn't made enough contributions and hadn't displayed their formidable strength yet. Thus, the treatment they received should be roughly the same. But there was an exception. The scale of Rising Lake Manor was ranked near the top of the mid-morning city branch division. In terms of living environment and laboratory equipment, they were all top-notch. When the other 6 beast trainers learned that Ning Qin had moved in, a thought popped up in their minds: what qualifications did he have? Thus, the newly joined beast trainers had already held 2 private gatherings. But none of them chose to inform Ning Qin, so they naturally excluded him from this small circle. Today was the 3rd time that the 6 beast trainers had gathered together. They were here to exchange information and discuss the tasks that were assigned to them by the building. They wanted to do their best to hand in excellent results. Halfway through the gathering, the 6 participating beast trainers had more or less obtained some harvests. They all had smiles on their faces and the atmosphere was harmonious. Suddenly, one of them said, "I heard that person has already begun treatment today." He didn't name anyone, but everyone knew who he was talking about. Humph. The treatment plan to save the Wonder Beast was proposed by one of his secret disciples. I found it and looked over it. Although it is brilliant, there are also great flaws. A beast trainer with a round face, small eyes, and wrinkles all over his face sneered. Indeed, there's a huge problem with that proposal. I'm really curious as to what Ning Qin relied on to make such a choice, Liu Yishan said slowly. The 3rd beast trainer smiled and said, "I have a rumor here. It is said that Ning Qin's secret disciple is a very beautiful woman." There was a burst of tacit laughter, but the laughter was filled with ridicule. The first mission that Sky Declaring Pavilion had given them was the key to establishing a good first impression. For them to abandon it for the sake of a woman was simply foolish. Once the mission period ends, if he can't produce a satisfactory result, I want to see if he still has the face to continue living in Rising Lake. The Lawmark beast trainer mocked. That's right. After the mission is over, we'll request the building to publicly announce the final results. Rising Lake, even if someone were to give it to you, it should only be given to the strongest person between us. But there was one person who didn't speak. He swept his eyes over the beast trainer beside him, his eyes cold. Stupid. You guys are the ones who have eyes but fail to see, the real idiots. If he could get that woman, so what if he failed the mission? It seemed that Ning Qin must have sensed something. Damn it, if he hadn't been rejected then this woman would already be his. Luckily, Yun Dai's bloodline hadn't fully awakened yet. Since Ning Qin knew this, he wouldn't do anything in order to obtain the best results. He still had a chance. Brother Shaw, what are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? A beast trainer asked. Shaw Liuhe looked up, a smile on his face. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about the next mission and trying to do a better job. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, he didn't plan on exposing his strength too early. But now he couldn't care about anything else. In this mission, he had to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. Only then would he have a chance to openly take away Yun Dai. That woman was his. 4 days passed. On the first underground floor, Yun Dai stared at the data in her hands, her eyebrows subconsciously furrowed. There was something wrong with the Wonder Beast's data. There were several key values that had large fluctuations. She couldn't determine what this meant, but without a doubt there was a problem. But her teacher still hadn't come out. If it weren't for the array formation in the laboratory being normal, she would have already knocked on his door. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded out. Yun Dai stood up and looked at the Wonder Beast imprisoned in the array formation. On the white paper that recorded the data, the lines fluctuated like raging waves. The Wonder Beast's body twitched and its calculated life aura rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yun Dai paled. The Wonder Beast's condition was clearly stable, so how could it suddenly deteriorate? If it really died, then her teacher's mission would naturally fail. As the secret disciple responsible for recording the data, she would inevitably have to bear a great responsibility. Looking at the laboratory door that was still tightly shut, Yoon-dai didn't have time to think too much. She pressed down on the communication button on the experimental platform. Do, a busy tone sounded out from the receiver, but Yoon-dai wasn't able to hear the sound of it being lifted up. She couldn't wait any longer. She placed the receiver to the side and chose to replay it. Then, Yoon-dai stood up and walked towards the cage that imprisoned the Wonder Beast. She had to try and do something to save the Wonder Beast's life and also save her own destiny. Suddenly, the Wonder Beast's twitching body calmed down. It opened its eyes, revealing two eyes like silver moons. They coldly and indifferently looked at Yoon-dai. Yoon-dai stiffened and her breathing stopped. Her heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, fiercely shrinking into a ball. This is bad, she moved her feet, wanting to retreat. But in the next moment, the world in front of her suddenly lost its luster. Everything dimmed and dissipated, leaving behind only those silver moon-like eyes. They constantly enlarged until they occupied her entire field of vision. Open the cage. An indifferent fluctuation of consciousness sounded out in Yoon-dai's mind. It was like a god from the heavenly palace, carrying with it an unquestionable dignity. No. Yoon-dai's consciousness crazily struggled, but she had lost control of her body. She could only watch as she walked forward step by step. She arrived at the side of the cage and cut off the energy supply from the array formation. The shining lines of the array formation rapidly dimmed and finally extinguished. Yoon-dai's consciousness fell into despair. The Wonder Beast in the cage obtained its freedom. Its appearance was very comical. Beneath its massive head were 4 thin limbs. Every step it took was very careful, as if it were afraid that it would be crushed by the heavy head. But even though it walked slowly, it still quickly crossed the several meters. The Wonder Beast lowered its head, its indifferent eyes covering Yoon-dai. It opened its mouth and a sharp proboscis as sharp as a bamboo stick stretched out. It shined with an icy metallic luster as it stabbed towards her head. Death approached. Yoon-dai could even smell the rotting stench it emitted. But she couldn't move at all. She could only helplessly watch as it approached. The proboscis touched her hair. An icy cold sensation spread through her body. In the next moment it would pierce through her skull and suck out all of her brain. But the expected death didn't arrive. The proboscis on her head began to tremble. Then, Yoon-dai was pulled away from her and the 2 giant silver moons that filled her vision vanished from sight. Yoon-dai's consciousness instantly returned to her body. She gasped for breath but discovered that she couldn't summon any strength at all. She could only hold onto the arm behind her and lean against his chest. Don't be afraid. It's fine now. A calm voice echoed out. Yoon-dai saw her teacher's face. He was also looking down at her. When their eyes met, Yoon-dai could feel a trace of apology in his eyes. Before she could discover anything more, Chin-yu helped Yoon-dai stand up. I'll drive it back first. He stepped towards the Wonder Beast. Yoon-dai's eyes subconsciously widened. Just now, she had fully experienced just how fierce it was. Teacher, before she could speak, Yoon-dai's mouth fell open. Her face was stunned. It had a large head and a small body. Its eyes were like silver moons, and it could control its consciousness. This Wonder Beast that was filled with danger was actually lying on the ground, whimpering. It was afraid of her teacher. Greedy Moon was originally a gentle and kind beast. After it mutated into a Wonder Beast, its heart had been distorted by the sudden rise in its soul force. It had become cruel and bloodthirsty. It could only rely on spells placed into its soul to forcefully control itself. It simply didn't know what fear was. Moreover, this Wonder Beast had suffered a backlash and its savage nature had sharply risen. But what did she see now? This Wonder Beast was actually sobbing in front of her teacher. In particular, from beginning to end, Yoon-dai hadn't seen what her teacher had done. He had only walked over. How was this possible? Chin-yu looked at the Wonder Beast lying on the ground. His thoughts stirred and blood energy fluctuations spread out from his body. The Wonder Beast immediately cried out in pain as if it had been placed in a flame. As he thought, this was because of the ancient bloodline. The skylark that had mutated into a fire phoenix was like this, and the savage Wonder Beast was also like this. Qin Yu was very curious. Just why was this happening? His eyes flashed and he suppressed these thoughts. Now wasn't the time to delve into this. Qin Yu lightly said, "Go back to where you belong." The Wonder Beast scrambled back to the center of the imprisonment array formation. Qin Yu casually activated it and the array formation lit up once more. He turned and looked at Yun Dai. "Are you all right?" Yun Dai, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. It was fine if he could scare away a savage Wonder Beast, but he could even directly command it. I'm fine." Yun Dai's dizzy mind seemed to be torn apart by a bolt of lightning. She recalled some information she had inadvertently seen before. The peak of beast trainers. Because they have tamed trillions of spirit beasts, they are contaminated with their aura and fuse it with themselves, forming an invisible power of control. They naturally deter all spirit beasts in the world, and no one dares to disobey them. Could it be that her teacher was an existence that had stepped onto the transcendent peak of beast trainers? Yun Dai thought of Mr. Sun Xiangzhang's performance. Perhaps he knew this, so he was so respectful to her teacher. That's right, that must be it. Otherwise, with Mr. Sun's status, why would he take out a treatment plan and allow her teacher to comment on it? Moreover, it could be explained why her teacher chose her treatment plan. This was because with her teacher's strength, there was no need for him to care. There were still many things she couldn't figure out. For instance, with her teacher's strength, why would he hide his identity and join Sky Declaring Pavilion in such a low-key manner? But, seeing the truth with her own eyes was far more convincing than guesses. Looking at Yun Dai's shining eyes and her flushed face, it wasn't hard for Qin Yu to guess the reason. But, since even he couldn't figure it out, he naturally couldn't explain it. "I have already prepared the medicine. Feed it to the Wonder Beast 3 times a day. During this time, do not disturb me." Leaving behind 3 sealed round containers, Qin Yu turned and walked back into the laboratory. The door slowly closed and the isolation array formation activated. "Yes, teacher." Yun Dai respectfully bowed. She looked at the 3 containers, her eyes solemn and heavy, as if she were on a pilgrimage. Even with her teacher's strength, he still needed 4 days to prepare them. The medicine inside was absolutely the highest level of existence. To a beast trainer apprentice, just looking at this legendary potion was already a great blessing, much less if she could personally use it. Perhaps she could obtain a great harvest from this potion. She took a deep breath and steadied her trembling hands. Then, she carefully picked up a container and opened the seal. "Ah!" With a loud cry, her eyes widened. She looked at the container and saw a strange and sticky mass. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed as if it had been crudely crushed and mixed together. But just as this thought rose, Yun Dai suppressed it. How could she dare to have such disrespectful thoughts towards her teacher? Perhaps this was a special tempering method that she had never come into contact with before. In the cage, the incomparably frightened Wonder Beast suddenly sniffed. Then, it violently stood up and stared straight at Yun Dai, its silver eyes filled with longing. With a deep roar, Yun Dai was so frightened that she nearly broke the container. You want this medicine." Looking at the Wonder Beast restlessly pacing back and forth, Yun Dai suddenly had an intuition that she might be able to witness a miracle. Holding the container in her hands, she walked towards the cage. The missions that Sky Declaring Pavilion assigned were divided into different deadlines depending on the difficulty: 10 days, half a month, or 1 month. For the newly joined beast trainers, the first mission they received was generally of similar difficulty and was given a half-month limit. Unless they could come up with a result that far surpassed everyone's expectations, no one would truly delay until the deadline. After all, the earlier they completed a mission, the better it would be for them to display their strength. Joining Sky Declaring Pavilion didn't mean that they could sit back and relax. On the contrary, the more outstanding one's performance was, the more resources they could obtain and the chance to reach a higher level. Thus, on the 5th day of the mission, one of the 7 newly joined alchemists had already smoothly completed the mission and received a medium-grade Earthstep mission score. For the heaven, earth, and mortal levels, a medium-grade Earth-step mission score was already a very high evaluation. This meant that after completing the basic mission, one would have an even more outstanding performance. On the 6th day, 2 people completed their missions, and on the 7th day, 2 more people completed their missions. The lowest evaluation was still a high-grade human step. It could be said that their strength was outstanding. Many veteran beast trainers sighed inwardly. From the 8th day onwards, there were only 2 people who hadn't handed in their missions, Ning Qin and Sho Liuhe. Because of the outstanding performance of the 5 beast trainers who joined at the same time, the results of these 2 people were the focus of attention. It was indeed strong to be the first to complete a mission, but everyone knew that since they dared to give up their advantage in time, they must be confident in the final result. Among them, Sho Liuhe wasn't too conspicuous. Most of the gazes fell on Rising Lake, on the quiet laboratory building. The reason was simple. It wasn't just the 6 new beast trainers that were dissatisfied with Qin Yu moving into Rising Lake Manor. Everyone wanted to know just how much weight he had. Besides the elder senior apprentice brother who had been sent out by the teacher and Yun Dai who had entered the first floor of the laboratory building, the other secret disciples were all gathered together. After becoming a secret disciple, when they didn't have a mission, they could flip through basic ancient texts and do some experiments that they had the ability to complete. The materials they used would be reimbursed by the laboratory. This was the reason why they longed to become a secret disciple of a beast trainer. Otherwise, even if they bought basic ancient texts, they still wouldn't be able to become a true beast trainer without a massive number of experiments. Currently, the public laboratory on the 2nd floor was quiet. The secret disciples were each minding their own business. Although it seemed calm, it was actually filled with an oppressive atmosphere. The crystal tube fell to the ground and shattered to pieces. Yang Jiao took a deep breath and looked up to meet everyone's eyes. Do you think there will be any problems with teacher? As their teacher's disciples, they could certainly feel the turbulent undercurrents beneath the calm surface. By becoming a secret disciple, they could obtain benefits, but they also had to bear the corresponding price. They were already one with their teacher. If things didn't go smoothly for their teacher, their future road would surely be bumpy. Yang Jiao, what do you mean? Li Hao was expressionless. No matter what rumors you hear outside, I have absolute confidence in teacher. That's right, teacher can absolutely complete the treatment. He hasn't come out yet. Perhaps he wants to obtain a better treatment result. Yes, that must be it. Everyone began to speak up. But contrary to their firm tones, they all had complex expressions on their faces. Yun Dai's treatment plan was flawed. This was an indisputable fact. Could it be that the rumors were true? Was it because he lusted after her beauty? Sun Xiangzhang completed a highly difficult experiment and the results were within the range of his predictions. He was tired but also relaxed. He walked out of the laboratory and sat down on a sofa. He leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Tell me what happened these past days. Yes, teacher. The disciple was well aware of his habits. Without any hesitation, he recounted everything that had happened recently. As expected, when the 7 new beast trainers were mentioned, the teacher's fingers that were tapping the sofa paused. This was a sign of his concern. Liu Yishan, Yi Feihua, and the other 6 beast trainers have successfully completed their tasks. The highest evaluation is medium-grade Earth level and the lowest is high-grade human level. The only ones that have yet to submit their tasks are Ning Qin and Sho Liuhe. Shua Sun Xiangzhang opened his eyes, surprise on his face. Mr. Ning Qin hasn't finished yet. With the Grandmaster's strength, although treating a wonder beast was complicated, it shouldn't be too difficult. He should be able to complete it in 3 days. He feared that the greatest possibility was that there were flaws in the treatment plan to begin with. It would be extremely difficult to achieve the desired results. Yes, teacher. The disciple didn't understand why Sun Xiangzhang valued Ning Qin so much. He hesitated for a moment and said, right now, many people are waiting for the final result. He didn't speak too clearly, but Sun Xiangzhang already understood. He sneered, all day long they are scheming against each other. If they have the time and effort, they might as well do more experiments and improve their own strength. He thought for a moment. Send someone to pay attention to this matter. Once Mr. Ning Qin submits his task, immediately inform me. With the Grandmaster's strength, he should be able to complete the mission. But there were flaws in the treatment plan and the final result shouldn't be too good. Chapter 700. Deep in the jungle, the laboratory building stood alone. Because of its remote location, it had been a long time since any beast trainer was willing to stay here. But this just happened to meet Xiaoliuhe's needs. Thus, when the Internal Affairs Division cultivator asked him about it, he looked at the topographic map and agreed. All 3 levels of the laboratory building's array formations activated, isolating this place from the outside world. Xiaoliuhe sat down cross-legged, his hands crossed in front of his chest, palms facing each other. 2 rays of light, black and red, flowed out from his palm and intertwined with each other. Then, the phantom of a 3-legged cauldron appeared. Although it was blurry and only the size of a palm, the phantom of this 3-legged cauldron gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. As one looked at it, mournful wails rang out in one's mind, as if 1,000,000,000,000 souls were being suppressed within. Suddenly, Xiaoliuhe's body trembled and his face twisted in pain. All the blood vessels in his body swelled up and a blue color appeared. Beneath this blue color, visible strands of scarlet blood rapidly gathered in his hands and sank into the 3-legged furnace. At the same time, Xiaoliuhe's face was deathly pale, without the slightest hint of blood. He looked like a corpse buried deep underground. After several breaths of time, with a dull bang, the 3-legged furnace popped like a bubble and dissipated in the air. A deep green pill appeared and was grasped by Xiaoliuhe. He gasped for breath for a long time before barely managing to calm himself down. My soul has become even weaker. I can only supplement it with blood vitality. But this mortal body won't be able to last much longer. I have to obtain Yun Dai as soon as possible. Xiaoliuhe lifted a hand and closed the array formation. He called over a female secret disciple. Without waiting for her to speak, he pointed a finger and the woman fell to the ground. Xiaoliuhe casually took off his clothes and expressionlessly walked towards the unconscious disciple. Throughout the entire process, his expression didn't change in the slightest. But as he moved, his complexion gradually regained its rosy color and his extremely weak aura stabilized. When Xiaoliuhe walked out of the laboratory, he had returned to his normal appearance. However, the unconscious female disciple's white and tender body had become dark and gloomy. Fine wrinkles crawled up her face. This day was the 14th day, the second to last day of the new beast trainer's mission. Not long after Xiaoliuhe entered the Internal Affairs Division, astonishing news spread through the entirety of Sky Declaring Pavilion at a terrifying speed. Xiaoliuhe mission completed. Score, mid-grade heaven step. According to the grading system of heaven, earth, and human level, the human level was qualified, the earth level was excellent, and the heaven level meant that it had surpassed the task itself and helped the spirit beast achieve a fundamental breakthrough. In terms of the difficulty of this mission, this medium-grade heaven step evaluation was extremely valuable. It instantly covered Xiaoliuhe in a radiant light. This originally unremarkable and ordinary beast trainer had suddenly become the most dazzling star of the current era. It was said that this matter had already been reported to headquarters. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they would have to respectfully call Xiaoliuhe Grandmaster. Bian Changli, the director of the Internal Affairs Department, smiled. His wrinkles were stretched out like a daisy. Mr. Shaw, you've really broadened our horizons. Although there are no written rules in the building, according to the convention, the one with the highest score in the first mission will be rewarded with a very precious reward. With a Heaven Realm middle rank score, there is no doubt that Mr. Shaw will be the champion. I congratulate you in advance. I wish you a bright future and the title of Master as soon as possible. Sky Declaring Pavilion's mission scoring system had strict rules. Bian Changli was certain that the strength Xiaoliuhe displayed in this mission had already reached the high Silver Moon realm. This was a true Grandmaster level character. Looking at the entire Sky Declaring Pavilion, there were less than 5 of them. He was a true peak character, so Bian Changli had to be careful and flatter him. Xiaoliuhe stood in the midst of the crowd. He calmly smiled and humbly said, I appreciate Director Bian's good intentions, But the mission period hasn't ended yet and there are still unknown variables. It isn't appropriate to say these things now. There wasn't a problem with these words, but those present weren't idiots. They could naturally sense the meaning behind his words. Although the mission period hadn't ended, there was only one person left, that Mr. Ning of Rising Lake. It seemed that Mr. Shaw was dissatisfied with him settling in Rising Lake. Bian Changli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When we first allocated the residences of the various grandmasters, we also obeyed orders from above. But our sky-declaring pavilion has always placed strength above all else. I believe that after this mission ends, we will seriously consider arranging a new residence for Mr. Shaw. As for Ning Qin settling in Rising Lake, it was indeed an order from above. He didn't dare to be concerned by a Grandmaster-level character. As for other hints, he didn't speak carelessly. These were the rules of Sky-declaring Pavilion to begin with. The strong enjoyed the best treatment. If Ning Qin's performance in this mission wasn't enough to convince everyone, then he wouldn't have the qualifications to continue staying in Rising Lake Manor. Shaw Liuhe smiled. Let's not talk about this. There is still one more day until the mission ends. Perhaps Mr. Ning Qin will be able to hand over an even better answer tomorrow. Let's wait for the dust to settle before discussing these things. He cupped his hands together. In order to complete this mission, I have consumed a great deal of mental strength. I will go back and rest first. Everyone, farewell. Mr. Shaw, take care. Everyone smiled flatteringly. Stepping out of the Internal Affairs Division, Shaw Liuhe looked up at the sky and his lips curled up. He had already expressed his attitude. After tomorrow, Sky-declaring Pavilion would definitely give him an explanation. As for Ning Qin's performance, was there even a need to pay attention to it? Once he was driven out of Rising Lake, he would only need to use a few methods to make Yun Dai obediently listen to him. Rising Lake Laboratory Building, first floor. Yun Dai looked at the tightly shut doors of the laboratory, a look of hesitation on her face. She didn't know what her teacher was doing, so she didn't dare to disturb him. If today wasn't the deadline, then Yun Dai wouldn't have any problems even if she had to wait another month. After all, with her teacher's status, she had no idea just how great of a blessing it was for her to be able to follow by his side. Yun Dai glanced at the timer. It was already past noon. She took a deep breath and carefully pressed down on the communication device. She couldn't just stare blankly on as her teacher's first mission ended on time, although she believed that as long as one looked at the answer sheet that her teacher handed over, no one would care about something as trivial as being late. The receiver buzzed several times before it was lifted up. Her teacher's calm voice sounded out, "What is it?" His light voice was filled with a dignified feeling in Yun Dai's ears. She subconsciously stood up and respectfully said, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed you, but today is the last day of the mission." There was a brief silence on the other side. Then, there was a whisper, "It's already been half a month. Time really passes by quickly, I understand." The call was hung up. Yun Dai put down the receiver, her face filled with admiration. Even someone as powerful as her teacher was so diligent and didn't relax in the slightest. It was no wonder he had his current achievements. She suddenly realized that even if she was just a bystander in this mission from beginning to end, just this discovery was enough for her to enjoy for the rest of her life. No one's success came easily. Thus, towards her teacher, Yun Dai felt even more respect. Soon, the supporting array formation on the laboratory door was extinguished. Qin Yu stepped out and said, "Yun Dai, according to the rules of Sky-declaring Pavilion, can you hand over the mission for me?" Yun Dai was stunned for a moment before she immediately responded. That was right, with teacher's status, how could he care about a mere reputation? Even if this was an incomparably glorious moment in her eyes, it wasn't anything at all in her teacher's eyes. Yun Dai respectfully bowed. "Teacher, according to the rules of Sky-declaring Pavilion, I am only your secret disciple. I don't have the qualifications to replace you." Qin Yu frowned. His mortal body had reached a critical moment of recovery and he didn't want to waste even a single minute. And if it's an official disciple? Yun Dai's heart suddenly raced. Her face flushed red and she felt dizzy. If it's your official disciple, then, that is, Possible. Teacher's meaning was that he wanted me to become his official disciple. How was that possible? I simply don't have the qualifications, Yundai stammered. She felt as if her entire body was suspended in midair, as if she were floating in the air, unable to withstand any force. Qin Yu nodded. Good. From now on, you are my official disciple. He turned and looked at the strange beast whose appearance had changed. He frowned, but according to the aura, this should be a good thing. She is my disciple. Follow her and don't cause any trouble. He turned and left. Bang! It wasn't until the doors to the laboratory closed and the runes of the array formation lit up that Yundai regained her composure. She felt her legs go soft and she leaned against the laboratory table, not falling over. Then, she giggled for a long time. At this moment, she really felt as if a giant pie from the heavens had smashed into her head. So big, so delicious. I am teacher's disciple, a true disciple. Yundai's eyes brightened. She suddenly felt that her dark and gloomy life was suddenly filled with light. All of her trials and tribulations would vanish without a trace. Looking at the strange beast in the array formation, Yundai's eyes were light, without the slightest bit of awe. Because right now, she was teacher's disciple. Closing the array formation, Yundai reached out a hand. Strange beast, come with me. On the last day of the mission, because of Sho Liuha's vague statement, nearly all eyes of the mid-morning city branch division were focused on Rising Lake. The secret disciples that were trying their best to remain calm could no longer stay in the laboratory. They gathered at the exit of the underground level, nervous and expectant. Starting from the morning, the sun slowly climbed up into the sky. Then, it followed a fixed trajectory and began to set in the west. The entrance door was tightly shut and there was no movement at all. The faces of the secret disciples gradually paled. Was it really as those people outside said? Teacher had already failed his mission. The reason he hadn't appeared yet was because he didn't want to face everyone's ridiculing gazes. Although they didn't want to believe it, the truth seemed to be right in front of them. The secret disciples began to shiver, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. This matter was no longer a simple mission failure. Once teacher was stepped on, it would be impossible for him to have a chance to rise back up. As for them, they would be buried with him. They were doomed to achieve nothing in their lives. For the sake of a woman, he lusted after her beauty and placed himself in a hopeless situation. Even they were implicated. Why did they have such a teacher? Li Hao's complexion was deathly pale. He lowered his head so that no one could see his gloomy eyes. Suddenly, he grit his teeth. He had made a decision in his heart. Teacher had already offended too many people. After being stepped on this time, no one would give him another chance to rise back up. He had an outstanding talent as a beast trainer and was destined to have great achievements in the future. He could not fall into the abyss with Ning Qin. Looking up at the tightly shut entrance to the first level, Li Hao roared out loud, "You still haven't woken up? Teacher has already given up on the mission, and he has even given up on us." Everyone was startled. Their eyes widened as they looked at him, their faces filled with shock. Li Hao lifted a hand and pointed. "Look clearly. Beneath this laboratory building, our teacher, who was filled with hope and confidence, is drowning in beauty. He has never thought about what sort of fate we will face because of this. He is a true beast trainer. Even if he loses everything in Sky Declaring Pavilion, he can still leave and start anew. But what about us? We will be delayed for the rest of our lives. Such an irresponsible person is not worthy of being our teacher. I have already asked a true beast trainer to come to an agreement with Rising Lake. As long as we voluntarily give up our current identities, we can sever all ties with Rising Lake and become that Mister's disciple. Then, everything can start anew. Now, I want to ask you. Who is willing to leave with me?" Yang Jiao shivered. She screamed, "Li Hao, what nonsense are you speaking? You dare to slander teacher." Li Hao was expressionless. "What I am saying is the truth. It was teacher who gave up on us first." He swept his eyes over everyone. "Is there no one willing to leave with me? Think about it carefully. Do you want to stay here and sink into oblivion, or do you want to obtain a new life?" In the silence, some people began to waver. The first to walk towards Li Hao was a female secret disciple. Her name was Rao Xiaoling. She lowered her head, avoiding the incredulous gazes around her. She stood beside Li Hao and said, I wasn't wrong. The one who was wrong was teacher, so, this cannot be blamed on me. Then came the second and third. Their faces were filled with shame and embarrassment, but as they stood behind Li Hao, they were secretly happy and relaxed. What are you all doing? An icy voice suddenly sounded out. At some unknown time, the entrance to the first level had opened. Yun Dai icily looked at everyone. Yang Jiao was overjoyed. Big sister Yun Dai, Li Hao and the others are slandering teacher, because of his relationship with you. They said that teacher has already failed his mission. In order to not be dragged down by teacher, they want to sever all ties with Rising Lake. Yun Dai's eyes turned even colder. Li Hao, is that true? He didn't know why, but as her eyes shrouded him, Li Hao felt a great pressure. But there was no turning back. With things having come to this point, there was no turning back. Li Hao sneered and said, that's right, that's exactly what happened. I'll ask you one last time. Who else is willing to leave with me? Otherwise, don't regret it. Yun Dai nodded. Indeed. You all need to think about it clearly. Don't let yourself regret it. She swept her eyes over Yang Jiao and the other secret disciples. Now tell me, will you stay or will you leave? Yang Jiao didn't hesitate. Big sister Yun Dai, I will stay. It was difficult to trust a teacher that she didn't have much contact with. But, she trusted Yun Dai. The grey-haired youth smiled. I will stay. The stance of these two people affected the attitudes of everyone else. After a brief moment of hesitation, no one chose to leave. Li Hao sneered. I've already given you a chance. Since you can't grasp it, don't blame me for not reminding you when you cry in the future. He turned around. Let's go. We're going to find Lu Cheng and explain our relationship with Rising Lake. Yun Dai said, wait. Li Hao's lips curved up. What? You want to convince me to stay? Don't dream on. Yun Dai looked at him with pride in her eyes. Today, I will officially announce on behalf of teacher that Li Hao, Rao Xiaoling, and the others will be expelled from Rising Lake. She lifted a hand and pointed. You can leave now. If we meet again in the future, you and I will be enemies. How insolent. Li Hao was enraged. Yun Dai, who do you think you are that you dare to expel us? Yun Dai had a calm expression. I am already teacher's true disciple, so I naturally have the qualifications to handle matters on teacher's behalf. You are no longer people of Rising Lake. If you don't leave, then don't blame me for being impolite. You. Li Hao's complexion paled. He clenched his teeth for a long time. Good. Good. Yun Dai, just wait for me. He flicked his sleeves and left. Rao Xiaoling and the others had panicked expressions. Voluntarily severing their relationship and being expelled were two completely different matters. Once they carried this infamy, it would be impossible to wash it away in this life. But they had already made their choice. They could only leave in a daze. Yang Jiao's eyes widened. Big sister Yun Dai, you really became an official disciple? Her eyes flashed and her complexion stiffened. Could it be that the rumors outside were true? Yun Dai already had an ambiguous relationship with teacher. Otherwise, how could she suddenly become an official disciple? Yun Dai lifted a hand and knocked her. Shut up, what nonsense are you thinking about? You're not allowed to be disrespectful to teacher. I was just lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by teacher. She swept her eyes over the several people that remained. In the future, you will all be thankful for the choice you made today. After exchanging several words with these people and understanding the current situation, Yun Dai's complexion turned icy cold. She sneered. If they wanted to see my teacher make a joke of himself, then these lowly people weren't worthy. She ordered several people to stay in Rising Lake and then turned to leave. Yang Jiao shouted out, Big sister Yun Dai, what are you going to do? Yun Dai didn't look back. I'm handing in the mission on teacher's behalf. She suddenly thought of her teacher who didn't care about this at all. Her eyes filled with a deep respect once more. Compared to teacher, these people were nothing but dancing clowns. How could a sparrow and swallow understand the ambitions of a swan? Although teacher didn't care about this little bit of glory or even their slander, as teacher's disciple, she had to maintain teacher's dignity. She didn't mind ruthlessly slapping these people's faces so that they would always remember that as they walked the world, they had to maintain a humble and respectful heart. So, when Yoon Dai arrived at the Internal Affairs Division under the many strange gazes, the flames in her heart were already blazing. Although she looked like a secret disciple, Yoon Dai's current aura was far too strong. The Internal Affairs Division cultivators didn't dare to be careless. Someone stepped forwards and asked, "Miss, may I ask what business you have?" Yoon Dai was expressionless. "I am here to submit a mission on behalf of teacher." Sky Declaring Pavilion had many beast trainers and there were new missions every day. Submitting a mission was a normal matter. The Internal Affairs Division cultivators didn't think too much about it. Instead, their attitude towards Yoon Dai became increasingly gentle. They really didn't expect that this beautiful young lady was already a disciple that had been truly recognized. "Of course. May I ask who Miss Teacher is?" "Rising Lake, Mr. Ning Chin." The surroundings fell silent. Everyone in the Internal Affairs Division looked over. As they looked at the incomparably beautiful Yoon Dai, their complexions gradually became strange. Could it be that the rumored female secret disciple was her? She was truly dazzling. It was no wonder a true beast trainer had fallen head over heels for her. No, that wasn't right. She was already a true disciple that had been recognized. If someone said there wasn't something fishy going on here, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The Internal Affairs Division cultivator was stunned. His eyes turned cold, as if he were feeling pity. "Yoon Dai. I am." The person nodded. "Please follow me." The two of them passed through the front hall of the Internal Affairs Division and headed towards the Mission Evaluation Department. At noon on the last day of the half-month deadline, Rising Lake's Yoon Dai had come to submit a mission on behalf of teacher Ning Chin. The evaluation had already begun. This news was no weaker than the uproar caused by Sho Lyohe yesterday. It rapidly spread through the entirety of Sky Declaring Pavilion. Even the various great influences in Mid-Morning City were paying attention to this matter because of Sho Lyohe's amazing performance. In a desolate forest laboratory building, Sho Lyohe laid down the jade slip in his hands, a mocking smile on his face. He originally thought that this Ning Chin would be a turtle hiding in its shell, but he never imagined that he would submit a mission on the last day. Did he send Yoon Dai to submit a mission because he feared that he would be ridiculed by everyone and lose all face? Thinking about it, Sho Lyohe stood up. With his current status, he shouldn't show too much concern for this matter, as it would be beneath his status. But he had to confirm whether or not Yoon Dai was still a virgin. This was an extremely important matter and he couldn't allow any accidents to occur. "Ning Chin, you had best not touch a single finger of hers. Otherwise, I swear that I will make you beg for death." Mr. Ning Chin submitted a mission. Sun Xiangzhang revealed a gratified expression. He knew that with the Grandmaster's strength, he wouldn't disappoint anyone. Even if the result wasn't good, he would still be able to complete it. The disciple shook his head. "Teacher, the one who went to the Internal Affairs Division is Mr. Ning Chin's disciple. Her name is Yoon Dai." The disciple hesitated, a strange expression on his face. The outside world was already filled with rumors. A new secret disciple had immediately become a true disciple after the two of them spent half a month together. This clearly indicated that there was a problem. Sun Xiangzhang frowned. He had already grasped the crux of the matter. Could the rumors be true? This caused his impression of Grandmaster Ning Chin to drop a little. Sun Xiangzhang let out a light breath and stood up. "Let's go. Follow me to the Internal Affairs Division." The disciple revealed a puzzled expression. "Teacher, do you still want to explain things for Mr. Ning Chin?" Sun Xiangzhang paused for a moment. He continued to say, "I just don't believe in these speculations. As for what the truth is, I will personally confirm it. Ning Chin has submitted a mission. The one going to the Internal Affairs Division is that female disciple that he's so obsessed with. I heard she is as beautiful as a fairy. He's already accepted her as a true disciple. Ignoring everything else, this Ning Chin can be considered a hoodlum. Everything is laid out in the open and he isn't afraid of others talking about him at all. Humph. Let's see if he has any face left to continue staying in Rising Lake. Let's go to the Internal Affairs Division and watch the fun. The newly joined beast trainers hung up their communications and hurried to the Internal Affairs Division. There were many similar events occurring. For a time, Sky Declaring Pavilion's Internal Affairs Division became incomparably lively. Mr. Zhong, you also came? Since so many people have gathered here today, I also wanted to join in on the fun. Ha ha ha, Brother Shu, you've come. I definitely can't miss out on such a wonderful show. Many beast trainers greeted those they were familiar with. They were usually busy with their experiments and rarely had a gathering like this. For a time, everyone was chatting happily. The people of the Internal Affairs Division didn't dare to tire out the beast trainers. They hurriedly brought over tables and chairs and offered refreshments for fear of offending anyone. Of all of them, the area where Shou Liuhe was located was naturally the most lively. Almost all the beast trainers stepped forward to greet him, smiling and complimenting him. Shou Liuhe responded, but he couldn't help but look towards the passageway leading to the Internal Affairs Division. Calculating the time, the grading should be over. He didn't care about the result. He only wanted to determine whether or not Yun Dai was still a virgin. Jiang Yiyun had an excited expression. He looked at the grading in his hands. The several old judges also blushed red and their fingers trembled. After a long time, Jiang Yiyun let out a long breath. He carefully placed the jade slip on the table, as if he were holding some rare treasure. For the Mid-Morning City Branch Division to obtain Mr. Ning Qin's favor, it is truly the fortune of the heavens. The chief judge's voice trembled. Mr. Ning Qin's strength is far beyond what we mortals can imagine. I fear he has already broken through the shackles and stepped into the great solar realm. Grand Master, this is the rank of a Grand Master. The several judges nodded again and again. They had served Sky Declaring Pavilion their entire lives and had seen many outstanding characters. But this was the first time they had seen someone as brilliant as this. Not only had the Wonder Beast fully recovered from its injuries, but it had also undergone another mutation. Not only did its cruel and ruthless nature disappear, but its soul force had risen by 3 times and it now possessed a dexterous movement ability as well as a decent melee strength. Strictly speaking, it was no longer a Wonder Beast, but a completely new species. And creating a new species was the highest temple of honor for a beast trainer to begin with. Only the highest peak existences had this sort of strength. Yun Dai placed her hands on her lap and leaned back in her comfortable chair. She looked at the excited Jiang Yiyun and the other judges, her eyes filled with pride. Cough. Jiang Yiyun lightly coughed. He faced the judges and slowly said, "The truth is that when Mr. Ning Qin joined Sky Declaring Pavilion in the final selection, he had already displayed extraordinary strength. It was me who ordered this matter to be sealed up so that the outside world didn't know of it. Judges, you should know that the Great Beast Trainer Tournament will soon begin. All influences in the entire eastern region will participate and compete for a chance to enter the land bestowed by the heavens. Without a doubt, Mr. Ning Qin is our Mid-Morning City Branch Division's greatest opportunity. He might even be able to represent Sky Declaring Pavilion in battle. In order to prevent any accidents from occurring before then, I implore you all to conceal this matter for the time being." The chief judge frowned. How can this be? A Grand Master level existence must obtain the status and respect they deserve. Not even the slightest bit of blasphemy is permitted. Right now, there are all sorts of rumors going around and they have already severely damaged Grand Master Ning Qin's reputation. We must quell this as soon as possible. Jiang Yiyun opened his mouth. The judges were completely independent and they obeyed the direct orders of the Pavilion Master. He simply didn't have the authority to control them. If they insisted on publicizing this matter, then Jiang Yiyun could only compromise. Yun Dai's eyes flashed. She suddenly said, "Steward Jiang and the esteemed judges, could you please listen to me speak?" The chief judge's old-fashioned face revealed a smile. "Miss Yun Dai, please speak." The status of a Grand Master's disciple was enough to change his attitude. Yun Dai realized this and her expression became even calmer. "Very well, then I will boldly say a few words. I will listen to your consideration. She hesitated for a moment and continued to say, Teacher is someone who focuses on cultivation. He is low-key and doesn't like to attract attention. For instance, the mission that he handed over today was handed over to me. He himself is still in his laboratory. So, although teacher hasn't stated it explicitly, I believe that he doesn't want to be exposed to the eyes of the public. I hope that the judges can consider my teacher's wishes. The judges all had dignified expressions. They could ignore Jiang Yiyun's request, but the wishes of a Grand Master should be respected. After some quiet discussion, the chief judge said, if that's the case, then we won't announce Grand Master Ningqian's information for the time being. But, we must report this matter to the Pavilion Master. With Grand Master Ningqian's strength, he should be valued and rewarded by the Pavilion Master. Yun Dai bowed, no longer speaking. Jiang Yiyun smiled and nodded. That is natural. As for Grand Master Ningqian's existence, I have already reported it to the Pavilion Master after the final trial. Then, let us consider how to cover up this matter. The true evaluation results definitely couldn't be publicly announced. They needed the judges to redo it. Yun Dai's lips curved up in a smile. Even if she had to conceal her teacher's identity, the judges wouldn't allow her to have a result lower than anyone else's. Chapter 701. The room was deathly silent. Li Hao, Rao Xiaoling, and the others were pale, their eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Yun Dai had gone to the Internal Affairs Division to hand over the mission on behalf of her teacher. The news had already spread far and wide, so they naturally knew about it. Why was this happening? Didn't they say that the mission had failed? If their teacher successfully completed the mission, then they would be laughed at by everyone. They would forever be branded with the crime of betraying their teacher, never to be cleared. Li Hao, you lied to us. Teacher has clearly completed the mission. The young man on the left gritted his teeth, his tone filled with resentment. I didn't dare to betray teacher, but it's all your fault. You bewitched me. What should I do now? We're finished. We're all finished. Another youth roared. Rao Xiaoling didn't say anything. She just sat there blankly, like a shell that had lost its soul. Li Hao was distraught. Shut up. We have already left Rising Lake. Ningqian is no longer our teacher. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hands on the table. So what if we complete the task on time? There are flaws in his treatment plan, so the results are destined to be greatly affected. Do you really think that Ningqian can produce an answer that can compare with Mr. Shaw? Seeing that the trio's expressions had eased a little, Li Hao said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter whether Ningqian completes the mission or not. He's destined to be crushed by Mr. Shaw and stomped into the ground, never to rise again. Yun Dai and the others will be suppressed along with him, and we will become Mr. Shaw's honorary disciples. There's no need for me to explain Mr. Shaw's strength. He's a Grandmaster. Even though I'm only his disciple in name, my status is incomparably honorable. Believe me, your choice was not wrong. None of us were wrong. The sun began to set in the west. The light of the setting sun shone through the windows and into the main hall of the Internal Affairs Division. The beast trainers sitting in their chairs had already finished their discussions. Their eyebrows were furrowed with impatience. Everyone's time was precious. They put down their work and came to watch the show, but they didn't expect to waste the entire afternoon. Even when Shaw Liuhe handed in his mission yesterday, the jury had only spent a quarter hour to give a final evaluation. Could Ningqian's mission result be more complex than Shaw Liuhe's? What a joke! Many people's gazes converged on him. Under the current circumstances, it seemed that only he had the qualifications to speak up. Shaw Liuhe opened his eyes and let out a light breath. He stood up and walked towards the counter. Mr. Shaw, what can I do for you? Shaw Liuhe smiled. I'm just curious. When will the jury announce Mr. Ningqian's mission evaluation results? You should know that if Mr. Ningqian's performance is inferior to mine, I will receive a reward from the tower. So, if possible, please help me ask around. Ah, so it's like that. The Internal Affairs Division cultivator had an awkward expression. Across from him, Shaw Liuhe was still smiling, but he was gradually emitting an oppressive aura, causing the Internal Affairs Division cultivator to sweat profusely. Ignorant fool, how dare you disrespect Mr. Shaw? Your punishment is to face the wall for a month. Scram. Bien Changli came over with a face full of smiles. Although the jury is part of the Internal Affairs Division, their status is extremely high. We don't have any jurisdiction over them, but since it is Mr. Shaw's idea, we will naturally follow it. Please wait a moment, I will immediately send someone over. Shaw Liuhe smiled and nodded. I'll have to trouble Director Bien. You're exaggerating. Bien Changli turned and said, go and ask the panel of judges if they have any results regarding Mr. Ning Qin's task. An Internal Affairs Division cultivator nodded and hurried away. But before Bien Changli could say any more flattering words, the Internal Affairs Division cultivator returned. Bien Changli frowned and was about to shout something when he suddenly saw the silver-haired old man behind him. He apologized to Shaw Liuhe and hurriedly bowed. Lord Steward, why have you come? He glanced at Yun Dai from the corner of his eyes. She had a light expression, but there was a bit of arrogance between her eyebrows. This expression wasn't right. Could it be that the task Ning Qin handed over had a good evaluation? Jiang Yiyun nodded. There are some matters that need to be handled. Then, he continued to ask, was it you who sent someone to inquire about the evaluation results? Bien Changli's heart tightened. He respectfully said, reporting to Steward, it was Mr. Shaw Liuhe who saw that the results hadn't come out yet. Before he finished speaking, his meaning was clear. He had removed himself from the equation and placed himself in a neutral position, completely lacking the fawning he did just now. As an old man with 28 faces, his intuition told him that something was wrong. Something was wrong. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Yiyun looked deeply at Bien Changli. He sighed inwardly at his keen sense of smell. To be able to hold the position of Internal Affairs Division Director for over a decade, he really did have some skills. His eyes swept over Yun Dai. Looking at her expressionless face, Jiang Yiyun's eyes flashed. He had already grasped some of her thoughts. Whether it was because the young liked to show off or because she wanted to defend her teacher's dignity, it was clear that she wanted to ruthlessly slap everyone in the face. If it were anyone else, Jiang Yiyun absolutely wouldn't have interfered in order to avoid offending too many people. But, when this matter allowed him to curry favor with a Grand Scholar Realm Master, there was no doubt about his choice. Cough. Jiang Yiyun lightly coughed, revealing a bit of his cultivation. The lobby of the Internal Affairs Division immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. Miss Yun Dai, there have been some rumors spreading like wildfire recently. Can I announce Mr. Ning Qin's mission evaluation results in front of everyone? Since you want to slap faces, then let me play the supporting role so that you can enjoy yourself to your heart's content. The originally quiet lobby became even quieter. Many people frowned. They discovered that today's lively atmosphere was showing signs of deviating from its original trajectory. Shaw Liuhe's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Yiyun's current attitude seemed to confirm a guess in his heart that he didn't want to face. His smile faded and a cold and gloomy expression appeared on his face. But soon, he took a deep breath and composed himself. Even if this surname Ning could put out an outstanding answer, it was absolutely impossible for it to compare with his evaluation result of a middle-grade heaven step. It was just the difference between stepping into a quagmire and being kicked to the ground. Even if Ning Qin's face looked better, as long as he didn't let him off, he could still make him lose all face and have him scram out of Rising Lake. At that time, Yun Dai would still be his. Sun Xiangzhang let out a light breath. He said in a soft voice, "It looks like Mr. Ning Qin's mission evaluation is better than we imagined." Zhu Xinhong smiled. Since Mr. Ning Qin has strength, it is reasonable for him to be able to complete the mission. Xiangzhang, it looks like you worry too much. The treatment plan itself was incomplete and yet he was still able to complete the mission. What if he chose a perfect treatment plan? Xu Yuanbai shook his head. Today, I don't believe that Mr. Ning Qin's evaluation result will be higher than Mr. Shaw Liuhe's. Zhu Xinhong frowned. He looked at Sun Xiangzhang and said, perhaps this is Mr. Ning Qin's style. He likes to challenge the difficulty. Xu Yuanbai remained expressionless. Sun Xiangzhang forced a smile. Mr. Zhu, don't worry. I do admire Mr. Ning Qin, but in this matter, he was in the wrong. His expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, no matter how strong you are, you should treat a mission seriously. This is one of the most basic professional ethics of a beast trainer. These words were heavy. Sun Xiangzhang was silent for a moment. Then, he continued to say, Misters, if there is a scene of everyone attacking you, I hope that you can explain yourself. Zhu Xinhong and Xu Yuanbai nodded. Of course. The truth was that the three of them knew that since Ning Qin's mission evaluation was good, he wouldn't be thrown into the abyss. At most, he would suffer some difficulties. But, he had missed out on a chance to enter Sky Declaring Pavilion and receive attention, as well as possibly a very precious reward. In the end, the losses would be disastrous. Eyes gathered on Yun Dai's face. Her expression was calm and unchanging. She already knew what Jiang Yiyun was thinking. Help her slap him in the face. If so, then she wouldn't be polite. Yun Dai's eyes were calm as she looked at the beast trainers. After circling around them, she said in a soft voice, although my teacher is a low-key person and doesn't like being the center of attention, since so many misters have gathered here, you must be curious about the result. In order to not disappoint you, I can only go against teacher's wishes a little. I hope that I won't be punished. Jiang Yiyun smiled. With Mr. Qin's breadth of mind, I don't think he will make things difficult for Miss Yun Dai because of this. He took out a jade slip and looked at everyone. Concerning Mr. Ning Qin's mission, the jury's final evaluation is here. I ask that you all read it together. A trace of magic power poured into the jade slip. The jade slip shined with a brilliant light, and words began to appear in the air, high-grade heaven step. Shua, the Internal Affairs Division, was deathly silent. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. This silent silence formed a deep oppressive pressure that fell on everyone's chests, causing their eyes to become dazed. High-grade heaven step, high-grade heaven step, high-grade heaven step. These four simple words were read over and over again, but they still didn't seem to understand them. Impossible. Sho Liuhe roared. His complexion was as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. I absolutely do not believe that Ning Qin can obtain such a result. The silence was broken. The beast trainers regained their composure and frowned. They thought of the treatment plan. There were enormous flaws in it. It was already difficult to achieve the desired treatment effect, much less obtain a legendary high-grade heaven step evaluation. No wonder Sho Liuhe had lost his composure like this. Looking at his shocked and angry expression, another thought leapt into everyone's mind. Could there be another reason behind this? Or, to put it more bluntly, the evaluation result in front of them was fake. Ning Qin had joined Sky Declaring Pavilion with everyone else, but he had obtained extra favor and was allowed to live in the top manor, Rising Lake. His treatment far surpassed everyone else's. And today, when he handed in the mission, the Lord Steward of the Mid-Morning City Branch Division had personally appeared to announce the results in front of everyone and restore his reputation. Of course, what was even more important was that Ning Qin had taken a flawed treatment plan. Not only did he complete the mission, but he even obtained a high-grade heaven step evaluation result. Combining all of this together, how could they not be suspicious? Just who was Ning Qin? What sort of formidable background did he have? Questioning eyes fell on Jiang Yiyun's face. He clearly knew what the beast trainers were thinking. There was one thing they weren't wrong about, and that was that the announced mission evaluation result was fake. But, it was completely different from what everyone thought. With an understanding in his heart, Jiang Yiyun slowly said, Mr. Ning Qin's strength has obtained the unanimous approval of the entire evaluation panel. I also personally participated in the evaluation process, and I can clearly tell everyone that there is no falsehood in the evaluation. He paused for a moment and then raised his tone, his voice resolute and decisive. Thus, I must solemnly remind everyone that rumors will stop at the wise. Mr. Ning Qin's reputation cannot be slandered in the slightest. In the future, I ask everyone to be careful. The questioning eyes revealed clear astonishment. Then, they turned dignified. Unless he was crazy, Jiang Yiyun absolutely wouldn't dare to say these words in front of everyone. Otherwise, he would no longer have a place to stand. In other words, the results in front of them were likely true. To take a severely flawed treatment plan and obtain a high-grade Heaven Step mission evaluation result, just what sort of strength did one need to accomplish this? As the beast trainers thought back to how they were watching a lively show, their faces flushed red. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they hadn't revealed their doubts towards Mr. Ning Qin ahead of time. Sun Xiangzhang was stunned where he stood. After an unknown period of time, he let out a light breath. His face was filled with joy, but also a deep sense of shame. So it turned out that he had misunderstood the Grandmaster. It was his low strength that limited his imagination. Amazing, incredible. Zhu Xinhong had an excited expression. Xu Yuanbai's lips moved. He dejectedly said, "I feel ashamed for my disrespect towards Mr. Ning Qin before." As these voices gathered together, they buzzed in Shuo Liuhe's ears like 100,000 flies, causing his mind to be in turmoil. He wished he could tear apart their mouths right now. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Steward Jiang, did Mr. Ning Qin really not change his treatment plan?" Jiang Yiyun looked at him, a trace of pity in his eyes. Then, he immediately crushed out the last of his hopes. "I can confirm that he did not." Shuo Liuhe's smile stiffened. The corners of his lips twitched. His gloomy face gave off a depressing feeling. At this moment, he thought back to the words he had said yesterday. "Director Bien, I appreciate your good intentions, but the mission hasn't ended yet and there are still unknown variables. It isn't the right time to speak of these things. Let's not talk about it. There is still one more day before the mission ends. Perhaps Mr. Ning Qin will be able to hand in an even better answer tomorrow. Let's wait for the dust to settle before discussing these things." Facing everyone's eyes, Shuo Liuhe felt as if there were countless slaps dancing in front of him. Golden stars circled around him. Shuo Liuhe swayed on the verge of collapse. Everyone sighed inwardly. Such a formidable character had actually fallen into such an awkward situation. But Yun Dai didn't plan on letting him go like this. Her eyes were icy cold as she stepped forwards and lightly said, "Even at this moment, my teacher is still in the laboratory." To him, the high-grade Heaven Step evaluation result and the attention of everyone here is nothing more than trivial matters that aren't enough to affect his cultivation. "I don't have any intention of looking down on everyone here. I only wish to convey my teacher's attitude. In this world, the only thing a person can rely on is their own strength. And in this world, there is no such thing as success without reason. One can only work hard, and work even harder. But there are some people who don't understand that jealousy, and exclusion cannot obtain anything. If you have time and energy, it is better to invest it in cultivation." She lifted a hand and pointed a finger. It was like an arrow piercing through the skies. "Just like Mr. Shuo Liuhe in front of me." Chapter 702. Mr. Ning Qin hadn't even appeared yet. He had forced Shuo Liuhe to vomit blood and retreat in defeat. In the reception hall, Feng Qing's head was lowered as she drank tea. Beside her, Zhu Li had a look of awe on his face. Mr. Ning Qin is so strong that he must be a Grandmaster-level character. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to witness the Grandmaster's glory with my own eyes. As he spoke, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Feng Qing smiled. "Even if I let you join in on the fun yesterday, you still wouldn't have been able to see Mr. Ning Qin. It was one of my disciples who handed in the mission on his behalf." Zhu Li nodded. "I know. It's that Yun Dai. In the past, I used to laugh at her and look down on her. Now, who knows how many people are envious of her? Grandmaster's true disciple. As long as he has a certain level of talent, becoming a true beast trainer is just around the corner. He is destined to have a bright future." Feng Qing looked over. "Are you envious too? My previous promise still stands. If you are willing, I can recommend you to Mr. Ning Qin. How about it?" Zhu Li looked a little tempted, but after thinking about it, she shook her head. "Miss, I'll think about it." "Still thinking about your fiancé, miss? If you keep talking I'm going to get angry. I have nothing to do with Qin Yu, I just owe him a favor." Zhu Li's face flushed red. Feng Qing sighed in her heart. "My silly girl, I can't tell you this directly. I can only give you a vague hint. Why don't you know how to grasp the greatest luck in your life? After spending more time with Julie, she had a better impression of her, which was why she wanted to help her. She was a girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges, and had a heart that knew how to repay kindness. Unfortunately, her eyesight was not that good. He couldn't say too much lest Julie sensed something was wrong. If he didn't want to expose himself, then Feng-Qing certainly wouldn't meddle in his affairs. All right, I won't joke around anymore. Julie, didn't you say you wanted to see Mr. Ning-Qin's elegance? I will give you this chance. She took out a pure white jade box that exuded a trace of coldness. This is my congratulatory gift for Grandmaster obtaining a high-rank heaven-ranked mission evaluation. Help me deliver it to Raising Lake. Julie's eyes brightened. She didn't have time to be angry and nodded again and again. Thank you, miss. I will personally deliver the congratulatory gift to Mr. Ning-Qin. Taking good care of Julie was one of the key points in the deal that didn't need to be said. I'm letting you witness Julie's growth with your own eyes. He definitely won't blame me for being meddlesome. Feng-Qing silently thought. Looking at Julie's back, her beautiful eyes shone. Although she felt that the possibility was not high, there was no doubt that you valued Julie. If something really happened between the two of them, it would be beneficial to her. In the laboratory on the first floor of the lake-raising facility, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. Tiny arcs of thunder leapt out from his body, making crackling noises that illuminated the interior of the laboratory. After an unknown period of time, the thunder around his body vanished. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open and his body emitted explosive sounds. It was deep and heavy, like the beating of a drum. Tyrannical blood energy fluctuations erupted, causing the ground to shake violently and cracks to appear. He lifted his hand and clenched his fist. As he felt the powerful strength flowing through his fingers, he smiled. Peak Blue Sea Realm. He was just a step away from breaking through the limits of his physical body and having the power to contend against tribulation transcenders. After being illuminated by the little blue lamp, the 3 thunder-cleansing willows that Feng-Qing had given him had undergone a heaven-shaking change. Apart from boundless vitality, they now possessed the attribute of thunder. It was by borrowing the tempering of thunder and absorbing a massive amount of vitality that his mortal body's injuries were able to take a large step forward. This should have been more than this, but the space annihilation strength that invaded his body had limited the regenerative abilities of the thunder-cleansing willows. Qin Yu knew that this was a bottleneck in his recovery. He had to break through the space annihilation strength in order to further restore his mortal body. This was bound to be troublesome, but Qin Yu wasn't worried. This was because he discovered that he could perfectly disguise himself as a powerful beast trainer. With this identity and Feng-Qing's cooperation, obtaining precious treasures wouldn't be difficult at all. Letting out a light breath, Qin Yu stood up. He stretched his waist and walked out. Teacher, you came out. A pleasantly surprised voice sounded out. Yun Dai hurried over and respectfully bowed. Qin Yu nodded. Why are you here? Yun Dai said, after this disciple handed in the mission for teacher, I returned in case you had any needs. Towards her teacher, she no longer had any worries. How could an existence that had stepped onto the peak covet her bloodline? How thoughtful. Qin Yu smiled. How is the mission evaluation? Has it been completed? Yun Dai looked at her teacher's relaxed appearance and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was the true demeanor of a grandmaster. Reporting to teacher, your mission has been completed. The final evaluation is the high step heaven step. Out of all the newly joined beast trainers, your mission evaluation is the best. After a moment of hesitation, she continued to say, Teacher, many people have sent gifts and they wish to personally pay a visit to you. Some of them have high statuses, so this disciple does not dare to casually deal with them. I will have to wait for teacher to decide. Qin Yu was stunned. The high step heaven step result was a bit beyond his expectations. He had only shined the little blue lamp on them and then simply smashed them together, and yet there was such a formidable effect. Was it easier for the spirit beasts of this world to advance, or was it because the little blue lamp's strength had risen? The latter was more likely. Qin Yu was aware of the evaluation standards of the heaven, earth, and mortal levels. It seemed that he had unknowingly become the limelight. Accept the gifts, but there is no need to pay a visit. Tell them that I don't like to meet with outsiders. Yun Dai had a matter-of-fact expression. This was the attitude a teacher should have. If he didn't even care about something as delightful as slapping the face of others, then why would he waste time socializing? Yes, teacher. I will handle it for you. At this time, the internal communication device rang out. Yun Dai quickly walked over and picked up the receiver. After listening to a few words, she was about to follow her teacher's instructions and refuse visitors from entering Rising Lake when she saw Qin Yu wave his hand. Yun Dai's tone changed. Teacher already knows of this matter. Please ask Miss Fengqing's maid to come in. Qin Yu didn't explain why he had changed his attitude. He directly said, let's go. He walked out first. Miss Ju Li, my teacher invites you in. Yang Jiao smiled. She couldn't help but look over Ju Li's face. In these past 2 days, she had refused countless people. Although Ju Li represented Miss Fengqing, she was only a maid and didn't have the qualifications to receive an audience with her teacher. Although she was curious about the reason, she didn't inquire further. She only needed to follow her teacher's decision. She thought back to the message her mother had sent. Because her daughter had become the disciple of the Grandmaster, no one dared to casually bully her anymore. So towards her teacher, Yang Jiao was filled with awe and gratitude. Many surprised eyes looked at her. Ju Li's heart tightened. She quickly nodded and followed Yang Jiao into Rising Lake Manor. She never imagined that there would be so many people rushing over to visit Mr. Ning Qin. These people were all turned away at the door, but she, a tiny maid, was actually invited in. It was no wonder that they were surprised. But Ju Li knew her own status. If it weren't for her miss, she wouldn't have the qualifications to come into contact with Grandmaster Ning Qin, a nearly legendary character. As she thought of the crowd outside, Ju Li finally realized the massive disparity in status between them. The excitement in her heart gradually faded, turning into a deep sense of awe and nervousness. Yang Jiao didn't care about Ju Li's nervousness. In her opinion, it was normal for her to see her teacher. Outside the lakeside building, Yun Dai stood by the wall. Yang Jiao quickly walked forwards. Senior apprentice sister Yun Dai, this is Miss Fengqing's maid, Miss Ju Li. Yun Dai smiled. Teacher told me to wait here. Miss Ju Li, please follow me. Beneath the sunlight, the incomparably beautiful Yun Dai had broken through the confusion and restlessness in her heart. After finding a strong backing, she erupted with an even more dazzling light. Every frown and every movement she made seemed endlessly graceful. Ju Li was stunned for a moment before she responded. She quickly restrained herself and nodded. She couldn't believe that such a beautiful person existed in this world. In particular, her light purple hair was naturally curled. As it fell down her back, she was as beautiful as the daughter of a god. No wonder there were so many ridiculous rumors before. Facing a peerless beauty like Yun Dai, which man wouldn't be tempted and overthink things? It was fine if she was just beautiful, but it could be foreseen that Yun Dai, who was Mr. Ning Qin's true disciple, would have a bright future. She was simply a combination of beauty, wisdom, and ability. Even the prideful Ju Li couldn't help but acknowledge that this was a woman far more outstanding than herself. She had no idea just what sort of outstanding man would be worthy of her. The lake was several miles wide. A gentle breeze ruffled the green trees on the shore, leaving behind ripples on the surface of the lake. An antique wooden building quietly stood there. In front of the building was a small courtyard surrounded by jade railings. There were green bamboos and red flowers planted within. A light fragrance wafted through the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. She pushed open the door and stepped onto the clean blue stone floor. Yun Dai gestured with her hand. Miss Ju Li, please wait a moment. My teacher will be here soon. In the spacious first-floor hall, although the interior decoration seemed ordinary, it was actually exquisite and luxurious. Because there were no maids present, Yun Dai took the initiative to make tea. Miss Ju Li, please drink some tea. Ju Li flushed red. Miss Yun Dai, there is no need to be so polite. I am only a maid, I don't deserve such an attitude. Yoon Dai smiled. I am only teacher's disciple. Please sit down. Although she wasn't someone from a great power, she was indeed curious about this Miss Julie. For her teacher to change his original intentions and be willing to see her in person, that in itself was an incredible matter. Others might think it was because of Miss Fengqing's face, but Yoon Dai didn't believe this at all. With teacher's status, even if he faced the mysterious Lord Tower Master, he would still be able to calmly face him. There was simply no need for him to worry about this. The fundamental reason must be because of Julie. It was just that from the looks of it, she didn't seem to know. Yoon Dai's thoughts raced. Her eyes inadvertently swept over Julie. She was a very clean little girl with a tall figure and a stubborn look on her face. She couldn't see anything else, but why did teacher look at her in such a favorable light? The sound of footsteps echoed in the air. Yoon Dai quickly stood up and greeted them. She bowed. Teacher, you've come. Julie had already stood up. The air around her seemed to thicken, making it hard for her to breathe. She lowered her head. A calm voice sounded out. Then, the sound of footsteps approached. A person sat down on a sofa across from her and a black robe entered her line of sight. Teacher, this is Miss Fengqing's maid, Miss Julie. She was ordered to come here to congratulate teacher. Yoon Dai's voice sounded out. It's my turn to speak, my turn. Julie greets Mr. Ning Qin. As soon as she spoke, she startled herself. Her voice was dry and hoarse, as if she had been thirsty for a long time. There's no need to be so polite. Stand up. Qin Yu looked at Julie. Her appearance hadn't changed, but after becoming a cultivator, her complexion was completely different from before. In addition to her well-fitting dress, unless one was familiar with her, it would be nearly impossible to recognize that she was the young girl that herded in the mountains. Yoon Dai lowered her head and stood to the side. The slight pause in her teacher's eyes didn't escape her observation. Indeed, there was some sort of relationship between her and her teacher. But she didn't know why, but Julie didn't know anything about it. Thank you, Mr. Ning Qin. Perhaps it was because of his gentle attitude, but some of her nervousness was dispelled. Julie carefully looked up and saw a young and ordinary face. So a grandmaster was like this. It was different from what she had imagined, it seemed quite ordinary. Julie quickly restrained her thoughts. She warned herself that she had been far too insolent. She had actually dared to disrespect Mr. Ning Qin. Mr.'s strength is unfathomably deep and you were able to obtain a high-grade Heaven Step mission evaluation in a single go. My family's miss admires you greatly and has ordered me to deliver this to you to express my congratulations. With a flash of light, she took out a jade box and offered it with both hands. Yoon Dai stepped forward and placed the jade box in front of Qin Yu. After a moment of hesitation, he picked it up and casually opened it. A flawless pure white jade appeared in front of him. It quietly lay within the soft red velvet of the jade box, a faint light flowing on its surface. Within his soul space, the chain of stars that wrapped around his soul gently trembled at this time. Motes of starlight scattered outwards. Qin Yu's heart shook but his expression didn't change. He reached out a hand to take the jade box and a cool aura spread into his palm. The chain of stars trembled even more fiercely, releasing an aura of longing. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then released the shackles. Immediately, a cold energy gushed out from the jade box and was instantly absorbed by the chain of stars. Starlight gushed out, submerging his soul. This is... Qin Yu subconsciously tightened his fingers. He took a deep breath and looked up. Miss Julie, did Miss Fengqing bring any other words? Julie shook her head. No. The miss only asked me to give this jade box to Mr. as a congratulatory gift. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. It seemed that Fengqing didn't know the use of this jade box. His thoughts raced and he smiled. I ask Miss Julie to tell Miss Fengqing that I like the gift she sent me. I wonder if Miss Fengqing has a similar jade box in her hands. I am willing to purchase it at a high price. This. Julie's eyes widened. She didn't know how to respond. This was originally just a simple gift, so how did it suddenly turn into a transaction? Qin Yu smiled. Miss Julie, there is no need to be nervous. You can pass on the message and let Miss Fengqing consider it herself. With Fengqing's intelligence, she could naturally understand his meaning. Zhu Li respectfully nodded. She stood up and said, "If that's the case, then I will immediately return and help Mr. Ning Qin. Farewell." Qin Yu nodded. "Yun Dai, help me deliver it." Chapter 703. In the ancient hall, the carvings on the stone walls were broken and broken. Every crack was filled with the marks of time. Simple bronze torches were inserted into the stone walls. Blazing flames burned within them, but they couldn't disperse too much darkness. The entire hall was still dark and gloomy, as if the air itself had become heavy. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from nowhere and swept away the flames in the bronze torches. The flames gathered together in the gust of wind and actually condensed into a tall figure. This figure wore a robe that covered his entire body. One could only see a pair of eyes formed from flames. These were clearly flames that could incinerate all, but they gave off a terrifying chill that could freeze one's soul. He stretched out a hand and grasped the void. "Summon the council members." A deep and hoarse voice sounded out, like iron grinding against stone. Quietly, a round table rose up from the ground. 7 stone chairs were placed around it. Several strong winds blew past. Flames shot out from the bronze torches, condensing into 5 different figures, all of them wearing robes that covered their bodies. "Sage, an important experiment of mine has reached a critical moment. Since you suddenly issued a summon, it should have failed. So, you had best give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter." A young and tender woman's voice sounded out, like that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl's. It was clear and sweet, but strangely, there wasn't the least bit of emotion in it. There was only an awe-inspiring coldness. Another figure darkly said, "Yellow Oriole is right. We have an agreement between us. Unless there is an emergency, we will not issue a summon when the others are unprepared. Sage, you have already broken your promise." The others didn't speak, but their cold and indifferent eyes expressed their attitude. Sage's flaming eyes didn't waver at all. He slowly swept his eyes around, not answering the question first. "Jasmine, why hasn't Morningstar come?" He looked straight at a slender figure beside the round table. "I haven't heard from him in a long time. Perhaps Morningstar is currently conducting some experiment. As for his sudden disappearance and reappearance, I'm sure everyone here is well aware of this." Jasmine's voice was that of a young girl. There was a slight dullness to it, indicating that this wasn't her true voice. Sage nodded. "If that's the case, then only us 6 senators will attend this meeting." He waved his hand. "Oriole, Senro, you don't need to worry. I will naturally give you an explanation for what happened today." After a pause, Sage's deep voice sounded out. "Everyone, I seem to have discovered the whereabouts of that thing." The hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Only the faint sound of the burning torches could be heard. Although no names were mentioned, they all knew what it was referring to. Oriole's childish voice was the first to ring out. "Sage, you must be responsible for your own word." Although it was a stern question, it was filled with anticipation. Sage calmly said, "Of course." He took out 5 jade slips. "These are the entire process of my discovery, investigation, and evidence collection. Take a look and you'll know if it's true or not." No one said anything else. They all picked up the jade slips and sent their divine senses into them. After a long time, the 5 of them put down their jade slips. Although they remained silent, the trembling flames that formed their bodies were enough to show how excited they were. "I never imagined that that item would actually be brought to Sky Declaring Pavilion. That remnant really knows how to find a protective umbrella for himself," Senluo slowly said. "I have a question. Sage, can you be sure just by looking at a treatment plan? Perhaps that Mr. Ning Qin really is an incomparably formidable beast trainer that you and I have never come into contact with before." Moon Shadow softly said. Even though he was a figure condensed from flames, he still gave off a fleeting feeling. Even though he was standing right in front of them, he still seemed far away. Sage nodded. "I have already thought of Senator Moon Shadow's concerns and have explained them in the jade slips. Perhaps they aren't too specific, so I will say them again." He lifted a finger. "First, There is a special characteristic of this treatment plan. It has a distinct characteristic that strengthens the mortal body and supplements the soul. Although there are many similar treatment plans, do not forget that only the treatment plan recorded in this jade slip has the effect of turning something rotten into something magical. Second, the final result of treating the Wonder Beast is something that everyone has already seen. Unless it is a great Sunstep beast trainer, it is impossible to create a new species. Do you think that we wouldn't know of the existence of an incomparably honored Grand Scholar? So, there is only one possibility, and that is that girl has made up for the flaws in the treatment plan. That is the final result. Sage rapped the table. That Mr. Ning Qin suddenly accepted Yun Dai as his disciple. He must have discovered some marvelous ability within her, so after confirming it, I didn't have time to notify all the senators one by one. That would have wasted our precious time, thus I suddenly started the summoning ceremony. We don't have much time left. Moon Shadow nodded. I have no more questions. Sage lightly said, then let's begin voting. Do you want to act and capture Yun Dai? I agree. I agree. A unanimous vote passed. Sage stood up and placed his hands on the table. Then, I ask the senators to mobilize their strength to achieve our goal. But, I hope that everyone can restrain the impulses and desires in your hearts. Sky Declaring Pavilion possesses a formidable strength, and I do not wish to hear news of any senator being exposed in the near future. That would be a tremendous loss to the Dark Parliament. Hooray! A gust of wind blew past. The 6 figures scattered, turning back into flames and returning to the torches. The round table and stone chairs sank into the ground. The hall was restored to its original appearance, dark, silent, and depressing. Feng Qing had a cautious expression. Her slender fingers gently tapped the armrest. Are you sure that Mr. Ning Qin said that he needs more similar jade pendants? Looking at the young Miss appearance, Julie knew that she was serious. He lowered his head and respectfully said, Yes, Miss. Mr. Ning Qin said that if Miss has more, he is willing to purchase them at a high price. Feng Qing slowly nodded. She already understood his thoughts. She bitterly smiled. Without a doubt, this was the best chance to curry favor with him. If she had more jade pendants, no matter how precious they were, Feng Qing would offer them up without hesitation. But, she only had a small piece and she had inadvertently obtained it. Even if she wanted to search for more, she had no clue where to start. Feng Qing let out a light breath and rubbed her temples. I understand. Julie, make a trip to Rising Lake and tell Mr. Ning Qin that I will do my best to find more jade pendants for him. Julie nodded and turned to leave. Feng Qing closed her eyes and leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. Then, she suddenly stood up and walked outside. Although she didn't know the true function or origin of this jade pendant, she had personally come into contact with it and was aware of some of its special characteristics. If she used the strength of Sky Declaring Pavilion to search, she would surely have some harvests. If she could shorten the distance between her and him, she could not miss out on this chance. Chapter 704. He had Yun Dai send Julie out. He couldn't help but rub his temples, a bitter smile on his face. It hadn't been easy for him to find an item that could repair soul injuries, but in the end it was only this small piece. He didn't think that Feng Qing would do anything to this. From her response, not only did she not have it, but she didn't even give him an exact estimate. It could be seen that this sort of jade was extremely rare. He shook his head, suppressing the disappointment that rose in his heart. Since Feng Qing knew of his wishes, she should have already begun to act. He hoped that there would be a pleasant surprise. He focused on the present. According to the information he obtained, Sky Declaring Pavilion would soon give him a reward for his outstanding performance in this mission. Perhaps he could have Feng Qing do something about this reward and exchange it for something he needed. In the distant hidden fog sect, Rong Wei lowered his head and carefully examined the data in his hands. After a long time, he stood up. Facing the expectant gazes of the disciples, a smile lit up his weary face. Too great. The disciples cheered out loud. All of their hard work during this period of time hadn't been in vain. They looked at their teacher, their eyes full of admiration. For them to have today's results, they had only scratched the surface. The one who had truly put in the effort was their teacher. Even in the hidden fog sect where there were many beast trainer powerhouses, their teacher was still a peak existence. To be able to follow at their teacher's side and learn from him was the greatest fortune of their lives. Rong Wei accepted the congratulations of the disciples and ordered them to rest up. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, he had Xiong Ziue stay behind. After this period of hard work, the Dark Star Ice Serpent has finished accumulating its foundation. Immediately head to Mid-Morning City and seek an audience with Grandmaster Ning Qin. Ask him about the delivery date of the ash thread grass. The earlier we obtain it, the more time we have. Do you understand? Xiong Ziue respectfully said, Teacher, rest assured that this disciple will do everything possible to obtain the ash thread grass as soon as possible. Rong Wei nodded. Good, you must immediately set off. Remember, if you can't do it, you only need to complete it before the deadline. Do not offend Grandmaster Ning Qin. For the time being, the Hidden Fog sect only cared about the ash thread grass. But facing such a Grandmaster-level existence, befriending him was the best choice. Yes, teacher. The Foreign Affairs Division in Mid-Morning City was responsible for communicating with the outside world. Today, they had received an extremely important order. The other party was a subsidiary family of a large sect, and they weren't weak. This time, in order to nurture some kind of rare guardian fae, they specifically requested for Mr. Ning Qin to personally take action. Similar matters weren't rare after high-grade Heavenstep missions were evaluated. Mr. Ning Qin's reputation had already spread far and wide. But even so, the reward for this order was still shockingly high. Even if a master were to be hired, they might not have to pay such a price. It was clear that the other party was very sincere. After the Foreign Affairs Division confirmed it, they immediately passed the details of the mission to Rising Lake. If Mr. Ning Qin agreed, they would accept it. This was a privilege that only master-level existences could enjoy. They could decide whether or not to accept missions according to their own wishes. Of course, in the eyes of the External Affairs Division cultivators, Grandmaster Ning Qin would never refuse a mission with such rich rewards. Sure enough, Rising Lake quickly responded. Mr. Ning Qin accepted the mission. Rising Lake. Yun Dai handed over the mission requirements to her teacher and left. As she walked out of the lakeside building, she saw Yang Jiao waiting outside. Senior apprentice sister Yun Dai, the mission provider that teacher just accepted, has some specific requirements. He hopes to discuss them with teacher. Yun Dai furrowed her eyebrows. Their plans are quite good. Yang Jiao coldly coughed. Who said it wasn't? It seems that the reason they gave such a high reward is because of this. Right now, it was unknown just how many people were trying to approach their teacher and obtain his friendship. To use this order as a channel, although it was expensive, it was still worth it. Seeing Yun Dai remain silent, Yang Jiao hesitated for a moment. She said, according to the rules, the mission provider does have the right to raise certain requirements, so their request to see teacher isn't too excessive. I know. But with teacher's personality, how could he possibly take out the time to see these ignorant people? Yun Dai looked up. Where are they? They are in the building where the visitors are staying. Bring me to see these people. If they really have a need, it would be the same if they told me. Yang Jiao smiled. Senior apprentice sister is smart. You are teacher's only true disciple, so you should be able to handle trivial matters for teacher. I think they won't have anything to say about this. Yun Dai glared at her. Stop trying to flatter me. You're the smartest one of them all. You've been waiting here for me to say this. Yang Jiao stuck out her tongue, not daring to say anything else. Sky Declaring Pavilion accepted business from all sides, so it naturally had its own area for receiving guests. It was a separate manor with beautiful scenery. In a courtyard hidden in the shade, Yun Dai saw the representative of the client. Even with her temperament, the moment she saw him she couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Misses, may I ask what business you have with me? The young man across from her smiled. He wore long white robes and his temperament was like warm white jade. His movements were calm and composed, and he exuded a bit of nobility. Yang Jiao's eyes brightened. She was stunned for a moment and then lowered her head, Her face flushed red. This was also the first time she had seen this person. She didn't expect to be dazzled by his beauty. But this was truly a rarely seen handsome man. Yoon-dae coughed, reminding her not to lose her composure. She smiled and said, "Sir, we are Mr. Ning-chin's disciples." "Ah, Miss Yoon-dae, right?" the young man blurted out. He immediately revealed an apologetic expression. "My apologies, I was rude." Yoon-dae nodded. "That's right. I am Yoon-dae and this is my junior apprentice sister Yang Jiao." The young man cupped his hands together. "I am Lu Yuan-hang. Greetings, Miss Yoon-dae and Miss Yang Jiao." His eyes fell on Yoon-dae's face. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "I have long heard that Mr. Ning-chin's only disciple is a woman as beautiful as a fairy. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Although his words were blatant, they didn't cause one to feel disgusted. Rather, one could feel the sincerity in his words. Yang Jiao couldn't help but reveal a bit of disappointment. It was clear that this Lu Yuanhang's attention was focused on Yoon-dae. "Fellow Daoist Lu praises me too much." Yoon-dae's voice was calm. "The reason I came here today is to reply to you regarding the matter of meeting teacher. I apologize, but my teacher does not like to be disturbed. If you have any needs, you can tell me and I will pass on the message to teacher at the appropriate time." Lu Yuan-hang let out an "ah" sound, not hiding his disappointment at all. "I originally thought that I could see Mr. Ning-chin, but since that's the case, I will respect the Grandmaster's wishes." Yoon-dae was a bit surprised that he had given up on his original intentions so easily. She appreciated this person's magnanimity a bit more. "Thank you for understanding, fellow Daoist Lu." She stood up. "If that's the case, then junior apprentice sister and I won't disturb you any further. Before the deadline, Rising Lake will definitely complete the mission." Lu Yuan-hang hurriedly said, "Miss Yoon-dae, please wait a moment. I do indeed wish to see Mr. Ning-chin, but I have some requests regarding the spiritual object being cultivated. I wonder if I can pay a visit to Miss Yoon-dae during this period of time?" Yoon-dae hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Of course." Lu Yuan-hang brightly smiled. "I will see the two misses off." After leaving the reception area, Yang Jiao hesitated for a moment. She said, "Senior apprentice sister, I think this fellow Daoist Lu has a very favorable impression of you." Yoon-dae frowned. "What nonsense are you speaking? For you and I to be able to follow at teacher's side is a blessing that others cannot ask for. We don't even have enough time to cultivate, so how could we be thinking about anything else?" After being scolded, Yang Jiao lowered her head and honestly nodded. She didn't know why, but she actually relaxed a little. Lu Yuan-hang had sent them back. At the side, the silent and respectful servant suddenly looked up, revealing an expressionless face. "How could you let them go so easily? Remember, we don't have much time left. Haste makes waste. How can you rush something like this?" Lu Yuan-hang slowly said, a playful smile on his face. The servant sneered. "I am only reminding you not to forget what fate awaits you if you fail this mission." Lu Yuanhang's smile froze on his face. He clenched his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I will not fail." Chapter 705. After nearly a month, Seongziue returned to Mid-Morning City. The Hidden Fog sect naturally had their own businesses in this sort of large regional city. After entering, Seongziue didn't even rest for a moment before directly ordering, "Immediately contact Sky Declaring Pavilion and request an audience with Mr. Ning-chin. Remember to be cautious and not show the least bit of disrespect." This matter related to the Dark Star Ice Serpent was the Hidden Fog sect's highest secret. Besides the high-level figures of the sect, only a small number of people knew of it. The manager of Mid-Morning City's businesses was surprised, but he didn't dare to reveal anything. "Yes, I will do it immediately." Watching this person leave, Seongziue's furrowed eyebrows didn't relax. There was still some time until the 1-month deadline. He feared that he would provoke the Grandmaster. If he was rejected today, then he could only start other preparations. When he came here, he had already been granted authority by the sect. He was willing to pay a higher price to obtain the ash line grass ahead of time, He hoped that he could smoothly complete this task and not disappoint the expectations of his teacher and the sect. Outside the laboratory, Yoon-dae quietly stood there. She lowered her head, a respectful expression on her face. A moment later, the array formation runes on the door extinguished. Chin-yu pushed open the door. "What is it?" He looked up and rubbed between his eyebrows, a bit of weariness on his face. These past days he had been busy recovering from his injuries and also had several missions to look after. He was indeed a bit tired. Yoon-dae revealed a look of reverence. Teacher was still teacher, he needed to spend his entire life learning. "Teacher, the External Affairs Division has sent a message saying that someone from the Hidden Fog sect has come to request an audience with you." If it were anyone else, Yoon-dae wouldn't bother her teacher. But the Hidden Fog sect's status was different. As one of the top sects that ruled over a region, no matter what their goal was, they needed to be given the respect they deserved. Chin-yu's fingers stiffened as he rubbed between his eyebrows. He revealed an awkward expression. Luckily, Yoon-dae had lowered her head to show respect and didn't see this, otherwise her teacher's perfect image would have collapsed. He really had forgotten. Although he had been busy recovering from his injuries and accepting missions to exchange for all sorts of precious spiritual objects, the most important reason was that he hadn't placed the Hidden Fog sect's request in his heart, cough cough. The main reason was that it had been far too simple. Luckily, there was still some time before the deadline. Chin-yu suppressed his thoughts and said, "Tell the Hidden Fog sect that I am currently conducting an experiment and cannot leave. Have them come in 3 days." Yoon-dae respectfully bowed. "Yes, teacher." Hearing Mr. Ning-chin refuse to meet him, Seong-ziu's heart tightened. Luckily, the manager's following words allowed him to let out a long breath of relief. Looking at this fellow, even with his good temper, he couldn't help but feel anger rise in his heart. He wished he could press this fellow down and beat him up. "Got it. You can go now." The person in charge shrunk his head. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong, Seong-ziu's sharp gaze towards him just now clearly indicated that there was something wrong. It was better to quickly scram as far away as possible. Seong-ziu took a deep breath and quickly composed himself. He stood up and paced back and forth. He wasn't too sure what Mr. Ning-chin's intentions were. He was probably a little dissatisfied, otherwise he wouldn't have given him the cold shoulder for 3 days. However, he shouldn't be too angry. Otherwise he could have refused to see him before the deadline. Thinking of this, Seong-ziu relaxed a little. If so, then 3 days from now, as long as he displayed enough sincerity and apologized to Mr. Ning-chin and offered generous gifts, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Behind the first level's experimental platform, Yoon-dae was earnestly reading a beast trainer's diary. Although the records were fragmented, they contained all of a beast trainer's comprehensions and experimental experiences. To her, this was simply a rare holy scripture. Her teacher didn't have much energy to truly teach her. Luckily, as her teacher's disciple, she had a nearly transcendent status in the mid-morning city branch division. At the very least, it was easy for her to borrow all sorts of precious ancient texts. Yoon-dae originally had a solid foundation as a beast trainer. After obtaining these ancient texts, she was like a sponge, crazily absorbing nutrients. As long as nothing disturbed her, she wouldn't even lift her head for several hours. Her teacher had originally said that he would see someone from the Hidden Fog sect in 3 days, but for some unknown reason, he had delayed it by another day. Yoon-dae thought for a moment before taking this diary and entering the first level in case her teacher couldn't find her. The internal communication device rang out, awakening Yoon-dae. She looked at the receiver and furrowed her eyebrows. She paused and picked up the receiver. Yang Jiao's voice sounded out, "Senior apprentice sister, fellow Daoist Lu is looking for you." Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of jealousy in her words. This didn't escape Yoon-dae's ears, and she could only sigh helplessly. But since she had already agreed, Yoon-dae didn't have the habit of going back on her word. She lightly said, "I understand. I ask fellow Daoist Lu to wait a moment." In these past days, Lu Yuhang would often find excuses to see her. Although his words were meaningful, his intentions were already clear. Yoon-dae originally thought that after the mission was completed, Lu Yuhang would leave and the two of them would have nothing to do with each other. But, Yang Jiao's performance, perhaps she should express her attitude ahead of time. She didn't want a rift to appear in her heart with this little sister that had followed her all this time. Yun Dai looked at the laboratory door that was still tightly shut. She stood up and walked out. She only needed to say a few words and she would soon return. But not long after Yun Dai left, the array formation runes on the door extinguished. Qin Yu stepped out. He swept his eyes around and frowned before walking out. He was used to Yun Dai's thorough manner. Since she wasn't here, there should be something else. Teacher. As he left the first floor, he ran into a secret disciple. This person had a head of soft grey hair and a respectful and excited expression. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then remembered this person's name. He laughed at himself. Although he accepted these disciples to hide his identity, it was still a bit too irresponsible. Yun Chuan, have you seen where Yun Dai is? Yun Dai had always been the one to handle matters related to the External Affairs Division. Yun Chuan's face flushed red. Teacher, senior apprentice sister Yun Dai is currently receiving guests in the reception hall. He clearly didn't expect that someone as inconspicuous as him would be able to obtain such a warm attitude from his teacher. Qin Yu nodded. Go and busy yourself. As he walked away, he thought that perhaps he should fulfill some of the duties of a teacher. Although he only had a superficial understanding of the beast trainer profession, helping these secret disciples was still a simple matter. Reception hall. Yun Dai sat on a sofa. She answered Lu Yuhang's questions and remembered some of the small details he mentioned. I've really troubled Miss Yun Dai. This matter is truly an important test that my family has placed on me. There cannot be any mistakes. Lu Yuhang had an apologetic expression. After the mission is over, I will definitely ask Miss Yun Dai to give me a chance to express my gratitude. Yang Jiao's expression darkened. Lu Yuhang turned around. Of course, Miss Yang Jiao must also come. Ah! Yang Jiao was pleasantly surprised. If it weren't for the fact that Yun Dai hadn't nodded, she feared she would have immediately agreed. On the opposite sofa, Yun Dai lightly said, Fellow Daoist Lu, I am only replacing my teacher and fulfilling my duty to the client. There is no need for you to take it to heart. Lu Yuhang had a sincere expression. Miss Yun Dai, after this mission I will go and inherit my family. I have no idea when I will be able to return to Mid-Morning City. He hesitated, his starry eyes narrowing. One couldn't help but acknowledge that with Lu Yuhang's status, as well as his incomparably handsome appearance and his proper manners, it was more than enough to enchant the vast majority of women. But Yun Dai was an exception. She didn't frown, but a trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. This person's pestering had already left her feeling disgusted. Lu Yuhang was startled. He thought that although it hadn't been too long, he had laid down enough groundwork in these past few days. Even if Yun Dai hadn't been truly moved by him, she would still have a favorable impression of him. But now, it seemed that the result was far from what he expected. He absolutely could not allow Yun Dai to refuse him, otherwise it would be difficult to move her in the future. Miss Yun Dai. Lu Yuhang rushed to speak first. But before he could say anything, Yun Dai suddenly stood up. The icy cold expression on her face melted away and she quickly walked towards the door. Teacher, you've come. Lu Yuhang let out a long breath. He thought that this Mr. Ning Qin had come at just the right time. He quickly stood up and followed behind Yang Jiao. He respectfully bowed. Lu Yuhang greets Grandmaster Ning Qin. His face was filled with excitement and surprise. This was the proper expression he should have after meeting someone. Lu Yuhang naturally wouldn't overlook such minor details. Qin Yu nodded. And this is? Yun Dai respectfully said, Teacher, some time ago you received a mission to raise spiritual objects. This is fellow Daoist Lu who entrusted you with this mission. Her words were filled with alienation. I took the liberty to come here, but I never thought I would be able to see Mr. Ning Qin today. I am truly fortunate, Lu Yuhang excitedly said. Qin Yu glanced at him. I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to today. I won't keep fellow Daoist Lu any longer. Lu Yuhang didn't think that this Mr. Ning Qin who had received so many benefits would be so insensitive. He was startled and quickly said, if that's the case, Then I will bid my farewells. Yun Dai stood still. Yang Jiao, send fellow Daoist Lu off. After the two left, she glanced at her teacher, a look of hesitation on her face. Perhaps her teacher had sensed what happened just now. Would he be dissatisfied? After all, in Yun Dai's opinion, being able to follow her teacher and study was already a great fortune. To waste time and energy on other matters was simply unforgivable. Yun Dai, go inform the people from the Hidden Fog sect. If they have time today, tell them to come. Luckily, her teacher didn't seem to care. Yun Dai relaxed. Yes, teacher, I will immediately do so. The anxious Xiong Ziyue finally received a message from Sky Declaring Pavilion. Without delay, he went straight to Raising Lake Manor. Miss Yun Dai. He had an expectant look in his eyes. Yun Dai bowed. Fellow Daoist Xiong, my teacher is inside. Please follow me. Xiong Ziyue revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Please lead the way. He tidied up his clothes. After determining that there was no need to greet her, he quickly followed behind. In the living room of the Lakeside Pavilion, Yun Dai entered first. Teacher, the Hidden Fog sect's fellow Daoist Xiong Ziyue has arrived. Please come in, fellow Daoist Xiong. Xiong Ziyue took a deep breath. He didn't dare to look any longer. He quickly bowed. The Hidden Fog sect's Xiong Ziyue greets Mr. Ning Qin. I have taken the liberty to ask for an audience. If I have been rude in any way, I ask that Mr. forgive me. Chapter 706. Xiong Ziyue was stunned. Where was the anger and embarrassment that she had expected? Why was there no movement at all? Did he just let it go like that? No, something was very wrong. Could this be the Grandmaster's test to see if my Hidden Fog sect was sincere to him? This was very possible. Looking at Qin Yu's calm and unfathomable face, Xiong Ziyue secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. She became even more respectful. Grandmaster, the Hidden Fog sect knows that we owe Grandmaster a favor this time. Before we came to Mid-Morning City, the Hidden Fog sect prepared a gift for Grandmaster. I hope that Grandmaster can accept it. With a flash of light, a silvery white suitcase appeared. There were traces of light circulating on its surface, and from time to time, runes would condense and disperse on their own. It was quite mysterious. Respectfully, he placed the suitcase on the table and lowered his head, motionless. Xiong Ziyue's heart was beating violently, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The situation was far from what he had imagined. Although Grandmaster Ning Qin seemed gentle, if he didn't respond appropriately then he feared he would thoroughly offend him. If things really came to this, Xiong Ziyue could predict that even though he was his teacher's disciple, he would still be beaten to the ground. The suitcase in front of him was already the greatest sincerity he could take out, but Grandmaster looked at him, seemingly having no intention of opening it. More and more sweat flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Xiong Ziyue blinked her eyes and bowed even lower. Grandmaster, my sect holds 120% gratitude and goodwill towards you. I ask that you accept this. The surprised Qin Yu regained his composure. As he looked at the nervous Xiong Ziyue, he was a bit confused. Was there a need to be so nervous just to give her a gift? Moreover, his transaction with the Hidden Fog sect had already been completed. 10 ash line grass could be exchanged for 7 blue wonder flowers, so there was no need to prepare any more gifts for him. However, this young man was so nervous. If he didn't accept it then that would be a great mistake. Qin Yu coughed. If that's the case, then I must thank everyone from the Hidden Fog sect for their good intentions. Xiong Ziyue let out a long sigh of relief, and he felt as if he had just escaped death. Only now did he notice that his robe was drenched in cold sweat. Thank you, Master. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply. Beside him, Yun Dai's eyes brightened. As she looked at Qin Yu, stars sparkled in her eyes. Was this how his teacher acted when facing outsiders? Even someone as strong as the Hidden Fog sect was in awe, overjoyed that their teacher had accepted their gift. It could only be said that this was a coincidence, a beautiful misunderstanding. Qin Yu didn't notice the looks of worship in his disciple's eyes. He picked up the jade box beside him and placed it next to his suitcase. I was going to see you on the 3rd day, but something unexpected happened. Fortunately, the result wasn't bad. Take a look. After receiving the other party's gift, Qin Yu felt that he should give an explanation. Of course, with how much the Hidden Fog sect valued the ashline grass, they wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss even if he accepted the gift. Xiong Ziyue respectfully said, "Grandmaster, your status in itself is the best guarantee. I shouldn't have been rude, but this matter is extremely important to the Hidden Fog sect, so I had no choice but to offend you. I ask that Grandmaster doesn't take offense." Curiosity flashed in Yun Dai's eyes. She also wanted to know just what the Hidden Fog sect had asked her teacher to prepare that would make him so solemn. The jade box was opened, and 3 stalks of grey thread grass wrapped in transparent bubbles appeared. The long leaves were covered with silvery white veins, and other than that, there was nothing unusual. Grey thread grass? Yun Dai was puzzled. After growing for a certain number of years, they would undergo a mutation and their leaves would grow these silvery white veins. But, this sort of grey thread grass could only be said to be rare, it was far from being precious. With the Hidden Fog sect's strength, they could have as many as they wanted, so why would they lower themselves and respectfully ask their teacher to help them? On the other side, Xiong Ziyue had a solemn expression. He gently took out a stalk of grey thread grass, as if he were on a pilgrimage. He carefully examined it, and according to the method his teacher taught him, he smoothly felt the mysterious and formidable strength contained within. That's right. But when Xiong Ziyue examined the 3rd stalk of grey thread grass, he was stunned. This was because the grey thread grass in his hand had thick silvery white veins dotted with golden stars. After a long time, he looked up, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at Qin Yu. This is, Qin Yu nodded. During the cultivation process, there was a new change in this grey thread grass. It was because of this that I was delayed by an extra day. Xiong Ziyue's face flushed red. He deeply bowed. Grandmaster, rest assured that the Hidden Fog sect will definitely give Grandmaster the reward for this grey thread grass, thank you very much. The silvery white veins of the grey thread grass were interspersed with golden stars. The mysterious strength contained within was over 10 times richer than before. If the Dark Star Ice Serpent only had a 50% chance of smoothly making a breakthrough before, then it was now at least 90%. As long as there wasn't an accident, it would take another step forward and reach the highest record in the history of the Hidden Fog sect. With this alone, the value of this grey thread grass was inestimable. Qin Yu waved his hand. All right. If there are no problems, then take them and leave. Grandmaster, this junior bids his farewells. Xiong Ziyue became increasingly respectful. He sighed inwardly. This was truly worthy of being a Grandmaster-level existence. His demeanor was truly admirable. But the more it was like this, the more he had to give the Grandmaster the highest reward. He had to make the Grandmaster understand that the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't ignore his good intentions. Yun Dai saw him off. After leaving Raising Lake Manor, Xiong Ziyue turned and bowed. Miss Yun Dai, there is no need to send me off. I bid my farewells. He hurried away. He had to return to the sect as soon as possible, he didn't want to delay any longer. Looking at his departing back, Yun Dai subconsciously frowned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. When she returned to the lakeside building, she saw her teacher sitting on the sofa. She suppressed her curiosity for a long time and then cautiously said, "Teacher, I don't understand." Qin Yu knew what she was talking about. He really wanted to say that he didn't understand either. But, he could roughly guess that this grey thread grass had an extremely important function to the Hidden Fog sect. But facing his only true disciple, Qin Yu, who had just awakened the heart of a teacher, felt that he had to explain himself. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Everything you see might not be real. For instance, there might be a hidden universe within this ordinary grey thread grass." Looking at Yun Dai's bright eyes that were filled with a thirst for knowledge, Qin Yu decided that he couldn't say anything more. Otherwise, he feared he would be exposed. He stood up and said, "If you have any questions, you can think about them yourself. That will be far better than me telling you. I have to return to the laboratory. As usual, if there isn't anything important, don't let anyone disturb me." He picked up the suitcase and left. Yun Dai bowed. After her teacher left, she stood where she was, lost in thought. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her teacher's words contained countless profound truths. I wonder when I will be able to catch up to teacher. No, perhaps just half of teacher's strength is enough for me to struggle for the rest of my life. Although Qin Yu had guessed that the items that the hidden fog sect had brought out as gifts were inevitably precious, he was still shocked by what was in the suitcase. 1000-heart grass. A formidable spiritual object that could heal soul injuries. It took 1,000 years for a single stalk to mature. It was said that as long as one's soul wasn't extinguished, it could preserve a wisp of their true spirit. Essence stabilizing verdant wood. A 10,000-year-old ancient tree. It was located in a place rich in heaven and earth spiritual energy. After countless years, a finger-thick tree would condense in the heart of the tree. It had the effect of consolidating a cultivator's origin energy and greatly increasing their blood vitality. River beast egg. A special spirit beast that didn't exist before was raised by a beast trainer. Every year, it could lay a single egg, but it didn't have the function of incubating offspring. After a cultivator ate it, they could draw upon the boundless vitality within it to permanently increase their lifespan by 500 years. There were only these 3 items in the suitcase, but each one was priceless. Besides the river beast egg, which was of little value to Qin Yu, the 1000-heart grass and essence stabilizing verdant wood were exactly what he needed. In particular, the former. Once it was strengthened by the little blue lamp, its effects would inevitably rise. It might be able to save his life in a life-or-death situation, because Qin Yu couldn't be sure that he could find a way to truly heal his soul before it reached its limit. If he failed, then this 1000-heart grass would be his life-saving treasure. Because of Zhu Li, he had accidentally drawn out the hidden fog sect. He originally thought it would be troublesome, but now it seemed that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. For the next several days, Yun Dai wholeheartedly studied. She refused Lu Yuhang's requests to see her several times. Even when Yang Jiao spoke against her will at her request, she still couldn't change her mind. In the manner that received guests, the handsome Lu Yuhang lay slumped on a sofa. His face was deathly pale and sweat streamed down his body. His eyes were filled with struggle. Several times, a resolute light flashed in them, but they soon faded away. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuhang stood up with difficulty. His fingers trembled as he grasped the phone and tried to connect once more. Just like before, he quickly connected. A sweet and melancholy voice sounded out. "Big brother Lu, are you looking for senior apprentice sister again? She isn't here. She entered the laboratory with teacher today." His body stiffened and the phone fell to the ground. The heavy impact caused the call to be cut off. In that moment, Lu Yuhang was like a drowning man who had thrown away his last straw. His vision darkened and he slumped down on the sofa, gasping for breath. After an unknown period of time, the sound of footsteps rang out. Lu Yuhang trembled. He looked at the servant that walked in with fear in his eyes. Mission failed. The servant was expressionless. He stared at him as if he were looking at a dead man. It was unknown where the strength came from, but Lu Yuhang immediately jumped onto the ground. He begged, "I beg you to plead with Master for me. I beg Master to give me a bit more time. 3 days, I only need 3 days. I can definitely complete the mission. I beg you." The servant sneered. "Yun Dai didn't even take a liking to you. Even if I gave you another month, the result wouldn't change. Plead? I've never thought of dying with you." Just as Lu Yuhang was about to say something, his eyes suddenly filled with boundless fear. However, his entire person gradually calmed down. He turned and sat down on the sofa, saying, "Say goodbye to Sky Declaring Pavilion. We're leaving." The servant respectfully bowed. "Yes, Master." A moment later, Lu Yuhang and the servant exchanged pleasantries with the cultivators from the External Affairs Division and bid their farewells. They flew out of Mid-Morning City and landed in a dense forest. The calm Lu Yuhang seemed to have been sucked dry of all his essence, energy, and soul. His entire body fell to the ground like a pile of rotten meat. Beside him, the servant had a calm expression, as if he had already expected this. He coldly watched as Lu Yuhang's flesh and blood rapidly decayed until all that was left over was a pile of bones. But at this time, a massive amount of blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. It was like a broken dam, unable to be stopped. The servant fell to the ground. Before the fear on his face had time to completely disperse, he froze. His flesh and blood decayed, turning into bones. 2 strands of black energy flew out from these bones. Then, grey flames appeared out of thin air. Within these flames, the servant and Lu Yuhang's bones were rapidly turned to ashes. Not only did the flames destroy their corpses, but they also completely erased their auras. It was as if the 2 of them had never existed in this world. Like this, even if an almighty being were to investigate them later, they wouldn't be able to discover anything. From the start, regardless of whether or not the mission was completed, the 2 of them were destined to die. 2 strands of black energy wove together in the air, turning into a blurry figure. She looked towards the direction of Mid-Morning City, her eyes calm. Her first attempt had failed. But that didn't matter. If the Parliament wanted something, they would definitely obtain it. It was just that, through the senses of the puppet, she could faintly sense a restless aura. Ning Qin. Chapter 707. The grand and luxurious hall was tens of thousands of feet high and stretched for an unknown distance. It was buried deep underground and was unknown to the outside world. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps echoed in the hall. But because it was too empty, the echoes overlapped with each other, like a surging wave. The clean and spotless floor was like a giant mirror, clearly reflecting the figure walking on it. His body was slender and his every movement exuded a sense of disdain and loneliness. It was as if he stood at the peak of the world and no one was his match. But his face was wrapped up by an invisible strength. What was reflected on the ground was only a blurry shadow. Only his eyes were calm, without any ripples, as if they would never change. After an unknown period of time, the man walking on the ground stopped. In front of him was a giant stone gate that looked like the gate to the god realm. It was tens of thousands of feet high, and a person was even smaller than an ant. Without hesitation, he reached out and gently pushed the stone gate. Without a sound, the stone gate opened, revealing a small gap. Although it was a gap, it was still thousands of feet wide, enough for thousands of people to enter and exit at the same time. One could clearly see that behind the gate was eternal darkness. Cold, desolate, and absolutely silent. The man didn't step in. Instead, he stood outside the gate as if he were waiting for something. After several breaths of time, in the eternal darkness, a mass of blood suddenly lit up. It was like a tumbling sea of blood that could swallow everything. It was so big that one couldn't see its full appearance through the gap in the stone gate. All they could see was a horrifying red color. "What are you doing here?" The deep voice was filled with resentment and murderous intent. It set off an extremely terrifying sound wave that caused the entire hall to tremble. The man outside the hall had his long hair fluttering behind him. His robe was like iron, tightly clinging to his body. But his eyes were as calm as ever. "I found a sun-ranked grandmaster outside." The terrifying aura behind the stone gate paused for a moment. Then, a cold laugh sounded out. "A sun-ranked powerhouse is worthy of being called a grandmaster?" The man's tone was calm. "This person created a new species. I personally inspected it, and the new species born from the mutation is very stable and has strong growth potential. To be able to create a new species, to be able to survive stably, and to be able to continue to improve and become stronger, these were the criteria to judge a grandmaster." Behind the stone door, there was silence again. No one spoke, and the hall gradually became deathly still. "Why are you helping me? Aren't you afraid that I'll walk out of here and devour you?" The man's eyes were calm. "I'll be very pleased if you can do it." "Humph." The person behind the stone door coldly snorted. "I'll believe you this once." The man nodded, turned around, and retreated, not stopping until he was far away. "Coward." With a sneer, a terrifying explosion suddenly came from behind the stone door. That sound was like a star exploding. The darkness behind the door surged like a tide, quickly forming a vortex that could be seen with the naked eye. A terrifying claw flashing with a cold metallic luster stretched out of the vortex with difficulty, hooking onto the edge of the stone door. A rumbling sound suddenly erupted, and the patterns on the surface of the stone door lit up. Then, the dazzling purple lightning appeared on every lit pattern, surging crazily like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Finally, they converged together and bombarded the sharp claws that hooked onto the stone door. After the brutal power of thunder invaded the stone door along the claw, the eternal darkness slowly dissipated. One could faintly see that behind the claw was an unimaginably terrifying giant arm covered in scales. It was unknown how long it was, but in the end, it vanished into the depths of the darkness. Roar! A pained and angry roar sounded out from behind the stone door. The claw that hooked onto the stone door began to slowly pull it open. Although it was still silent, it gave off an extremely difficult feeling. One could even hear the harsh sounds of the door shaft grinding against each other. As the runes on the stone door lit up, the purple lightning became even brighter. It connected together, turning the area around the stone door into a terrifying pool of thunder. A terrifying and destructive aura wildly erupted from it. It was like a great sun of thunder rising from deep underground. In the eternal darkness, every scale on the giant arm had lightning jumping around it. Gradually, the scales began to break apart and traces of dark red blood seeped out. Beneath the ravaging lightning, the blood constantly evaporated. But it didn't disappear. Instead, it became purer and purer, like crimson spider silk. Driven by an invisible strength, the tiny wisps of blood constantly flowed forwards. They gathered within the raging lightning of the stone door, forming a palm-sized bead of blood. Give the blood to him. If he can't even discover the problem, then this will be the symbol of his death. The giant arm shook and the bead of blood flew out from the lightning. As it fell onto the smooth floor, it emitted the sound of gold and jade colliding. It had already solidified, turning into a droplet of blood jade. It was pure and without the slightest flaw. The claw loosened. The purple lightning on the surface of the stone door scattered and it rapidly closed. The man reached out a hand and grasped the air, taking away the blood jade. He glanced at the tightly shut stone door and then turned to leave. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The hall hidden deep underground returned to tranquility once more. Rising lake. Qin Yu didn't stay in the laboratory. Instead, he sat on the balcony of a small building by the lake, leaning against a soft sofa. The gentle breeze carried with it the sweet fragrance of plants. But the comfortable environment in front of him didn't alleviate the heavy feeling in his heart. His eyebrows furrowed together like mountains. He still hadn't found a way to treat his soul injuries. Everything he had done before was to ease it and prolong the time he could endure. Not too long ago, Feng Qing had sent him a strange jade pendant that was greatly useful in treating soul injuries. But it was because of that treatment that the balance seemed to have been broken. To put it simply, yesterday, Qin Yu's soul injuries had suddenly worsened. At this moment, if someone could directly observe his soul space, they would discover that his soul was rapidly dissipating within the chain of stars. If he couldn't remedy it, then according to this speed, Qin Yu would fall into a deep slumber in a year or half a year due to his weak soul. At that time, all that awaited him would be death. He originally thought he had a great deal of time, but this sudden change had disrupted his plans. This was fate. He couldn't choose, he could only passively endure it. At this time, the most urgent matter for Qin Yu was to find a way to treat his soul injuries. The jade pendant that Feng Qing had brought him was certainly the best choice. But after these past days, there hadn't been any news at all. It was clear that his hopes were slim. Qin Yu sighed. He took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his heart. His eyes were firm once more. Everyone had their moments of weakness, but venting these emotions was enough. People had to look forward and not wallow in their emotions. There was the sound of footsteps. Qin Yu didn't turn his head to know who it was. Yun Dai respectfully bowed. Teacher, the hidden fog sect has come. They hope to see you as soon as possible. As a disciple, it was essential to be observant. Although teacher didn't say much, Yun Dai could still see that he had a good impression of the hidden fog sect. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have come forward to disturb him when he was clearly in a bad mood. And indeed, although teacher frowned, he nodded. Arrange for them to come in. Yun Dai nodded and left. Qin Yu stood up and returned to the hall on the first floor. Not long after he sat down, Yun Dai returned with two people following behind her. It just so happened that he knew these two people. One was Xiong Ziyue and the other was Old Wei. The two of them were travel-worn. Their eyes were bloodshot and their faces were filled with anxiety. Before he could steady himself, Old Wei loudly said, "Mr. Ning Qin, the Hidden Fog sect has encountered a difficult problem. I ask that Grandmaster help us." Qin Yu frowned. "Old Mr. Wei, I don't know what happened, but I really don't know how to answer." Old Wei glanced at Yun Dai. Qin Yu lightly said, "She is my disciple, so she is naturally trustworthy. If it is inconvenient for Old Wei to speak, then please leave." Yun Dai lowered her head, her heart filled with gratitude. Teacher was indeed cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although it seemed as if he rarely cared about his disciples, the truth was that he cared a great deal about them. However, the Hidden Fog sect wasn't an ordinary influence. Yun Dai didn't want to stir up trouble because of her. She bowed and said, "Teacher, I will go and make tea for the guests." Qin Yu lightly said, "You stay here." If this were in normal times, he might understand the Hidden Fog sect's privacy. But now, he could clearly feel the aura of death looming over him. His mood wasn't good at all. If he wanted to speak then he would speak, but if he didn't then he would leave. Yun Dai respectfully said, "Yes, teacher." She stood to the side. Since her teacher had already expressed his attitude, she had to comply. Old Wei's complexion wasn't too good. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. It was this old man who didn't think things through and was disrespectful. "I ask that Mr. not blame me." Qin Yu was expressionless. "Old Mr. Wei, there is no need to waste our time. Please speak frankly." Old Wei's face stiffened. Xiong Ziyue didn't think that the atmosphere would take such a sharp turn as soon as they met. This was the exact opposite of what they had come here for. Without caring about their status, he hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, we have no intention of offending you. We came here in hopes that Grandmaster can help us and accompany us to the Hidden Fog sect." He clenched his teeth and continued to speak. "One of my sect's spirit beasts has encountered an accident during its advancement. It is currently in a dangerous situation. If Grandmaster is willing to help, the Hidden Fog sect will be eternally grateful and will surely give you the most sincere repayment." The meaning behind these words was that as long as he helped, he could set out any conditions. Qin Yu's complexion relaxed. He paused for a moment and then shook his head. "I am sorry, but I have an important matter to attend to right now, so I cannot leave." Xiong Ziyue fell to his knees. "Grandmaster, no matter what, I ask that you help us." The Hidden Fog sect had already tried almost every method they could think of. It could be said that Qin Yu was their only chance of survival. If he refused to help, then just thinking about the consequences left them cold. Qin Yu frowned. "I have had a pleasant cooperation with the Hidden Fog sect. If I can help you, I will not stand idly by. But now, there is no need for you two to waste time. Let's find someone else." Old Wei's complexion paled. "Mr. Ning Qin, my Hidden Fog sect spirit beast encountered an accident during its advancement because it ate the ash thread grass you provided. You cannot stand idly by." Qin Yu looked up. "Are you sure that the reason lies in the ash thread grass I provided?" Old Wei's momentum stagnated. Beside him, Xiong Ziyue revealed a bit of anger. If it weren't for the high-level figures of the sect having wild ambitions and not listening to their teacher's advice, things wouldn't have reached this step. Although the two of them didn't reply, the answer was already clear. Qin Yu closed his eyes. His tone was faint. "Yun Dai, send off our guest." Old Wei wanted to say something more but he was pulled back by Xiong Ziyue. He forced a smile and said, "Grandmaster, we were rude today. If you change your mind, the entire Hidden Fog sect will await your arrival at any time." Yun Dai gestured with her hand. "You two, please." After sending the two of them away from Rising Lake, she returned to the lakeside building. She looked at her teacher who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, a look of worry in her eyes. Although she didn't know the reason, Yun Dai could feel that her teacher was in a bad mood. Just what had happened? Qin Yu opened his eyes and met her worried gaze. His heart warmed. He said in a soft voice, "I'm fine." "You don't need to worry." Yun Dai earnestly said, "Teacher, Although this disciple is weak and cannot be mentioned in the same breath as you, if there is anything I can do, I ask you to tell me. As your disciple, this is my duty. Qin Yu nodded. All right, there is one more matter. Help me prepare some invitations. Tomorrow, I will be inviting guests. As he spoke to He, he lifted a hand and tapped his forehead. I will need you to prepare the guest list. Just choose from those who have sent gifts recently. Feng Qing was startled. There wasn't even a name list and he was suddenly inviting guests. This didn't match her teacher's temperament. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed a bit perfunctory. Did her teacher have other arrangements for this banquet? She was smart enough not to ask. She respectfully said, Yes, teacher. This disciple will immediately go and arrange it. Although time was tight, with Rising Lake's current status, those that were invited would definitely attend unless their heads were stuck between a door. However, she feared there wouldn't be enough people to arrange the venue. She would have the people from the Internal Affairs Division take care of these matters.